the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today on game day, because that's the most important day for an NFL fan by far. And we've got a great game for you here today. Our Seattle Seahawks hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The jerseys are going to look so throwback sweet. But aside from that, you've got 2 3-1 teams going head-to-head. And though the Buccaneers at the start of this week looked like they were going to be on the worst end of the injury spectrum of things, and they certainly are coming to this one, Seattle's got their own that they're going to be missing walking back out of this one. One very young, important rookie entered back into the mix. And so it's going to be hopefully a very fun game here for us today. And hopefully the Seattle Seahawks can keep the good times rolling with their 3-game winning streak. I thank everybody for watching and tuning on in today. As we pop on in the house, I want to do a quick shout out, if I can, here to the sponsor of this show today. That's going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is a new app that is opening up here in Washington State. And right now, you can get a 100% match of your first deposit up to $100. So $100 from me to you. So we call a win-win-win. Support the channel at the same time. And hey, maybe go out there and win yourself some money on some picks. As you can see, yours truly today, thanks to Daniel Jones getting over 0.5 yards, they'll give you a little freebie in there. They'll give you a little pick on sale in there. And you can see my Thursday night ticket. Not only did I get to see the Rams lose, which in itself is a victory, is it not? I also got to go on a winning ticket on a fully Ram 49er build there. Clocked in for me. Didn't throw a lot of money on the line, but hey, 62 in the pocket, not too shabby. You yourself can go out there and win right now with the code NEST. Active today. I'm looking with Arroyo, Zach Charbonnet, going to a Mecca Abuka, and then Rashad White. Those were the 4 picks I made, all going on the over on them, and all in regards to really the yardage. So receiving yards when it comes to Charbonnet, Abuka, and White, I just like the 8.5 yards there. And then you got Arroyo with 2 catches. I think Seattle's going to be very determined today to get Arroyo back into the flux of things. And they started to kind of take the top off of the packaging with him last week. I felt like it wasn't just sort of, hey, we'll give you 1 throw a game, but it really did feel like there was a little bit of them really working him into the game plan, which is exactly what you want to see with this young second-round pick. And boy, he is showing you some really, really nice flashes. And yeah, shout out to Rob Stan on that one for looking mighty good on the Arroyo one. He's looking very smooth. Hope everyone's having a good day. Let me say what's up to my people. Gibson, Shadowbot. It's good to see you. Brian Kennicott, Motive, Sean Lee, Phoebe, HHG, New Blacks. How you guys doing? It's good to see you. 206, David. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you to all the members jumping on in too. Jesse, hello. Chris, Kevin O'Connell. Got my peeps in here. JD, Mariners are cooked. We'll see. We'll see. There's hope. It was frustrating last night. I think the part last night that got to people was just started feeling like the PTSD from the last playoff experience where I was in that stadium for, 18 innings. We didn't get a single run in that game, I don't think. Bro, did you hear about Marky Mark? I did not hear about, Mark Sanchez. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that thing. I'm just going to go ahead and wait for all of the information there on that one to come out fully. A little bit wild. We're going to get Pumpkin back up here. We're going to get the good luck dragon on this one. Kendrick Lamar, how you doing? Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see everybody in the house. Please, if you can, guys, hit that like button if you can start off. Helps out with people looking right now on YouTube for Seahawks content, play-by-play kind of stuff like this. You hitting that like button pushes me up on the old algae rhythm. Hawkline Heritage. These are the games we need to win if we want to get to where we want to get to. Let's go. Couldn't put it more better myself, Hawkline. The Tampa Bay team comes in here at full strength. Mike Evans, Kalijah Cansey rocking inside. Offensive line at full health. You go, well, look, it's going to be a toe-to-toe battle here, and it can kind of go either way, flip a coin. But I think when you do have a little bit of that advantage, that side of it, and where you stand this season, what you got rolling, this is the kind of game that maybe not a must-win, but it feels like it'd be really nice to win. I could really go for this win. This one would really hit right. Kind of one of those things, I suppose. Let me get my game up here. And we got a couple minutes still here before the start. Justin Ogden, hello, hello. And we're going to be in for a long one today, by the way, folks. So it's double duty today. We're going to be doing all-day play-by-play on the Hawks. We're going to be doing Mariner coverage as well at 5 o'clock as we're going through the post-game discussion. So I hope you're locked and loaded today. Carlos says, hey, buddy, with their corners being down and their run D really strong, is it safe to say that Darnold must air it out? JSN and tight ends must get involved more. Go Hawks. Well, thank you. Yeah, Brinky, well said. My place on this and looking at this and looking at how Tampa Bay has played things is they don't trust their front four up front. They're going to stack on up into the box on things just to try to bring pressure. They're going to blitz off the pressure. It's a little bit of pulling a page out of the Denver Broncos book defensively, where the Broncos are not about really necessarily as much being a hyper blitzing team third down. They'll do that here and there, but it's more that they're going to attack you in first and second down situations on the blitz in ways that teams typically wouldn't do so. And this is to generate more of the pass rush, especially with, a Cansey out, not as much edge really they're bringing to bear. Hold on one sec. Let me get the game. So in my mind's eye, as I look at this, I keep coming back to you have been one of the more conservative teams in the NFL has Seattle on first and second downs when it comes to running, which I'm not moaning about. I'm just saying that's something that Tampa Bay knows walking into this game. And then conversely, Tampa Bay is going to want to bring the heat and the pressure and a lot of that into that first and second down type packages. The counter to me on this is allowing Sam to do a little bit more of throwing with a little bit more volume today. And especially on the first and second down situations, anticipating Tampa Bay is going to try to take that strat. Like you said, knowing that they come in here weak, knowing that they're going to get a little aggressive and already has shown a tendency to do so to overcome where they're weak talented-wise because of somewhat of the, not plague of injuries, but there's a healthy amount of them coming into this game. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneer returner goes back into the end zone, looked like he touched the ball and then went back in the end zone. That was weird. I guess he didn't touch it. Ooh, we almost had another Pittsburgh there. Almost had another little Pittsburgh situation on the returner. Jason Myers. Who's the guy with Boston Red Sox for years, the knuckleballer? I'll just go with Phil Niekro. We got our Phil Niekro in the house here. First down and 10 for the Bucs at the 20-yard line. 4-man from here from the Seahawks. 3 wide receiver look. Handoff inside Rachaad White. He's met in the hole there by Kobe Bryant. And rallied around him is the Seahawks defense. Nice play by Kobe, filling the hole. You talked about a little bit of a run blitz and anticipatory of trying to run the ball on early downs here. Tampa Bay coming into this game, no Mike Evans. Godwin just coming back from his, I believe, second ACL. So probably not at 100%. They're going to be running a lot of Emeka Egbuka and Chris Godwin on the field at the same time, which is going to be a little like Seattle on this, where they've got the dual slots. They don't as much go to the condensed splits for this dual slot kind of situation they're trying to run, interestingly. 2nd and 11 here. Baker back in shotgun. Seahawks run a little loop there at the line of scrimmage. Baker's able to complete it down there to Godwin, it looks like, for a first down. He makes the catch, stays on his feet, rolls past the first down marker. Seahawks are going to be down Julian Love today. Ty Akata in his spot. Devin Witherspoon also out with a knee injury. So Love's a hamstring. Devon is a knee there. So we are going to get Kendrick out on the field. 1st and 10 here for the Tampa Buccaneers. Under center is Baker. 3-4 look here from Seattle. Play action pass. Holy mackerel. Wide open down the field there is Cade Otton. Uchenna just dropped the dude. Tight end Otton wide open down the field there. Big pass play for Tampa Bay. Blown coverage. I don't think anybody ever covered Cade on the play. You just got somebody, it's a play action pass there. And Leonard Williams got some fast heat, but pressure, but man, already on the Seattle side of the football field here, 41-yard line. Play action pass, a little dump off into space here to Rachaad, and he'll be brought down for a couple-yard gain, White. Tazman, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Taz. You are the man, Tazman. Appreciate you. So you got Mike Evans out, Bucky Irvin out. No Godecky still on the right side here for the Bucs, and Cody Mock, their right guard, is out for the season as well. Second and 6 here. Handoff inside to White. He's a tough back. Fights through the first tackler. Finally brought down about a yard short of the first down. Irving's more of a shake and bake guy. Rashad's got a little shake and bake when you get him out in space with the pass catching, but more between the tackles as a runner. He's more going to just be kind of a one-cut guy, get downhill and really just kind of keep the legs driving. He's a grinder a little bit in that way. 11:44 to go here in the first quarter. Third and 1. Handoff inside. Barrels forward there for a first down. Gain of 3. Good opening drive here for Tampa Bay. Seahawks loaded the box up front there. Just a nice cut by White. Very nice vision there. He cut that thing back first where the hole was supposed to go. Very smart play by him. You had 2 Seahawks reading that play where it went, and he kind of used their aggression against them on that run. First and 10. Shotgun look. Play action pass. Mafe bringing some pressure. Another easy completion underneath. Cade Otton again. I guess Seattle's deciding not to cover Cade Otton today. He's sitting there just wide open in the football field. He runs a little chip block, and again, nobody picks him up. Just sits wide open. First and 10. Baker, 4-4, 56 yards here on this opening drive. He's going to check the play at the line of scrimmage. Play clock winding down. Gets the snap off, tries to bring back another screen the other way. Seahawks snuff it out there with Kendrick, and they'll bring it down for a negative play. The whole timing was set kind of off on that play. As you could see, Baker trying to get his running back in the right spot, trying to do a fake one way, come back to the screen the other way, and probably screaming at his running back right now. Fun fact here for your Hawks, by the way, right tackle for Tampa Bay is Heck. I think it's Charlie Heck, I believe. His dad, a former first-round franchise left tackle back in the day for your Seattle Seahawks. Way back in the day. Hey, sweetie. We need your luck. We need your orange luck to counter this orange catastrophe on this drive. Let's get you up here. Baker's going to roll out. He's going to complete a ball late, rolling to his left for just a couple of yard gain. Not going to really do a whole lot on that. Good job defensively there from the Hawks. Let's hold this to a field goal attempt, shall we? Let's do that. Come on, we need the kitty. We need the kitty luck here. Derek Hall did a good job there of forcing the pressure on Baker, flushing him from the pocket. Seahawks keep it locked up on the back end. 8:47 to go here in the first quarter. Long opening drive for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3rd down and 9. Press look on the outside from Seattle. Baker drops back to pass. He's looking. He's going to scramble. He's going to scramble, and he is going to be 4 yards short as he takes a slide. Leonard Williams comes up a little gimpy, reaching for his rib as he walks off the field. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will bring out the field goal unit. Hey, we immediately got to stop when she got on screen. That's all I'm saying. Can you make them block this? He pumps through the little punch shot, and they're going to get 3 points on the board there. So Seattle defense does manage to get stifling at the end there. But Tampa Bay's opening script works well, at least down the field, get them a couple points. Therapy as a consultant. Yeah, 7 minutes off the clock. Bang. That was a healthy drive there. They definitely took a little stranglehold on the time possession here early on. Yeah, this was the move with Hall coming off. He was definitely kind of holding the side and then holding the side of his rib cage as he was walking off. It's hard to say on those kind of things with that what it possibly could be there, but you do hope maybe it's just cramping. Did Pumpkin use her hair color to sneak into Tampa Bay's red zone offense? But yes. Well, I mean, she's using her psychic pumpkin orange powers. And that counters creamsicle all day. I'm just saying. Yeah, they took, like, when your dog takes the remote and he's only had it for, like, you swear to God, like 20 seconds in his mouth, but you take it out and, like, a fifth of that thing is gone. How did you do that? That was like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drive right there. Pumpkin's beside herself. How you doing, Art? It's good to see you, man. Misfit in the house. Hello. Martin Lawrence, thank you for 9 months as a Hawks Nest member. Here's hoping for a Seahawk opening drive touchdown. Well, that would be a hell of a counter, wouldn't it? And by the way, I think we've had a couple of games here recently with an opening touchdown. I only remember because it has been like 2022. I don't get it. I scratch you and you cry. I don't scratch you and you cry. Make it make sense. Ooh, we got a little bit of Dave Craig love there. Okay. They should be showing the freaking Kansas City Chiefs 7-sack day because the guy who gave up the 7 sacks on Derek Thomas was mostly Andy Heck on that day. And his son is now at a right tackle. I'm just saying, if the universe is a flat circle, okay? I don't know if you guys are picking up what I'm intimating here. But if time is a flat circle, maybe history can repeat itself. Here we go. Uptake here by the Seahawks. Brought down at about the 29-yard line is Derek Young. Just goes plowing ahead straight forward there. No hole to be found. Jeff says, my cat does the same. Yeah, she's like talkative either way. You think you start petting me like, okay, that's what I wanted. She'll just sit here and then she'll give me a blow-by-blow commentary on exactly how the petting's going. Yeah. All right, Sammy D comes out now, 7:53 here in the first quarter, 1st and 10, ball on the 29-yard line in Seahawks territory, down 3-0. Seahawks got a little 3-wide receiver look out, a shotgun here to begin things. Horton goes in motion, false start there by Tampa Bay, free play here by Seattle. It's going to go to Torrey Horton. He's going to take it up there for a nice 12, 13-yard gain. You can decline it there. Good sign, getting him jumping off sides there on the first play. No, don't you start untalking this. Come on, that was on them. Okay. Sweet goodness. Chill. Chill. Officials are trying to take a little while here to figure out the flag. Offsides on Tampa Bay. Offsides on Seattle. How? What? Oh, I don't know what that's about there. How can it be not a false start, but off? Okay. All righty. Here we go. 1st and 10s. Pistol look here for Donald. Play action pass, dropping back to throw. Laces it up down the field. He's got Cooper Kupp with a nice catch. Cooper falling and reaching low to go get that ball from the low part of the turf. Not an easy grab at all there. able to just reel that in. Yes, I think he did. He bobbled a little bit, but then he got the elbow down. That should count. That's in. Official got a great look at it. Sam's coming up with up-tempo. Get the snap off quick. That's what he's doing. Kenneth Walker's loose on the outside. Kenneth Walker juices his way up the sideline for a 12-yard carry before he's pushed out of bounds. Love the up-tempo. Don't let Tampa Bay try to play some shenanigans with the challenge. Get up there, get the call called, and let's roll. Outside zone there with Kenneth. Very nice read on his part. Back to shotgun here now. Ball at the 33-yard line. Sam's changing the play. He's got a mirrored look. Both sides here with the receivers. Walker dances around a little bit around the A gap. Can't get much there, but a yard or two. Second down and 8. Pitch play. Out to Walker. Walker squeaks through the hole. Manages to find himself a 7-yard gain. Nice job by Walker. Ooh, got a flag. Holding on Seattle. Oh, Lordy. So instead of 3rd and 1, we're now going to go back to 2nd and 18 and pushed on the outer edge of field goal range after that penalty. Hand off to Walker. He's going to try to bust this outside. Just really nowhere to go. He stumbles his way for maybe a 2 or 3 yard gain at most. Somebody was noting last week, we're not even getting a replay here on that play. Was able to see what that, I can't tell if it was a legit or not. I do hope the officials allow this to play after Thursday night's second half mystery tour. Would appreciate if they just let this game kind of play a little bit. Third down and 16. Arnold drops back to throw. Ball is completed. Down. Just in front of the first down marker to JSN. So bring up 4th down and short. Imagine here you're probably thinking field goal, but you got to go probably field goal here. Warren Myers comes out, the hero from last week, 9 of 11 on the season. 44-yard attempt is up, and it is wide left. Oh, man. He yanked it. Open action here in the NFL. Got the Saints beating the Giants. Denver holds on and takes down the Eagles. Eagles take an L, a rare L this year. Dallas blows out the Jets. Carolina Panthers able to escape a win with the Dolphins. That was a close game. Not a lot of good games in the opening stanza. And Arizona's taken a 7-0 lead. Minnesota was also able to beat the Browns earlier. Houston dog walked Baltimore minus Lamar Jackson. The Raiders are still struggling with Indianapolis coming back, beating them 46 after losing to the Rams last week. Got a donation here from Martin. A couple donos. Sorry, man. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 dono. This game will decide how much I buy this team. Like I said, too, a little bit at the top, to your point on this. This is one where the expectations got to be that I feel like you got to kind of take this kind of team down a little bit. Not that they're not still a really good team and not that they're not a hardy challenge. That's part of the mix of this. It's all part of the mix of it a little bit. But you are trying to gauge about where exactly this Hawk team is at. And it's a team that has not been bad at all in recent years, our Seattle Seahawks team. And it's been on the upward side of average to decent. And can we crack through? And that's what we're looking for the signs of. That's what you're looking for the signs of. And I think it's valid at this point where at the juncture they're at to be saying, all right, we're just about that time where these kind of wins start to come forward. Not that you're blowing this team out, but you're able to take these dubs at home. It would be kind of what you'd ideally like for a team that is into that rising state, Sanchez. I agree. X-Wing Dispatch, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Folks, do please hit that like button. Sub on up if you get a chance. I would really appreciate it. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Bucs. Shotgun look. Play action pass. Rolling out to his left is Baker. He's going to throw it high and away there. Ty Akata down there to make a play on the ball. Cade Auden looking for a call, but Ty made the play on the ball there. You're not going to get that. You're going to get contact if you go up and you're actually making a true attempt there, which is what he was doing. Baker on that opening drive, 6 of 6, 57 yards. So that's his first incompletion here of this one. 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Ball at the 34-yard line, Tampa Bay's territory. Two-man backfield and a shotgun look here for Baker. Handoff inside. Rashad White does a good job keeping his feet through traffic there. Picks up about 5. And you are having a hissy fit today. 3rd down and 4. They're going to give him 6 on the play. Baker dropping back to pass. He's looking flush from the pocket. He's going to scramble this one. Easily sidesteps Ernest Jones and goes and gets himself 10 yards on the play. This is the part to me in this game that is the real key on this offense of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that is that you have got to be able to stop Baker Mayfield's improvisation. If you force him within this to play within the script of the offense for a whole day, and that's the only way he can harm you. It's not that he's then going to do nothing against you, but it's that, where do you want to do? You take away the things that are his strength there, and he's going to want to run around like this. You gotta be aware of that a little bit out there. And Ernest just got shook in the open field by Baker. It's like, come on. 1st and 10. Handoff inside, brought down for 2-yard gain. Nice job by Brandon Peely in there. And it's an oblique injury for Derek Hall. He'll be out for the rest of the game. Clock continues to wind. 3 wide receiver look for Baker, back into a shotgun. Seattle count with a 4-man front. Quick pass outside, completed for a 1st down. Mecca Ibuka. Seahawks defense a little bit on their heels right now with this Buccaneer offense. First and 10, Tampa Bay. Under center is Baker. Handoff inside. Got a little bit of a misdirection play there. Takata does a nice job of coming up and cutting down the wide receiver there. There's a little bit of a mini fly sweep look there. 3-yard gain. Goodness, this first quarter clock is just about to blow all the way out here. I mean, it is cooking. 6-play drive here for Tampa Bay. Blitz from the Seahawks. Tampa Bay has got it picked up. Baker flocked back. Good play in coverage, it would appear, by Josh Jobe. And it is a good play in coverage there by Josh Jobe. No, it's not. Roughing the passer. Like it's going to be one of those days, folks. Strap on in. First and 10. They're going to call a roughing passer. Byron Murphy runs over the guy, and then the guy drops back on his butt. Baker flushed for a 5-yard gain on first down. Clock will roll. Interesting call there. Interesting calls in this first quarter here against your Hawks in collective tandem. Feels like just third and fourth quarter from the Cardinal game kind of carrying over here a little bit. I think Tampa Bay is just going to go ahead and eat the rest of this clock here in the first quarter, and that'll be that. Martin, thank you for the $5 donation. Was at the Viking versus Steeler game in Dublin last Sunday. Loved every bit of it. Really hope there's a regular seasoning Dublin next season. Really hope there's a regular season game in Dublin next season. That's a lot. That's a mouthful there. I would think that the NFL is going to try to make this happen. I mean, I think you can kind of see what the long-term attempt is going to want to be done here by the NFL. And that is that, to me, I think that once you look to expand into Europe, Martin, you're going to look to expand heartily. You don't know when maybe the timing of this can take place or what the process would be undertaken for it to happen. But I think that when you're looking at the NFL going into the future, it's to me quite obvious that you would want to lock in Dublin market. You want to lock in the London market. You want to lock in at least the German side of it too. I think that they seem pretty into this. I'm sure you could find a couple of others in there, be it this or that. But I think that that's really the plan in this, and that I think Dublin's to be included in that if they're in their long-term outlook of this. But hard to say. NFL's kind of bounced around a bit and played it a little bit sly with which teams do, which win and how and all that. But I think the idea is that you every year get a team in Dublin, and every year getting a team in, London. Every year getting a team over there, if you can, in Germany. That's the long-term out. And then you eventually get that transition to where you can actually get a full-on team over in those parts. And as a different conference or how it goes, we'll see on that part, or how they can pull it off, or I don't know on that. But I think that's what the hope is with this, and kind of setting the groundwork. Of course, they want to increase the worldwide fandom with it too. But I know you guys I know you guys host well over there, so I didn't have a chance to see the full game yet and kind of get the feel for the crowd. But every time I've seen a European game, Martin, it seems like they're really turned up. MJC Hawk, thank you for the $5 donation. He says the Myers curse, now 9 of 12, man. Now 9 of 12. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And yes, says you and Frogman with a $2 donation, says missed Kurtz. It's the curse of Hyde. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We all know it. We all want to deny it. We want to act like it doesn't exist. But we all know. We all know it's there, scratching at the back of our neck. One year you get Dr. Jekyll. He's a fine sir. He's a kind man. He makes his kicks. And then the year after that, you get Dr. Jekyll. It's horrible. Thank you, guys. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. We lead the NFL with 33 runs for no gain or tackle for loss. Happy we're running the ball more this year. We need to just be a little bit less predictable. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. You're sort of definitely echoing exactly my kind of thoughts off the rip here a little bit, and won't forget about your 1 second. 2nd and 6 for Baker, dropping back. He's going to throw a little ball out to the flat here to Rachaad White. Rachaad makes the catch. Seattle rallies well to the ball. White does a good job of just grinding out a couple of yards there where there didn't look like a couple of yards existing, and that will bring us up to a 3rd and 4. Tampa Bay just kind of moving that, just easy going, trotting kind of pace up the field, taking the play clock down each time. 3rd and 4. Baker dropping back to throw, out route, left wide open there. Incomplete. Nice play by Okada. I thought that he got the 2 feet down before he knocked it out, that they would call it, he was bobbling. Okay, there we go. I couldn't see Godwin bobbled it at first, an out route there that he just bobbled a little bit, and that meant that those steps he got down didn't count. So, yeah, great play by Okada, who's playing good football here to begin things. He's made a couple of plays. A nice job by the Hawks defense to get Stout there. 4th and 4, field goal attempt here by Tampa Bay. Snap, down, hold, up, kick good, 6-6. Peter, though, I back to your ideas there offensively. I think that I lean in the same way here. We're right now leading the NFL with 33 runs for no gain or tackle for loss. We're getting a lot of loaded boxes, stacked boxes. I think we're one of the highest percentages in the league. There's a lot of supplemental data here that beyond just the fan gut instinct on this one, there's a lot of data that sort of speaks to a little bit in this particular game, at least. Not that you have to maintain this through every avenue of every game, but that maybe this game would be the one where you do open it up a little bit more here. And you're not trying to throw 45 times a game, but you're going to go up from 22, 23, 24 attempts, and okay, maybe we end up at around 34, 35 in this one. Not that you bail out of the run game either, but just anticipating a little bit that they're going to try to take it away, and go where they're the loading up here. You go where they're weak, and every defense has got to choose a weakness on every given play. It does. And can you offensively get into the right play to attack that? And that's a lot of times why they give those quarterbacks multiple plays coming up the line of scrimmage. This would have been a week I would have definitely instructed both Mike McDonald to Clint Kubiak and Clint Kubiak to Sam Darnold. You see those openings in the passing game this week. Let's go take it, especially being at home. Well said, though, Peter. Duquan Quack, thank you for 46 months as a Hawks Nest member. That's a long time, I appreciate you for that. Today, it just feels like it's going to be a boat race. It might be. We might need to get up on that hydroplane and get that thing cooking right now. I'll tell you that. I do like seeing the defense keeping the field goals and not touchdowns, but offense is going to have to maybe keep some pace here, man, to your point. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Are you streaming the M's after this? Indeed, I will be. It won't be a little bit like last night, because we'll be in kind of Hawks discussion, so I don't know if I'll be doing the full-on green screen and all of that goodness with it, but maybe. But yes, we will be. We got the 5 o'clock game of the Mariners, and I will be live streaming that whole game. So it's going to be a late day here for your boy. Hang in there. Let's lock in. Keon, thank you for another $2 donation. With Evans, does Tampa Bay have the best wide receivers in the game? Good question. I mean, they're certainly in the discussion. I'm trying to think about, there's a couple that I'm like, well, they're kind of in play. I mean, Eagles with Devontae Smith and AJ is definitely impressive. Puka and Devontae Adams is pretty good too. I think the thing with Tampa Bay is like what they're doing already with Emeka is that Emeka is a transitionatory player from Godwin. I think that a lot of that was a little bit of a fumbled snap here. or fumbled uptake here by Derek Young, and he's able to gather back in and get upfield there for a pretty moderate return. So you have in Evans a pure outside X. You have in Godwin really more of a guy that's a slot and more closer to the pure mark than anything else. And in Emeka Buka, a guy that's going to be more of a pure slot than anything else, I believe. I'm not positive on the Emeka thing. We'll see. Certainly JSN's made this transition. I've got to be a bit more open-minded to this type of stuff. 1st and 10, Darnold under center here. Bucs come out with a 3-4 look. Back shoulder throw here to JSN. He's going to get up the field here for a first down. Just like what I'm talking about on what Seattle's doing from a plan of attack approach here early on. That's nice to see her offensively. And that is that you get the 3-4 look. Remember, 3-4 look past couple of years in football has been one that's been not as much out there. It's coming back into football right now, a little bit more. Back to the traditions here, as it was falling away, up-tempo look here. And that ball will be thrown just outside the grasp of JSN, and you're going to get a flag on the play. He thinks he was held, and looks like he's got a strong case to make the claim that he was. Pass interference, too. That's a deep play down the field. That's a big penalty for Tampa Bay. Press coverage there, and just held on to the press coverage a little bit too long, not allowing JSN's trying to run a little bit of a wheel route from the slot. And Parrish just gets into him, Jacob Parrish, a little bit too much there. So a 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Ball at the 49-yard line into Tampa Bay territory. Charbonnet in the backfield here, 1st and 10. Run blitz right there in Charbonnet's face. It's just what I'm talking about. This is what teams are doing. This is what teams are doing. So you have back-to-back plays. You throw on first down, success. You have a draw to come back to that running attack just to make sure you're staying committed to it. Understandable. But what you're getting then counter from the defense is them running a linebacker blitz right in your face on first down without any fear of the passing attack on the back end, without any fear of play action on the back end there. This is going to be on Kubiak today to recognize this, because this is getting, again, to an extreme place on this Seahawks offense recently. Shotgun look here for Sam. 3-yard loss on the play. Dropping back to throw. Ball tipped up in the air. JSN not able to reel it in. That'll bring up 3rd and 13. So I guess, Keon, to answer your question, I suppose I would go to Tampa Bay as good an answer as anybody else. I don't have a pure separator anywhere else. I have some good ones I can kind of place. I think the tough part, though, with them becomes just, it's not necessarily 2 outside guys in a great slot. It's more of like, one great one and then 2 really nice 3s. And 3s just being slot, not that they're, 3rd wide receiver in the pecking order, if you were. 3rd and 13, shotgun look here for Darnold we got 3 wide. He's going to flip this inside to Kenneth Walker. Walker's going to get loose here. Walker's got an angle. He's got the first down. Let's go, Kenneth. Gliding his way there through traffic, finding his way to the edge, and another. Our Vandalay, thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate that. Megan, thank you for becoming a member again of the channel. I appreciate that as well. Oh, man. Third and 17. How do you have an eligible... I don't understand I don't get the flag on it. I don't get the flag at all. I don't. Holy hell, only 1/4 of this already. It's a screen pass as I understand it. I don't know how you get an eligible man downfield on the pitch play. I've seen that play run a million times in my life. I've never seen an eligible man called downfield on that play in my life. Someone quick, go find me a link on YouTube of an eligible man downfield on just a shuffle play down inside. You won't find it. There's not enough time on the play. It's snap, hike, pitch. It's not snap, hike, the quarterback sitting there going 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, pitch inside, and the linemen have gotten downfield. It's bang, bang. So it goes hike, pitch inside to the player. No, Aaron, it's not a good call. It's not a good call. It's not a good call. No. Bad call. If we want to call it a throw and he's 5 yards field, it's behind the line of scrimmage as a pitch. So you're pitching to where he's still catching it behind the line of scrimmage. The lineman's supposed to be able to be out of field if it's a play like that. So even then, still can't be called. But again, if it's a call that happens all the time, to my point on this, I'll gladly bring it up right now on my YouTube channel. This is a call that comes down all the time, and you see it on that kind of play. Go look for it on YouTube if you can. I'm going to reckon and guess you're not going to find it. That's what bothers me about that. So anybody goes, well, that's commonplace. You go, okay. I'm over it. It's flushed. Ready for whatever? Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Agreed, Brian. I'm not going to get into it. Let people have their opinion on it. Just strapping in here. First and 10 for the Bucs here at the 6-yard line. Handoff inside. Brought down there. 1 yard gain. 11:15 to go here in the second quarter. Tampa Bay up on the Seahawks 6-0. Shotgun look for Tampa Bay, 3 wide. Pressure, throws it, completes it, behind the line of scrimmage there, brought down. Drake Thomas with the nice tackle there, getting him behind the line of scrimmage for a long third down here for Tampa Bay. .10:06, 3rd and 12. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Baker's going to throw a little bubble screen out over there. Find a man. Good job by Leonard Williams to come and bring him down to the ground for a great tackle, rallying out in space from his defensive line position. Leonard had to go a good 10 yards to get out to go make that play. You don't see a lot of defensive linemen that big going and getting that far away from the line of scrimmage to go get that done. All right, so punter is in the shadow of his own end zone here, sitting on the Seahawk logo. See what the special teams can dial up here. Short punt. It's going to take a Hawk bounce at first and then a Buccaneer bounce and roll down to the 41-yard line. 9:04 to go in the second quarter. 6-0. Tampa Bay. I'll be right back. Boardwalk sure is cool down there in Seattle. Seems like it's really livened up downtown. A little bit down there, you know. First down is head for the Seahawks. Sam goes under center here. Little tunnel screen. Goodness. Lyman just completely whiffed in space on the tunnel screen. Yeah, you kind of had a nice little play set up, well designed. You got 4 yards out of it there. But boy, your lineman, you had 2 guys pulling out in space looking like they should. Looked like they just completely whiffed on Jacob Parrish there. He was able to cut right across them to go get JSN. 2nd down and 6. Pitch play out here wide to Walker. Walker. 2-yard gain. This will bring up 3rd down and short. Empty look for Seattle, 5 wide. 4-man pressure look here from the Tampa Bay counter. Sam drops back to throw. He's got Cooper Kupp. Cooper does a good job of just making sure he gets the lean forward to get the first down there. Nice job by Cooper. Good throw by Sam. First and 10. Pistol look here. Play action pass. Sam dropping back to throw. Nowhere to go. Just run it. Just run it. Oh! Boy, Barner just bumper card someone there pretty good. First down. Good job by Sam keeping his eyes upfield there. That looked like all just go scrambling. Still kept his eyes up. Came back down, made a nice good throw into Barner there on the run. Allowing Barner just to make that catch really easily. Doesn't have to go out and catch it out here, not back here, not over here. Right there in your belly, get upfield. First down and 10. Direct snap here from Walker. He's going to look to pitch. No. What was that? Pitch play by Jalen Milroe coming into the game. He decides to wait to pitch it to Walker tremendously late when there was nothing that was going to happen on the play. Tampa Bay's ball on the fumble. This team cannot let go of Jalen Milroe. They just cannot let go of this thing. And I do not get this. My goodness. Oh, why did we draft this? Oh. Sam is playing like the number one rated quarterback in the sport right now. Everything he's doing in this game is working roses. And the need is to drive to get Jalen Milroe out on the field. Why? Every time he's walked on the field, it looks like a freaking mess. An absolute mess. He's moving the ball. He's converting third downs. He's doing his job. Why take him off the field? What are you thinking? What, we've got to validate the third round pick. We got to make sure that people understand that we didn't just throw a third round pick away for nothing. We've got to make sure that we're getting some returns off that pick. At least once a play, once a game, we've got to have him come in. It's a nightmare when you bring him out there. Don't do it. Stop it. Stop. What must they be seeing in practice? What is it that he's doing in practice that must be so walking on, like angel wings must burst from his back and he just flies from one side of the field to the next for touchdowns in practice? Because on the field, it is awful watching Jalen Milroe when he comes into the game. You instantly go, no. Teams who do stupid things don't win games. First and 10. Baker Mayfield under center. Play action pass. Drops back to throw. He's going to take a shot. Man wide open. Got him. First down. First and 10, 5:48 to go here in the second quarter. Bucs driving into Seahawks territory. Fake one way, come back the other way. Seattle doesn't look like they're confused. Nice play by Tyrese Knight in the backfield for a loss of 4. Arda Levy, thank you for the $5 donation. Says death, taxes, and panning shots of Pike Place from the NFL. Let's go, Hawks. Plenty of game left. Hey, still plenty of game left to Levy. Love the optimism. And yep, NFL's always got to get their compulsory Pike Place shot. I guess at least we didn't see the fish thrown. They're at least kind of doing more of getting some of the boardwalk mixed in there too, I guess. So maybe it's starting to expand just a little bit, which is cool. 2nd and 15, 5:06 to go here. Clock a-running. Baker directing traffic, 3 wide to the far side of the field. He drops back to throw. Pressure coming from his right. He's able to step around it, step in front of it, crumble forward there for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards. Uchenna able to finally chop him down there as he tries to get through the front of the pocket. Jonathan Salazar, $2 donation, says we were moving the ball. Why call that? I think you sense a little bit as this is why I'm inherently so frustrated in this. There's things in the game you can't control, be it flags or play going this way or that way, tip pass to the land, but there is stuff you can control, and just don't do things that are, it's one of those things. 3rd and 14, empty look here for Tampa Bay. Baker dropping back to throw. He's got pressure. A little bit of a screenplay they're going to set up here, which is going to be successful and go get them a first down. But I don't know the draw. We do have a flag here. Oh, they're going to wipe. There is no flag, so just a first down. Mark Sanchez with the $2 donation says, B, we talked about this after we drafted him. Yeah, and I share Jonathan, Mark, your guys' deal with this. I don't know why, if you have Sam having a hard time moving the ball, if you have a hard time offensively moving the ball, it's really not been the problem here so far this half. That's one thing. It's another thing when the offense is moving, your quarterback is executing at a very high level. Don't take him off the field. And we talked about it when we drafted Mark, that there's a pull to do this when you draft in the 3rd round to try to get some of that value out of it. 1st and 10, rolling to his right here. Seattle looks like they're pretty well on it. Boy, horrible tackling. 2 defenders, one included, shocker, missed the tackle in space, allowing for what should have been a play behind the line of scrimmage to go for 6 yards. Momentum right now just does not feel like it's in Seattle's favor here. Things are just, especially with that fumble. But this is, what we talked about, Mark. Part of what we were lamenting on draft day, and I took my share of heat for it. Trips here. Rebecca will go in motion. Throw to right, brought down. Defense kind of feels like it's lost a little bit of heat here. First down there by White. Very frustrating to see. The coaching staff has got to shut down this experiment. Milroe may be a quarterback for down the line, maybe your future franchise, maybe a future guys you can use in trick play situations. But right now it is not working, and there's no reason to do it. Let's put it away. 1st and goal, ball on the 7-yard line. Baker under center here. Pitch play out wide. He's got White working his way upfield for an easy touchdown. Brandon McKell, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we're doing too much and we don't have to. Ridiculous. Amen. Amen. Kind of strange. Kind of strange. Thanks for the donation. You too, Sanchez as well, who says, with a $2 donation, Tate Ratledge was available when we took Milroe. Now, that's one of those guys that a lot of people have come to me and said, well, who would you have gone? Which would, if our offensive line looked a little bit better right now, would that not be for the much better of this team as it stands right now? And the team was drawn to Milroe. And look, he may pay off down the line. I think he's still got potential, to develop, but he's not ready to go right now. He's not ready to be out on an NFL football field, period. You can't have your backup come into the game and cause a turnover It's such, just like Brandon says, ridiculous is the word that comes to my mind. You just can't. What is the decision making that leads you to that? Why are you driven to do that? Because this is how you're going to attack where Tampa Bay is going to be weak. We're going to run the ball on a wishbone look from 1975 Nebraska program. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $5 donation. Frederick, every time this team gets an opportunity to prove that they are real, they completely fall apart. This is the third year in a row we've seen this stuff. Definitely was a prove a game. Sanchez mentioned this earlier, Frederick, to your point. I agree with you. I agree with you on it. This is a game that you get a test. And even in this test, it's set up for you to do well on this exam. You're well studied for it. You've got the extra rest. You're playing at home, 3-game winning streak. Here comes your test. And you're failing to hold up in this game so far. A lot of game left to go, for sure. But this is a disappointing way to come out in this, and tough watch. Kealan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, getting cute for no reason. We are moving it without the flag stopping us. Amen. Back to my point. That's exactly, you guys, we're all in alignment, man. 100%. This is why I'm so frustrated by this. This is openly dumb. I'm not going to opt and go to a coaching staff and you're openly like, look, you had a reason to do this. You're trying to balance this and that on your metrics of what you're thinking about in the moment as to what gets you to decide to do this thing. But here, this is just an openly dumb thing. And there's no reason for it. You're moving the football. Sam Darnold is playing at a high level. You're going to run and by the way, you're running a run play, which I said at the top of the freaking show, trying to run early downs against this defense is going to work. But we still seem dead set in this game on running into a head wall over and over again. And it does mount on the frustration part because you go, why just bang your head up into a wall that's not going anywhere? You're not getting it. Meanwhile, Sam's throwing on first down and getting completions. And you're going away from what's working because of some pre-designed thing in your head of what you thought, read the room a little bit, just a little bit. And I don't know, man, we suck at home now. 4-7 on the road in our recent games. Yeah. Mike McDonald working the ref on the sideline. They're not giving you anything today, Mike. I can't believe they wiped off the flag, by the way. That was perfect, too. That was brilliant. Drake Young taking this up the field. He's got some space to work with, and he'll bring out a nice return here to the 50-yard line, which you need because you got 2:01 left. Seahawks, so I'll have 4 stoppages of the clock with 3 timeouts and still 1 second before the 2-minute warning. So nice job by Derek to go out there and get you a little bit back on that. It's a tester game, Frederick, and where you stand this game is going to tell us a lot about that potential upside of this team this year. Not that it tells you this team's a contender, but that there's the upside there to be had as it can grow and get better, hopefully along with time. We need to see it. We need to see it, man. And Keon, getting cute for no reason is absolutely right. 1st and 10, Darnold in shotgun. 2 wide to the far side of the field. Stacked up. 2 tight end look here for them. Sam dropping back to throw. He's got pressure. He's got to get rid of it. Throws it down at the feet there of Charbonnet. 2nd and 10. That'll be the 2-minute warning. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. At this point, release Milroe just so Kubiak doesn't even have the possibility of calling a play for him. I'm open up to, at this point, making the emergency quarterback and putting the roster spot open for somebody else. I was open to this being a thing that conceptually could work, but it's not working. And they don't have a really solid plan on how to make it work. And he doesn't look prepared or ready to go. So the combination of those 2 factors should inform management and coaching staffs that perhaps we put this thing on ice. And again, the great equalizer here being the Sam Darnold effect. He's playing marvelously. Sam through this first half, 7 of 9, 80 yards. Doing what he can. I'm just saying. But your guys, I'm with you on it. Oh, you guys can sense it from me. It's just like, oh, come on. Come on home. We don't have to make it work. Don't have to make this thing happen now. It can still have all the potential down the road and all the potential with him even being that kind of wild card part you can bring into the offense, but down the road. Martin, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. If you're playing on the Seattle defense, you've got to be absolutely furious with the offensive coaches for dialing up that nonsense. Agreed. That's that momentum thing that you'd like to think the players overcome, a game-changing play like that happens. And that, but there's that human nature of it, shoulders kind of slump and you go out or you dial a little bit off that intensity of heat that you were at to start the game. Like, offense. It's just a bit of a human nature. And that's that momentum part that does factor into football. And it can swing back and forth at times. It can remain to one side of a team through a whole game. And they're carrying that torch all the way and they just hold it and grip it. And that's just the way it goes. But it does kind of work this way between the two parts of the football team as they do go together in that way, and that can cause a bit of a deflation a bit there. And it did feel like that a little bit for the defense when they came back on the field after that fumble, Martin. I kind of felt the same way. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, Mark. Is it that hard to keep Milroe on the bench? I guess it is, man. They're dead set. Cole with a $2 donation says Hawks are brain dead.
Enough said.
I'm just saying. All right, Sammy D back out on the field here. 2 wide receiver look. 4-man front from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They got a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage, though. Charbonnet here is going to take this for a gain of about 3.5. Appreciate you, Mark. Cole. Peter Van Gent, thank you for another $5 donation. That Georgia guard or center are looking like pretty good uses for that 3rd-round pick about right now. Amen, man. Amen. And that sticky investment in the offensive line, Clock's going to roll here, 1:25 to go. 3rd down and 6 for the Seahawks. Tampa Bay threatening a blitz. They drop out of it. They bring it late. He's got to wait for... Boy, what a grab by Cooper Kupp. Able to stab that ball out away from him. And I'm telling you what, Sam had to put some heat on that because it was a very tight window and good coverage he had to fit the ball into. 1st down, Seahawks. 1:01 to go here on the clock in the 2nd quarter. Sam dropping quickly back to pass. Lets it rip. Finds Horton. Horton brought down with another 1st down. Got to keep this thing moving. Let's go. Seattle's going to call a timeout. Nice play by Horton. He does come up just a little bit gimpy on that after making the catch. Yeah, it's the one thing I think we may wonder in time on that one, Peter. We'll see. And look, if Milroe develops into a franchise quarterback and that dude, then you're looking marvelously on the other side of that scale of things. But to your point, if it kind of reverses the inverse way, you wonder the inverse, don't you? A little bit on that one. It is the part that I think we can still maintain even through the short part of this season. That is, we don't start to look in, but when you look far off down in the offseason, that you come back to John and you go, look, Zabel worked great, early pick. Lucas, Cross have worked pretty good, early picks. Like, let's keep this, rolling and even maybe just put those final 2 spots to bed here a little bit. 1st and 10 here for the Hawks. 2 timeouts remaining, 53 seconds on the clock. Sam dropping back to throw, of course. He's going to be under a lot of pressure, breaks the pocket. Just going to have to maybe throw it away here and tries to fit in there. Cooper Kupp late for an incomplete pass. Seattle does get the ball after half here. So maybe perhaps a bit of a factor in the decision making. Like to just at least get some points on the board. I want a touchdown, but you just get some points on the board here. Second and 10. Bucs threatening double A gap, pressure blitz here. Fall out of it. Sam drops back, finds Cooper Kupp. 3rd down. Seahawks going to come back up here. And it looks like they're going to... Did they call the timeout? They called the timeout, their second timeout, 33 seconds. You're kind of wondering what to do, I think, as a coach there necessarily on when to call the timeout or not, or if to do so, because there's a part of this in your mind with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers having 3 timeouts left on the board as well. You want to be thinking of a little bit on this, especially if you can't get this first down. So I'm sure Mike was kind of going, do I pull this here and do the timeout or not on this one? David, thank you for the $2 donation, says this game can set the season on a bad trajectory. David, I love the thought, and it's cool that I think you guys are in really so much of the alignment just in these donations alone. I'm seeing a lot of the same in the chat. Very much we're in the same alignment on this and the outlook of this game. It's an important one here for us to try to make this noise, to try to set the stage right. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to get to Royal. Royal, get out of bounds, bud. And he does. First down. Nice job by Elijah. Did they not say he got out of bounds? Are we going to have to call our final timeout on that one? No. They say he got out of bounds. Good. All right. Ball on the 18-yard line. Seahawks down 13-0. 31 seconds remaining. Hawks have 1 timeout remaining. Right about middle of the road in red zone percentage this year in the NFL in their rank. 3 wide receivers. Darnold dropped it back. Pass. He finds there Barner. Barner rolling down. Timeout. Seahawks are going to come down here and maybe just kind of spike this, preserve the timeout if they can. Clock rolling, 15 seconds to go here. Darnold is going to quick hike this. Drops back to pass, looking to hit it on the edge. Ooh. Dangerous throw. Zion McCollum got his hands on it, almost jumped that route for a pick 6. That would have been not too good. Darnold got that a little bit behind Horton rather than out in front. And that gave McCollum a chance to undercut it. He knows he got away with one there a little bit, did Sam. 9 seconds to go. Maybe about just the one play to run here from a Seahawks standpoint of things. Tampa Bay is going to go ahead and call a timeout and get themselves structured up correctly. But David, thank you for the $2 donation. I agree with you 100%. This game can set the season on a bad trajectory. It can set the season on the right trajectory. Come out of this with a 4-1, feeling like you're locking in some certain things and understanding where you're going ahead in a little bit. It's got the both sides of this to where it goes. But I think, do find a little bit of a crossroads here of this particular game for the season here for us and trying to determine where the team's going to ultimately go. They'll never, I don't think, be bad this year. I don't. But you're intimating, and I agree, a little bit about what they could be. What's the potential here? Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Kendrick is acting like he doesn't want to hit them. It's definitely been a little more backing off on the tackling front, maybe a little bit today, Keon, to your point. I've seen a couple of those myself there. A little late there to rally. All right, 2nd and goal. JSN goes in motion here, setting up with a 3 wide receiver look at the far side of the field. Seahawks going to rifle it down. Did he get it? He got it! Jackson Smith and Jigba with a touchdown. Sam put a little bit extra sauce and flavoring. That's that natural Darnold flavoring on the back of that ball. Cooked it in there for a touchdown. Whoo, that thing was whizzing. Whizzing like a bullet. Little post route to the back of the end zone. Darnold beating, I think that's Winfield, to the post route and humming that thing in there. Jackson Smith and Jigba with the touchdown. And the Seahawks with a hell of an answer on that drive. They get the extra point here. Beautiful. All right, he got it. Jason's going to make us nervous today. All right, so Seahawks, great job there coming with the 7, not just the 3. And Sammy with a ballsy throw there. He just ripped that thing in there. Corner thought he had safety help over the top. And Sam can show you off some of that arm strength in those windows there where you can feel that with him. Jackson, a hell of a route run. Run from the outside, by the way. All right. Oscar Myers is right. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJ. Let's be smart. This is horrible for having 10 days. What kind of bad ideas are we going to have with a full bye week? Oh, there's going to be hook and ladders, MJ. There's going to be flea flickers. There's going to be the Philly special. You just wait till we come back off the next bye week. It ain't going to be one Milrow play a week. It's going to be 5 Milrow play week, 5 plays on that next Milrow week. Kickoff will go deep here. You're just going to send them in the back of the house. They're going to try to bring it out. And you're happy they do that, as that will take us to the end of this first half. So a tough first half, but you reclaim back a little bit of that momentum, that vital momentum there at the end of the half. Seahawks get the 7 points down, 13-7, and they will get the ball back at the start of the second half. Whew. Catch our breath. We catch our breath. Poor officiating, bad fumble there. You're still within a touchdown, and you got possession coming off the half. It could be worse. But yeah, MJ Seahawk, I think there's been some good things here from Kubiak in the first half. I'd advocated for more of the passing early on in the downs. I think he has dialed it up a little bit more from where, if I think we looked at the splits in the first halves of probably the last 3 games, I think you're seeing at times almost a 2-to-1 run to pass rate. He's getting it at least back down into a vicinity now where he's going back to the pass a little bit more. So especially at the end of the half, you kind of had to do it down that game. But 17 passing attempts to 7 rushes here. And again, on a day where I predicted you're going to have a little bit of a hard time running the ball because Tampa Bay is going to load up for that. That's what teams have done recently. You're only averaging 3.1 yards per carry. Granted, you've had at least one or two good runs that have been kind of basically wiped off by some tough calls. But he is leaning into, at least on the good side with Kubiak. As much as I'm frustrated by the Milrow stuff, it's also just in part because of stuff that is working good to the other side. I even like the little tunnel screen they had set up to JSN that didn't go for anything. The linemen were out there. They just kind of it looked like Zabel just kind of missed his block, or that play might have gone for something big too. You got Horton featured in there. You're mixing in Cooper Kupp. You got Arroyo in with a catch at the first half there. I think I'm seeing a good distribution now and not just a JSN show 24/7 in the passing attack. So there are good things here offensively too with it. Just no more Milrow. No more. And you're just going to have to do a lot of praying on that bye week, MJ. A lot of praying because it's going to get wild. What do I predict after the wild? Wait, hold on. If I can find the stupid thing. What do I predict after the bye week, MJ?
Gets hot and sweaty and stanky.
Jeff Jennings, thank you for being a member. I really appreciate you for that, man. Welcome aboard. And the Hawks Nest members, just keep an eye on your community posts. That's where I post the membership benefits. So got the PFF scores coming out on Monday, tomorrow, for you guys from this game. And then we got Thursday night football. Dun, 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 dun. And of course, we'll be doing a call-in show here soon again. So please be on the lookout for that. Thank you. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Great to see you in the house too, brother. Says, we're all right. Too many self-inflicted wounds. Let's score here and get the ball at half. Need to get our D off the field. Love it, Randall. Always got the positivity. I love that. And to your point, they did as you asked. They came back into that half, able to pull a little bit maybe of the time possession, a little bit more closer than it might have looked on paper. You're at 18 minutes and 39 seconds for Tampa Bay, 11 minutes and 21 seconds for the Seattle Seahawks. So hopefully we can continue to keep this thing in solid shape on that side of it. Hopefully. We got that score, man. Got that score, and let's try to get a little controlling of the time possession in the second half would be a good thing to be able to pull back, get the defense a little bit rested up. Maybe perhaps they were on that good amount of drives from Tampa Bay. Felt like every time they had the ball, they were able to move it. In fact, I don't think that they've got one punt on the day, one punt today from Tampa Bay in that first half. So you'd love to see a little bit of improvement there too. Once he does get on the field, get off the field, God forbid, maybe get a turnover. Jerry Walker, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm so sick of having OCs overthinking simple stuff. Brother, I'm with you, man. That's why I'm not trying to be terribly frustrated by it, but it terribly frustrates me. And I struggle to understand why. It's one thing when you're just like, we can't call like ever an offense. We can't run the ball. Our quarterback can't throw the ball. They're getting all this pressure. And you're like, all right, we'll bring out all the guns. Go into the safe, dig them all out, get the cannon out, get the musket out. Do what you got to do. Bring out the wishbone from 1975 as you need. But if it's not that case, if that's not the way it is, then just keep it rolling the right way. Keep it going. Keep it flowing. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, today is definitely a heat check. And damn, are we cold right now? Cold as ice, man. Cold-blooded. Got to warm this thing up. Maybe they got that engine turned on a little bit at halftime. Go back at half, let it heat up, get back out there. Turn on that AC full blast, put the pedal to the metal, and let's find our footing in this one. But yeah, heat check is right. Part of why this is a measuring stick is that even with their injuries here, this is a Tampa Bay team that can still challenge you. That can still get after it. It's still going to be a test. And can you stand toe-to-toe on that with a team that is maybe not one of the upper crust teams of the NFC, but certainly a team that's been in the playoffs recently, has made some noise recently in the playoffs at times. It's a good test. Heat check is right. Jeff Jennings bringing some positivity as well with the $2 donation. Thank you for that, Jeff. Says a lot of game left, folks. Hey, we ain't out of this thing yet. We ain't out of this thing yet. Lock in. We're still here. We're still rolling. We're still rolling. Come on. Come on. Thank you, Jeff. Love it. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Nice to see Sam have good protection overall. Agreed. Great note on that part too, Keon Lund. We got no quarterback hits. No quarterback hits for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers on 17 dropbacks by Sam Darnold in that first half. So to your point, great job there by the defense here of keeping him upright, protected. Good job, Sam, getting the ball out of his hands as he maintains and continues to not be holding on to the ball too long too on the other side of it, helping out his pass pro. But good to see, as it does look like this might be a game where you're going to have to throw to go. It might be a game that we need to make this happen in the air to make this go. So let's see what we can do on that side of it. Drake Thomas Diakata leading the way in tackles for your Seahawks, who had that on their bingo card. Nick Imawari with 3 tackles as well. Seahawks also without a quarterback hit in this first half. And I think when you get back over to the defensive side of the ball here, you can't help but think a little bit about the fact that maybe you'd like to find a way to maybe, if not dial up some pressure here on Baker, find something creatively to go after him. I even like a little bit of the old delayed blitz thing there with him, where you're just hitting him with a little bit of anticipation to where he's going to try to flush the pocket and step up like he likes to do, and you have your guy kind of ready and wait there. But he was able to scramble a couple times on a few of those drives for 4 carries, 16 yards, kind of extend some things that looked troublesome. Johnny A., thank you for reminding me that. Please do, if you can, for me, folks, smash that like button. We got a ton of people here in the house. If you just hit that like button, maybe sub on up if you get a chance. We're on the road to 30,000 subs here. Would love to get to that mark. But you can help us do so today by hitting that like button, subbing on up in that way. Appreciate the reminder on that. Thank you for that. Robert Jimenez is with me on this. He says, with the $2 donation, no more Jalen Milroe packages. That's it. It just brings to mind this, Robert, no more Jalen Milroe packages. Jalen?
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Okay. Not right now. 2026? Yes. 2027? Maybe. Maybe 26. Just not right now. We'll come back to you. We'll come back around. You got to grow in the flower pot a little bit longer. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we do nothing right but a 2-minute drill. This is our bizarro game. Sam is dealing, though. Yeah, Sam is definitely making it go for this offense right now. Continues to do so, and he's got the pass protection holding up, and that's a big part of allowing him to really sail here, along with some pretty good play calling in the passing attack by Kubiak, specifically throwing a little bit more in the early downs. But then on the other, kind of counter side, to that a little bit, there's definitely a struggle right now in running the ball. Some really tough calls in that first half as well on some of the penalties. Nor on there in a few moments there. We're not going to speak to that evil, but it is a little bit of a bizarro game. I agree. Down 13-0 at home like that, Tampa Bay out the gate in the first half. It's like, what? Huh? Hell of a 2-minute drill, though. Hell of a 2-minute drill. And Sam getting it done, man. If he's not bringing aboard that Darnold bandwagon so far, he should be pulling quite a few up with him with how he's playing. Big Blueberry Head. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, that's how you respond. Touchdown Seahawks. Let's go. Let's go. Big time response there, not just to walk away with the field goal, but to go get the touchdown, go get the 7. Not an easy pull there with the time you have on the clock, trying to get up the field like you are there. Trying to be a little bit mindful of not giving Tampa Bay anything back on the reverse side of that so they can go and make a ton of noise to what they're trying to do too. With the 3 timeouts they still have sitting in their back pocket. Excellently executed 2-minute drive. Jeff Jennings with a $2 donation. Thank you for the double donation, Jeff, and becoming a member of the channel. He says, do you still want Geno? Roll on, Sam. Yeah. It's one of those places where with John Schneider, hopefully get more and more credit on this decision. And I think that, again, Geno's being made to look worse than he actually is there with the Raiders. I think the same thing about Coach Carroll. It's just that that's the state of that organization that they were both walking into, and it's going to make them look like they are. But Sam is a great fit in this offense with Kubiak. He can execute it at seemingly a very, very, very fine level. And boy, has he been so impressive here out the gate. Just starting off, just new offense, new team, new pass catchers he's throwing to. And look what he's doing. And not always on the volume attempts thing, not on like when he's doing it on the back of leading the league in passing attempts. He's doing it on the back of being ultra efficient. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Was I wrong about Geno all these 3 years? Yikes. No, it's one where I think it's the confirmation bias, and those people that don't like Geno see Geno struggle out the gate here with the Raiders, and they go, he's just finally being exposed for what he is. And I think that's where I go to, that's not a fair outlook to me. You can't say that no quarterback there outside of maybe Carr has moderately been successful there in about the last 30 years at the quarterback position. Same thing for a coach. I think you got to build that into a little bit of your account of a quarterback going to that kind of environment. Who's he got to throw to? What has he gone from who he had to throw to here to who he's going to throw to there now? The offensive line in front of him, the defense, what's required. It's all that kind of mixed into the bag a little bit. But that also just comes back down to Keon, some of the discussions we've had about how the evaluation of the quarterback position is very much kind of broken in the sport, both from organizationally how teams do it to even how fans look at it in a lot of ways. Because there's a tend to draw to that simplified stand of it. But I don't think, Geno's just fallen off a cliff here now, suddenly going to the Raiders. It's just a combination of a lot of factors. But we're on the right end of it with Sam, I'll tell you that. And that feels good. Jerry Walker, thank you for the $2 donation, Jerry. Making the Bucs look better than they are. We can get after this team, Jerry, to your point, man. This team's missing Buck Irvin. This team's missing Mike Evans. This team is light in that secondary right now. This team doesn't have a lot of pass rush that they can throw at you outside of those moments where they're going to try to blitz you. There are openings here for us to take advantage. And right now the offense is moving the ball. You have the missed field goal, but plenty of opportunity here on that side of it. 1 second here, folks. Sorry about that. I think we get after these guys, Jerry. I do. See if we can lock this in the second half. Get that momentum here. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. William says, please tell us about your Thursday night experience. Move the Rams to St. Louis, Chargers to San Diego, and Raiders to LA. Well, they're going to make the Rams a thing in LA, whether it feels like it's working or not. They at least can always count on the opposition's fan base to fill up the stadium, so they know the tickets are going to be sold. I do think that the Chargers are going to be probably a horse of another color when it comes to this, because it's going to be hard enough to just maintain the Rams fan base there, much less the Chargers. It was a great experience meeting all the people out there. We had one of our Hawk folks there. Was it Corey, I believe, was out there, and got a chance to meet him. We had a lot of Ram 49er fans show up at the event. We sold it out. It was really cool. Had a lot of fun with those guys. Just kind of hung out, had a margarita on an empty stomach, which was not a good idea. And I don't drink ever, so it was a doubly bad idea on that side of it. But it was awesome. If you guys don't know, I'm part of the Roundtable Sports Network there with the NFC West Roundtable, and we did a remote event at LA on Thursday Night Football this week. So do sub up to that channel if you're not already. And it was a great time, man. And the energy was awesome, William. These guys are just cool people. All of them, meeting them in person and hanging out with them. It's just they are who they appear on camera. They're not fake or any part of that. They're real. They're awesome. Just had a great time with them hanging, man. Just BSing and chilling and messing around with some bits here and there. And it was a good time, though. It was a very good time. But I think the LA market's just got a struggle there as far as getting itself set in. All right, here's the uptake here by George Holani. He's going to get not very far there to the 23-yard line. Not too far. But they're going to try to make it work in LA. They didn't build that whole new stadium to kick both the teams. I still do wonder about the Chargers, though. How's that one going to work? I don't know if I can see that one. But it was a great experience, William, and I have put a bug in the air, and I might have those guys starting to be sold, just as an FYI to you guys, on pushing to try to do this for next year in Seattle. So we might be able to be seeing next year the NFC West Roundtable showing up down there and getting something set up. See if I can pull it off. I'm in their ear for sure, William, on that one. All right, shotgun, 1st and 10. Ball at the 23-yard line. Sam dropping back to throw. Quick throw underneath here to Barner. He completes it. Wound down for a nice little gain on 1st down. Love the willingness to throw in 1st down here on Tampa Bay. It's been successful so far to start out this game. Feels like it should continue to be so here as we move along. Second down and 5. 3-4 look here from Tampa Bay. Yeah, oh, come on. He held him. He held him, ref. Oh, did he catch that? Reek caught that ball. Oh, my God. Oh, he got his feet down deep. Cooper Kupp got completely almost clotheslined at the line of scrimmage. That's got to be where this flag is. If they're going holding on this, Kupp, it was right there in the open with Kupp. I mean, Kupp got drugged to the ground. Yeah, holding on them. So Seattle, great job again, 2nd and 5. It's a rundown. Buccaneers loaded up 3-4, bring a run blitz with the linebacker. You come back with a play action pass back to the left. Sam, I think, believes he's got kind of a free play and just throws it up there for Derek, who just goes and gets it. Derek Young with an incredible catch. I mean, there's no separation. The corner's hanging off his shoulder. Sam hit as he throws by Yaya Diaby. And the Seattle Seahawks quickly onto the Buccaneer side of the football field. 1st and 10. Sam back under center here now. Kenneth Walker with the carry. He's out in front with a nice run. Kenneth Walker still on his feet. Kenneth Walker's loose. Can he shake the final man? Can't quite do it at the 5-yard line, but a nice run by Kenneth Walker. 1st and goal, Seattle. Then you see no more 3-4 look on 1st down. Tampa Bay counters back to a 4-man front. Now you attack with the run game. 3-4, go to the pass on early passing down. 4 down, now I got a lighter box. Let's go get him with that. First and 10 for the Seahawks. 1st and goal for the Seahawks, Charbonnet with the carry. Charbonnet up the middle, and Charbonnet's got a look. He's got a lane. He's got the touchdown. Touchdown, Seahawks. Woo, let's go. Off tackle run, downhill city. And they just get it right in. Beautiful blocking there down by Seattle. Hey, how about Bradford? Bradford and Lucas really washing both of their defensive linemen down the line of scrimmage. Kind of felt like Tampa Bay was sensing that was going to be power rather than off tackle. So they start going like this, and the offensive lineman of Seattle just kind of said, okay, we'll take you that direction. And then boom, Charbonnet is able to slide right in behind that. Extra point is up and good, though it is close. Jason.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Don't break my heart today, Jason. Don't break my heart today. Hawks go up 14-13 on a beautiful drive with the run game going back-to-back runs there at the end. Woo! Woo! Doug Gorman, thank you for subscribing to the channel, answering the call on that one. Please do, folks. Hit that like, sub on up like Doug has. Help us get up to 30,000. Help us get up to 30,000 on that marker. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I don't understand the commitment to the run. It's pointless. Manufacture the run with passing. Yeah, I think the context of this would be just add on top of that from, I think you're kind of preloaded on this, if I may just kind of piggyback on that with what you're saying. Don't try to be, pointlessly committed to the run when the defense is loading up so heartily to stop the run. The play where you're rolling back out and you hit Derek Young down the field, you have a 3-4 look, and like we saw them already do in this game, a linebacker shooting the gap just post-snap. So you're really ending up with a lot of clogged congestion down there in the line of scrimmage. It's like you haven't ate fiber for 2 weeks. And do you want to force it out? Do you just want to sit on that thing and just try to, or let's go get ourselves a smoothie, huh? Well, maybe a little roughage. How about a bran muffin, huh? And to your credit, though, Sanchez, and we got to give Kubiak credit throughout this football game in this respect of things, he has leaned into that pathway of that in this game. Has there been a couple of times of running the ball and it's not gotten anywhere maybe early on a little bit? Yeah, but he sensed the temperature in the room and he adjusted the thermostat. Because you are at 19 passing attempts to 9 rushes, and that's a heavy, heavy disparity from where you've been right now in the first couple of games of the season. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I posted the halftime show in the chat. Oh, thank you for that, Mark. I appreciate that. Very kind of you, man. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. Back-to-back $2 donations. He says, I have to say some at the end of the game. For now, go freaking Hawks. Sam cooking. Hey, let's go, man. Let's go. We're here. We're set up. Let's go. Kickoff. Picked up at about the 5, man. Myers at least has got that kickoff thing rolling right. I'll tell you what, he's messing up those kick returners on that bounce. They don't know what to do with that thing. Like they're just sitting there going, all right, defense. You got drop back 13-0 offense, pulled some of the heat and the momentum away from you. How about now? We get some recapturing. How about now we get a little bit of like, oh, hey, no, wait, we're up in this game now. Whoa, hey, wait, we're up in this. A little bit of that feeling there. Be calm. Thank you for the double dip donations, man. Get this close. Let's get this done. Come on, D. 1st and 10, bubble screen out to Chris Godwin. He's going to be brought down by Nick Emanwari. Nice play by Nick. Short 1-yard gain there. Emanwari coming back after a little bit of that injury that held him out the first couple of games. Very nice tackle. That's what you love. You got a former safety out there in that kind of play, can defeat blocks, can go make tackles in space. Even a lot better than maybe a typical slot kind of guy would in that situation, in that alignment. They'll give him 2 on the play. 2nd and 8. Baker back in shotgun here, 4 wide. Baker quickly throws this out in space. Cut down for a quick tackle by Ty Akata on a very short gain there. Sterling Shepard with a catch. 3rd down and 4. Come on, D. 3 and out. Back to the offense with the momentum a little bit here. Just running a little rub route there are the Buccaneers. They've run that a little bit there with those outside, just to get some quick outside throws for Baker. 3 of 6 today on the day is Tampa Bay on 3rd down. Baker, shotgun. Seahawks showing a blitz here. Baker's going to change the protections. Buccaneers sliding. Seahawks drop out of it. They drop out of it, but they just don't pick up anybody in space when they drop out of it. Godwin wide open there on a stop route for a first down. Kind of had a couple moments like that in the Cardinal game when you did bring the stacked box so that you drop back out and the guys are just kind of then floating to a spot rather than floating to the player. Tough to get this offense off the football field here for your Seattle Seahawks today. Baker doing a good job. Godwin off the field there after that catch. 1st and 10. Baker under center here. Play action pass. He's got a wide open rollout here. For another 9 yards, man. Come on, D. Kind of feels like the play calling for the Bucs today. The OC for the Bucs has been a little ahead of McDonald today. Dirty McDonald, whoever's on the play call, like just feels like they're a little ahead of what they're trying to do. Second down and 2. Seahawks jump off sides, it looked like. Nice hit by Arcata, but not before a first down run. Boy, Seattle's just living on the field here. Living on the field. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Mike Mack made Clint take a hit of the smelling salts after that Milrow play. No more grab ass. Can't you win in a quarter? No, you can't. That's right, man. Takes a complete game to go get that dub. And maybe so. Gave him some of those smelling salts. Gave him a little bit of what that landing was on here a couple weeks ago after that win by Oregon. Woo. Play action pass, 1st and 10. Baker dropping back to throw. Wide open. How many times have I said that today? Seattle Seahawks defense is just getting cut apart by this Buccaneer passing offense with not exactly a plethora of pass catchers. Just a lot of confusion. They're running a lot of guys in one space, and Seattle's struggling to pick it up in the zone coverages out of it. Mike's going to have to start to think about maybe doing something a little bit differently here. This ain't working. Just getting smoke showed on defense here right now. Wide play out wide here. Run for about 3 yards. Appreciate you, Wu-Tang. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $5 donation. Run to open the pass or pass to open the run. Always depends on what they're trying to take away. But brilliantly put, man. I can't add more to it than that, Jeff, as that's exactly where I stand with it. Yeah, you'll have those teams, and Seahawks have a player down. I can't quite see who it is. But that will take us to a timeout here. That's how you want to do it. And back to when you go to the origins of this particular offense, it's not necessarily the origins or the Shanahan part of this offense, but the West Coast aspect of this offense is to throw early by a general tendency, and then you sort of run late. And that last offensive drive for your Seattle Seahawks was an exact dichotomy of that philosophy in place. You're throwing early downs on that drive. When you're sensing the defense trying to load up for the pass, that's what you're doing. Now as the defense starts to go, whoa, we're giving up the passing attack. We got to lean back in coverage a little bit. Now you can go run. And you just kind of are on that seesaw a little bit of one to the other and kind of how you feel the read of what the defense is doing. Dark Diamond 32, thank you for the $2 donation. Even worse, your second round pick, Elijah Arroyo, equals MIA. Yeah, you're definitely not leaning on him too much here so far. 1 target in this game, 1 catch, 10 yards. I think last week showed that there's definitely, an opening here to work him into the offense. I think he's going to be a guy that, with the time of the season, gets more of a look. I mean, I've got so much more confidence in him. And look, I wasn't a big lover of him as the pick at the second round either, Dark, to your point, when he was selected. But at the same point in time, he has been impressive. Last week, had a couple catches, but also had a couple of just near misses of really making that a big day I think as a guy, he will kind of be giving us something here down the line of this season. And at least, certainly more so than I think we're going to get from Milroe at this point as we go through this year, because it just seems like there's not a lot there right now. But it's definitely not a lot. I think part of this, though, is that you're just so effective in where you're throwing it otherwise. This, again, kind of comes down with Arroyo, I would say, a little bit to a smaller degree, a little bit on offensive effectiveness. And if your offense is being effective in what they're doing, then you're not as worried about that guy not being on the field necessarily for the second round pick. Don't get me wrong, though, Dark. I think we're kind of in agreement. And if we, had a particular draft of a redraft for second, third round pick on the board, does one of those two picks end up finding its way back to be an offensive lineman? Yes, it would. Yes, it would. But they may pay off in other ways for us down the line. That pitch play. Oh, that pitch play. Frederick, thank you for almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. He says, we got to play some press here. I think disrupting some routes would be nice. Maybe a little bit of man coverage. Are you as worried about these particular guys generating separation with you, knowing there's no Evans? Looks like, you got Godwin and Mecca, but they're going after that off coverage stuff. Off coverage zone is definitely being shattered here. Quick completion in place. Nice play by Boye Mafe. He jumped all over that throw into the flat and pulled the ball carrier down for a loss on the play. Great job. Boy, he snuffed that whole thing out there. Just read it the whole way. Smartly done there. Smartly done by Boye. This changes the complexity of this play now, where I'm guessing Mike's going to try to dial up a little bit of heat on 3rd and 10. 8:06 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks up 14-13. Bucs driving down the field at the 20-yard line. Got a 5-man pressure look here. They drop out of it. Baker throws it up over the top. He has a man wide open for a touchdown. Emeka just completely smoke shows. Nehemiah Pritchett's out there. So Nehemiah's out there for some injury or another, and they attack it. Holy crap, dude. You're going to leave. Boy, brutal drive there by the defense after the offense gets 14 unanswered points and gives you a chance back in this football game, and you just let them walk right up the field. I mean, it just, whoa. Bucs are going to go for 2 here. That's like my neck hurt. I can't think of that. Whiplash, that drive was so fast. 2-point conversion, Baker and shotgun. Drops back to throw. Whips it over on the side. Everybody's just wide open right now. Completion, 2-point conversion's good. So I don't know if we just lost Job maybe or something. That was the guy that maybe went down to an injury, and that's got Nehemiah Pritchett out on the field because of that. But Seahawks are now officially down a lot of cornerbacks here. That was just made to be too easy. Oh. Frederick said we got to play some press here. They didn't look like they played some press. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says reeks. It's maybe as we get to the deadline here, look for a cornerback out there in the market might be the way we're looking to go. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. They have a patchwork O-line and we get no pressure. It's a good point here, man. You are not getting anything on Baker Mayfield. He is 20 of 22 for 199 yards, and you have 0 quarterback hits. This is without Luke Odecki out there. This is without Cody Mock out there. Yeah, they've got a pretty good center, and they got a pretty good left tackle, and Brenson's okay at left guard. But, yeah, pretty stunning, especially kind of understanding that, you're not going to blitz this team at all, so you need that front four to generate that pressure. Sorry, 21 of 23. Excuse me, not 20, 22. So... they're flashing a different stat than what ESPN has on this one. Interesting. Baker Mayfield just having his way with the Seattle Seahawks defense today. Here's the uptake here. Holani in space. Holani still working his way up the field nicely, but we're going to get a flag for hold. Daywin, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Daywin. Appreciate you for doing that. Folks, do hit that like button. Please bone up if you get a chance. I'd really appreciate it. This will take this back. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, this is where you start blitzing. When no one can cover, you've got to force some quick throws. Give Imanwari a chance to bury Baker. I definitely am going to be interested to see what adjustments we maybe start to see here because Mike didn't seem to do a lot coming out of halftime from what they were in that first half. Do you start to maybe do a little bit more manufacturing from a defensive standpoint on this one? Because it seems like if you're just going to sit back in these coverages and you're just going to try to drop 7 guys back into space, you're not sticking tight enough in coverage in your zones to be able to lean into that and close down the passing windows. The windows are wide open. They're like French doors open right now. Darnold under center here, dropping back to throw quickly. He's got Jackson Smith and Jigba on a quick slant route here for a first down completion. Nice catch there by Jackson. Nice route. Good throw there. Again, early down passing by Seattle is working pretty good. Love where you're coming from at it, Furtick. I would think that this is a little bit of the same way you go. You're going to be a little worried in blitzing because you don't want to leave guys like Nehemiah Pritchard at this point out one-on-one, but you got to kind of do something to mix this up, I think, a little bit. Even if it's just committing to the stacked boxes and getting Baker having to adjust protections. I mean, start to get some of that in there. 1st and 10, ball at the 31-yard line, play action pass. Barner open in space. He makes the catch. He's going to get upfield and get knocked down there after about an 8 or 9 yard gain. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, love and Spoon being out is being felt. Yeah, it is. Certainly, I think you can see with both those two guys out, this would have been a game you would have had Spoon following Emeka, I think, no doubt. And yeah, those guys help that secondary out tremendously when they're out there. And they're hurting today a little bit on that front. 6:37 to go here. Seattle down 21-14 to the Buccaneers. 2nd and 2. Darnold under center here. Bucs. Play action pass. Dropping back to throw. Sam's going to go up top deep here. He's got Jackson deep down the field for a big-time catch. Let's go. Jackson Smith and Jigba taking the top off the defense one more time. Oh, he let the big dog hunt on that throw. He gets Antoine Winfield Jr., a safety, matched up with Jackson Smith. Antoine doesn't get his head back around for the ball. That's a tough matchup for a safety to just pick up out of the slot. Sam recognizes the mismatch and attacks it. Love that there. You don't necessarily need to see the separation. Even as great a player as Winfield is, you've got Jackson against him there. You like that matchup. 1st and goal for the Seattle Seahawks here from the 7. Pitch play out wide. Walker's taken out wide, trying to get his way in. He's brought down. Man, that thing looked like it was just about to open up at the end there. He got, I think, a couple yards on the play, but just couldn't kind of get forward from there. Great answer here by this Seahawks offense. Woo! 5:17 to go here in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down and goal. Wide receiver look for Seattle. Sam under center, back to the run game. Tries to plow it forward there with Kenneth Walker. He gets himself another 2-3 yards maybe. This will bring it up down to about 3rd and goal from about the 2-yard line. All right. Third and goal. Heavy look here. Seattle looking like they're showing run all the way. Royal goes in motion. Play action pass. Got him in the back. Got him in the back. Got him in the back. Touchdown Seahawks, but there is a flag. Let's go offsides, Tampa Bay. Declined. Touchdown, Seahawks. A.J. Barner back there. He was wide open, man. I was going, please find him. He was so open. He was like shockingly open. And you just go, Sam. He's back to them. Sammy. Sammy. A.J. Barner, what a weapon he's becoming. Part of a little bit of the lack of, for me, being kind of soured maybe as much on not getting as much of working in Arroyo has just been of how good Barner's been here out the gate. Touchdown last week, couple touchdowns already coming into this game. Great play call there by Kubiak. Everything in the world looks like a run play there. And that's where you can get on a guy for being conservative on 1st and 2nd down. But the 2 run plays and getting some yards on those run plays, and this is one of those places we've had a struggle on these, of get the positive plays. Don't have the negative. Don't have the 2-yard loss. Okay, Ken, you get the 3 yards on the first run. Okay, you come get another 2.5 yards on that second run. You're close just enough to the goal line now to make that defense feel the threat of a run on 4th down, especially when you're coming out in a goal line look. And then Clint coming with the play action to catch them with their pants down as they're going to be loaded for bear when it comes to the run game. Beautiful call. Great job by Darnold to find him in the back of the end zone there. But what a drive by the Seattle Seahawks, picking up their defense in a big, major way in this football game. Oh my goodness. Helping the D out. Saying, boys, we got you a little bit here now. Come on. Come on now. Jeff Jennings, thank you for a $2 donation. Says, the rush is 2 edges are out, injured now, tired surely. That's true. Derek Hall left this game very, very early in this game. So at minimum, you've got to put a lot. It's a good point. A lot more Mike Morris out there. And Mike's a pretty good guy about stopping the run and being strong in that part of it, but he's certainly not going to give you a lot as a pass rusher, I don't think, really. So it's on Boye Mafe and Chen. Chen is just getting back. He's just getting back up to snuff. But those guys, Boye and him, are probably eating a ton of snaps in this game. That's a very good point. DJ Owen, thank you for the $2 donation. Is Love the glue that holds the defensive backs together? I think he's a very underrated player. He was like a top 66 safety for us in how he played last year in the sport minimum. And I think that's what he gives you as a level of play from the safety position. He's a just good all-around player. He's smart. He tends to be you don't see him blowing a lot of assignments. We've seen today a lot of blown coverages in the secondary. I would tend to think that there's a little bit of that with Love back there. And the glue being a lot of the pre-snap communication to be in the right stage in the zone coverage looks. So it's certainly felt to some degree, and maybe even a major degree at that. Richard Stewartson, thank you for being a member of 11 months on the Hawks Nest. It didn't have any note in there for you, but it just put the 11-month notice in there. So thank you for that long-time support of the channel. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I called it. Boat race. You did call it, man. Looking good. And it wasn't like that was a high-scoring game at the time you called it at that point either. So good job on your part. Richard with a $5 donation says, let's get the win. Go Hawks. Come on, Seattle. Kickoff here, lands at the 1, taken up there. Ooh, brought down hardly, like 4 Hawks hit him at once. Let's go. Drop short on that return. It's Special teams unit continues to do a great job for your Seahawks on the getting both the kick returns out and getting you on sometimes short fields, and then how they're defending it too on the other side of it there. Come on, momentum. This has got to give the defense a little life back to back. The Seahawks offense has gotten you 3 straight scoring touchdown drives. You're in your house. Crowd's got to be into this. Give them something. Let's go. 1st and 10. 2 wide receiver look here for Tampa Bay. Play action pass by Baker. He's loading up. Another man wide open. Another blown coverage there. He's not beating anybody. They're just finding the hole in the zone and exploiting it. Seahawks don't appear to have an adjustment in the back pocket here a little bit. Ball at the 43-yard line. 1st and 10, pitch play, out wide. Seahawks are doing a good job of getting the run game closed up. Maury makes a nice play on Tucker. Clock rolls. 3:17 to go here in the third quarter. 21-21. Pick 6 now would just be so tasty. An Maury pick 6 would be so tasty. Shotgun here by Tampa Bay. Baker, no pressure, finds the check down. Good tackle in space by Drake Thomas. This will bring us down to 3rd and long. Baker getting through his reads, having time in the pocket. This is one of those places, though, 3rd and 7, where Mike, again, haven't dialed up a lot of heat on him today. Baker's a guy you got to be careful with. He's smart about noticing stuff, figuring stuff out. Try to show him one thing and maybe fall off another. Not necessarily even have to be a blitz. Just give him a little bit of a different look here on 3rd down if you can. They're going to do that. A lot of guys up on the line of scrimmage, trips formation here. They've attacked with these flood concepts today. Baker drops back. Again, nobody there. Just run the first 2 guys through the zone, and the 3rd guy just runs behind and sits down. They just run off the first 2 dudes in the zone. Do have a flag on the play, though. False start by Tampa Bay. Legal formation. Guess that's not enough men on the line of scrimmage. They're running the flood concept. So you get your 2 guys dropping in the zone. You run 2 guys through those 2 droppers. You pull them out of the zone. You pull the 3rd guy in behind them. And there's nobody there. Because Akata's over the top. You can see on the alignment there. You got trips first 2 and Akata over the top. So Akata's got to rally up super fast on this play to go and jump up in coverage, but he's also got to stay on top. So it's a double dip duty for the free safety there that's very tough for a pickle there to try to read what to do or the right thing is to do. 3rd and 13 now for Tampa Bay. Dropping back. No pressure. Baker has got all day long and a man wide open deep down the field. Second and goal, stop short. Think you getting Richard for that 5-er? We've got a unnecessary roughness penalty called on Williams. That'll be an automatic first down about the half-yard line. They'll punch this in. Duquan Quack. Oh, sorry. Arda Levy, thank you for another $5. Appreciate you. Is that Watkins on the Miller commercial? Think that's a good omen. I hope it is. I don't know how they call that Leonard Williams. Whatever. Is there any doubt this was going to happen? Touchdown. Thank you for the $5, man. I hope it's eventually a good omen here. I don't think we can stop him at this point defensively. I don't think our defense has an answer. Tampa Bay just kind of got your number today. Kyle Hodawani. Thank you, Kyle, for the $2 donation. He says, I just scooped up Barner on Fantasy too. Go Hawks. That's a good pickup, man. He's getting his touches. He's getting his ops. That's for sure. Smartly picked up on your part. Making you look good. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you guys for all the donations today. I really appreciate it. Says, can a brother get a turnover? Go Hawks. I guess not. I don't think we've even come close today. Extra points up and good. 28 points hung up on the Seahawks with ease. With absolute positive ease. I don't think I've seen Mike McDonald's defense this easily cooked up. Baker Mayfield, 23 of 25 for 278 yards. I mean, there's still a whole quarter to play here. I don't know what the F. Tayakata is doing in this football game. Definitely not playing good free safety play. And when you're dropping 7 guys into coverage and you're still getting beat over the top, this is kind of what drives me crazy about McDonald on not making any adjustments here and not blitzing. And you saw it on that last play there where you're going a 4-man front on the deep shot over the top. He's trusting his front four to bring pressure. They're not bringing pressure throughout the day. Mike's not adjusting. He's not even trying to do other things. There's no attempt to do any adjustments here. They're just dropping 7 guys into coverage. The guys are dropping into coverage and not picking up anybody in coverage. So you have these gaping holes where everybody's just sort of doing this thing. They're just standing and looking at Baker and standing in a spot and then hoping a guy comes into their space. I'm watching it snap after snap after snap after snap. And I can understand before I was walked in this game why Mike didn't want to blitz as much when you had the pressure rate dialed up. But now when it's not there, now when your guys need something, where you at, coach? What are we doing? We're just going to watch this play out drive after drive without any single adjustment at all? I mean, if you're going to get beat over the top anyway, this is my whole thing with Carroll back in the day. Carroll would do the same thing and it would drive me nuts, where it's just like, I will not blitz. And remember, 31st walking into this football game in blitz rate. So remember that part. Remember that. And it just, you go, buddy, what is to be lost? They're hitting you for 70 freaking yards over the top. Like, you're giving up the big play. It's still happening. What's to be lost here with a little bit more of a pressure-based outlook here and try to maybe adjust things a bit? Peter, thank you for the $5, man. Maybe we'll get a turnover here in the 4th. God willing. God please willing. We're going to have to will one, I think, at some point. Frederick, thank you for the $2 donation. Get these defensive backs a map. Good God. Good God, y'all. Good God. What's going on, man? Daquan Quack, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Woolen still out too. Eamon Wari looks good though. Yeah, Nick's had some good moments here in this game, especially up around the line of scrimmage. He's looked good. Woolen's not out there playing. It's always great. So glad we held on to him this offseason. That's such a smart decision. Jerry Walker, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm so effing tired of Tayakata. Shaking my head. Get him out. I wish you had an answer there. Kind of wonder if maybe even Eamon Wari back there instead would be better. Nice uptake here by Derek Young. Young's done this a couple times and does it again here. Gets the ball up to the 50-yard line here for your Seahawks. Boy, the kick return game has picked up the defense in a big way and picked up the offense in a big way today, getting you some very fine field position time and again. Jay Harbaugh's crew getting the job done. Runs over the kicker McLaughlin there. Sam Darnold, under center, 1st and 10. 3-4 look here from Tampa Bay. Sam, okay, that's probably a change to a pass. You got the 3-4. They're coming downhill at you. Nope, you're going to the pitch play. All right. Charbonnet with a nice little bit of run here. Good finish there by Charbonnet for 8 yards. And that will be the last play here of the third quarter. So we got a good game. Tight game. Seahawks down 7. Trying to get something happen. JH7 exclamation point. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Folks, please do join JH and sub up the channel today. Help us get on the road to 30,000 subscribers. My kitty would appreciate it. She really would. I'm going to get a little more coffee and I'll be right bloody well back. So interesting to see how much Tampa Bay's running those linebackers up at the hole prior to the snap. I mean, they're definitely doing a little bit the opposite of the defensive approach of Seattle in this one. Both defenses equally suffering from inability so far to stop things, but they're doing a little bit more of that. Hey, we're going to bring up some stuff at you. We're going to dial this up a little bit more at you on our side prior, and especially 1st and 2nd down. You're seeing those inside linebackers rolling on into the A and the B gaps at times right as the snap is happening. Pretty interesting. David, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. He says, Love and Spoon should have played if they were close. Yeah, I think it's probably a matter of just by the sound of it. I mean, it's hard to say on this, David, because we just don't know what the injuries were. I'd wondered with Spoon when he suffered what he had, if it was not maybe an MCL, and he was trying to do that thing some guys will do with an MCL, which is just try to fight through it and, just try to tough it out. And it's really a 4 to 6 weeker, and there's just kind of no ways around it. And then with Love, it's a hamstring, and hamstrings are like groins. You want to be very careful with them because they can start to get touchy and they can blow real fast. And they don't get to be 100% until they're 100%. And the threat of them blowing is always there, even if it's at 96% healed up. So definitely feeling the lack of their presence out here today in this one. And you're super, super lean on the cornerback room right now. I mean, you're back to back. You're going so deep into the well here at this point. The team's got to do something though on the Woolen front here. I mean, if he's out in this game now, and we got to get something that we can count on a little bit more on the outside here going forward the rest of the season. Even if it's just a guy that's just whatever. He was Shaquille Griffin at this point almost. I mean, you just get a guy like that out there that's just functional at least. 2nd down and 2. Darnold under center here. 3 wide receiver look. Bobo in the game. Play action pass. Bobo's going to hold the guy and get called for it. No doubt about that. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a blatant call on Bobo there. He wrapped a guy around there horribly. And that's going to be too easy of a call for the refs right there. Come on, man, Bobo. What happened there, buddy? Just let him go. Like, why did you have to wrap him? He wasn't going to get over there to Sam anyway, man. Offense kind of feels like it's got to play perfect here down the stretch if we're going to pull this off. Bucs threaten a pressure look here. It's going to be picked off. Tipped up and picked off. Duquan, thank you for the $10 donation. Woolen is out on an injury earlier, B. Can't blame the guy for getting hurt. Just saying the secondary is just bleeding right now. We're basically fielding our second secondary. I don't blame him for getting hurt, Duquan, but I got a flag here. Legal contact. Is that going to wipe off the... Oh. 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 All right. We got an illegal contact. I'll bail this out on that one. That's a big play there. That's a big play there. It goes from that's a freaking hell of a swing. 1st and 10. Hand off here to Charbonnet. He's bouncing around through, gets his nice little gain there on 1st down. Yeah, I don't blame him for getting injured on that, Duquan. I'm just more looking at this from the team-centric standpoint of moving forward for the rest of the year and us being just right up against that trade deadline where, look, if Woolen's on the roster is more of a back-end guy to the bench at this point, I think I'm okay with that. I think we've got to get a little bit more of an improvement on the outside. And he's been injured here recently too in the past at times where it's nothing against him on this. It's just he's in the final year of his contract and we've got to get a little bit more steady Eddie. We don't know what we got him Witherspoon going the rest of this year. Another handoff here to Charbonnet. Good hard run for him. He's going to get a 1st down here. And with Kendrick, you have a guy that really is only suited to be in the slot as well. So you kind of got plenty of slot guys here at this point now. You just got to get to me a little bit more potential help there to the outside. Nice job on this drive coming back with a little bit of the run. Okay, we got a flag on Seattle. Too many men on the field. At least maybe that's post-snap, so this is maybe 1st and 15. It is indeed. Ball at the 42. 13:23 to go in the 4th quarter. Darnold dropping back to pass. Darnold looking. Whips it out here to Walker. Walker pulled down to the ground for a very short gain. It is hard, Duquan, going this deep into the secondary and expecting to get down to the 5th, 6th guys, thinking they can hold up out there. And it does cause you to change a little bit of your defensive play calling when that does occur. That's for sure. 12:49 to go here in the 4th quarter. Might just be 3 down territory here for Seattle as it stands, considering what the defense has done so far here in this game. Darnold in shotgun. He's got a lot of time. I think he finds Barner there. He does. This will make this to at least a 3rd down and makeable. Probably about 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. No, 3rd and 6. All right. Nice gain there by Barner. Continuing to have a very solid game. He had to go down there. Tough throw by Darnold, rolling late to his left to get that ball into a position where he can still catch that. And back behind him a little bit. Barner able to make the grab. Nice job, Barner. 3rd and 6. Darnold back in shotgun. Blitz look here by Tampa Bay. Cooper Kupp goes in motion prior to the snap. Darnold, adjust the protections a little bit. What's coming? Boy, what a catch by JSN. Bobbled initially, it looks like, but they're able to gather it in and then double tap his feet inbounds just before he was out of bounds. Nice throw by Darnold as well. Just gets it. Dun, 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 dun. Good job getting those feet down after the bobble. 1st down and 10. Back to throw here. Throw out to Torrey Horton on an out route. Nice job by Sam, tacking off coverage. 7-yard gain, looks like. Clock continues to roll. What a grab by JSN there. Handoff inside to Charbonnet. Charbonnet slips as he hits the line of scrimmage. Folds over after a gain of about a yard. Third down and 2. 8-play drive, 737 yards, 4 plays, 4 passes. 3rd down and 2. A lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage by Tampa Bay here. They're sensing run. That's what they're going to get. Charbonnet bursts through. Charbonnet keeps his feet. Nice job by Charbonnet. Gets the 1st down at the 5. Seahawks going back to a little bit of the power run element here on this drive, and it's working. It's working. Good job by Bradford to do just enough on that block to cement that. He's actually played a pretty good football game out there today. 10 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Down 28-21. Darnold in shotgun. Pressure look here from Tampa Bay. They bring a 5-man look here. Comes back over to Barner. Barner's in for a touchdown. He gets it fighting off the tackle, says, "You're not big enough. Too small, too small." Another touchdown for A.J. Barner as he gets the job done. Let's go, Seahawks offense. What a job, what an answer here by them today. Barner just shred, and that's Levante David. I thought that was a defensive back. Well, that's Levante David he's shirking off there. Just get off me, Levante David. Extra point is up and good. 28-28. Seattle and Tampa Bay locked up here in one hell of a football game. Let's go. 9:48 on the clock. Woo, the barn door is definitely open for business, I'll tell you that. Step on in and get yourself a drink. Drink it up. Drink up the barnyard. I'll be right back. Thank you, Keon, for the $2 donation. He says, of our defensive backs, who is most missed today? Love, I'd guess. It's kind of hard. I sort of would really split it. I know it's not much of a solid answer, but I think I would tend to be splitting it between Love and Witherspoon. I mean, I think either of the two of them make a tremendous difference in this football game, Keon. Not to sit on the fence, but in Witherspoon, you have a guy that you could have matched up on Emeka. Emeka Buka's destroyed your team today in a receiving standpoint of things. And he could have just lined up with him and followed him, and there's no way Emeka's got 5 catches for 129 yards if, to me, Witherspoon's traveling with him. He might have a few catches here and there, but you're going to have a lot more success, and that's probably just enough to get a few stops in this game. So he'd probably be the one I'd maybe lean to more, but Love's impact and his loss in this game is also tremendous too. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, starting AJ in fantasy is paying off. Let's go, man. Let's go. And yeah, as Adam Baum says, bro, Sam Darnold is him. 24 of 28, 280 yards. He says, oh, Baker, that's a nice day you got there. Let me show you a little bit more. I got a little bit more in my tank today. But pretty cool. Pretty cool day here from Sam Darnold. And this offense is, boy, you talk about picking up a defense in a major way, not a small way, in a major way. The Buccaneers have 1 punt today. This is shades of those Detroit Lions games that we played just the last couple of years. Not last year, but the year before and the year before that, where just every time the offenses are getting the ball, they're scoring, it feels like. And you almost feel like who ends up with the ball at the end is the team who's going to be able to win this thing. 9:48, defense. They're doing all they can here, fellas. They're doing all they can here. Nice return up to about the 35-yard line there by the Buccaneers. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. Y2K says, Barner's the best Seahawks tight end of all time? Question mark? Exclamation point? Question mark? Exclamation point? Blocking? Check. Hands? Check. Red zone? Check. Clutch? Check. I ain't one to argue with it right now, man. I ain't arguing with that right now. Come on, defense. 1st and 10. Ball at the 35-yard line. Baker under center. 2 wide receiver, 2 tight end look here. Seahawks bringing early bound pressure here. Not able to get there. Wide open. Just wide open. And then we've got friendly fire. Oh, my God. Buccaneers just had that all set up. You brought the blitz. They had that all blocked up. And they're already to the Seattle side of the football field on one play. Maya Pritchett injured. Seattle's going to be down another cornerback. Holy jeez. We do not have any cornerbacks, man. I'm not joking. I'm not being negative. I'm being we don't have any cornerbacks. He just got concussed, it looks like. Oh, boy. Oh. So Kendrick is going to have to play on the outside now. Job on the other side. 1st and 10, ball at the 48-yard line. Play action pass, because why not? Screenplay here. White with a little bit of room to work with, and he's going to get a first down and more. Seattle just needs a turnover so bad here defensively. Just something to just get just got nothing today on this team. Tayakata just got stiff-armed into the turf. He continues to have a just absolute miserable day at the office. First and 10, ball at the 39-yard line. Handoff inside. Good job of swallowing him up in there. Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, but who was that leading the way there? I couldn't see. You had a gang of guys down there. And now Eamon Wari is down on the field. Holy mackerel, what is going on? Good Lord, everybody's getting injured. We might not have enough guys to field the secondary legit at this point. Holy mackerel, man. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. I love Barner, the underrated stone that the builder refused. Love that old school Tecmo Bowl spike too. Go Hawks! Hey, tight ends always got to do that old school Gronk spike. They're so big, it just looks right when they do this kind of spike. And man, he has been so tremendous for us as a player in the 4th round that you thought he'd have a little bit more there to him as a pass catcher because nobody gave him any credit for that when he was coming out. And you was hoping maybe he'd have a little bit more of that, in his ability to when he did come out. But boy, he's even superseded whatever your best hopes would have been for him as a pass catcher and what he brings to the table. He's tremendous. Tremendous. Go Hawks, Peter. Thank you for all of your love and support today, man. I appreciate that. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, can Jackson Smith and Jigba play corner? He might have to at this point, is the answer to that question. There may be no choice but to go two-way player in this thing, and I'm kind of not joking. Dick says, Brandon, did Jesse slip the injury bug into your luggage this weekend? He might have. Put some bad vibes on it, man. Everybody's going down here. Every play, it's one after another. Can't believe how much these secondary guys are going down. Can't keep anybody healthy. Yeah, I don't know why you'd even rush at this point. I'd throw every time if I was the Bucs. We can't cover it. Nick's running on the sideline, 2nd and 8. Seahawks are going to bring a blitz here. And they got Baker on the blitz. D'Anthony Bell in there playing the slot from safety position. You say, okay, let's bring him on the blitz. And Uchenna gets in there as well. So 3rd and 17 now for Tampa Bay. That's big time. The timing of that. Good job by D'Anthony not to sell that too early. He was able to wait off that to where Baker had to react to that on the fly. Uchenna also getting some quick pressure. Both of them doubling up, making a play there. Let's go. Let's go, defense. Come on now. Quick snap, 3rd and 17, dropping back to throw. Laser beam toss over the top, and it's not going to get there. Incomplete. No flags. 4th and 17 for Tampa Bay. Baker did have a man down there. He just could not get the pass in, fitted between the coverage. And the Buccaneers, because of the sack, are going to be knocked outside of field goal range. Huge sack, huge sack. That's almost as good as a turnover in that moment, just about. Buccaneers scrambling to get their punt unit up on the field here. 4th and 17. Punts away. Horton. Oh, down to the 1. Jeez. Oh, boy. Great punt. He hit that punt. That thing landed and stopped on a spot. I mean, that's as good as it gets as a punt. Phew. All right, you got your work cut out for you. 99 yards, 7 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock. 20 seconds on the clock, excuse me. What do you dial up here if you're Kubiak? You tend to like one of those little just get us out of the shadow of everyone's end zone kind of runs. He's going with a heavy look here. And they're going to maybe get like about a yard on that play. Keon Lund, thank you for the dollar donation. Says, of all our defensive backs, who are we missing the most? I'd say everyone. That's a good answer, too. It's a very good answer, too. Definitely a hurting. 2nd down and 9. Seahawks going to go empty here. Ooh, tipped up in the air, and it's caught. Ooh! Tipped up, and Cooper caught the tip on a little bubble screen and was able to go for the 1st down. Wow. Wow. Right in the hands and up in. Oh, man. Oh. 1st and 10, Seahawks. Back under center here is Sam Darnold. Handoff. Walker. Walker up through the middle. Walker loose outside. Walker's got a little bit of space to work with. He's up the sideline to the 35-yard line with a nice run. Great job by Kenneth Walker. He's had a strong day today. You make look like kind of power, and then he just gets through. Beautiful hole. Great job of blocking by Cooper Kupp up there. Jackson also laying a nice block in space. Very well done there by the Seahawks. One key difference of point here today is that they have had much more success in running the ball than the Buccaneers have been able to. 1st and 10. Play action pass. Darnold setting up. Throwing back underneath. He's got JSN open down the field to the 42-yard line. 1st down, Seahawks. Flag on the field, though. Personal foul, roughing the quarterback. First down. Kind of. I do believe that they add that 15 yards to the end of the run, and it's already a big pass play down the field to Jackson Smith. How about, again, another just beautiful throw by Darnold, standing in there, taking the hit, and putting it in the right spot on Jackson. I mean, what a throw there. What a throw. He will stand in there and he will take it right to the chops. He is not scared. You're not going to get any oh God moments from him. 5 minutes to go here in this football game. Ball all the way down to the 29-yard line into Tampa Bay Buccaneer territory. Hand off here to Kenneth Walker. Walker trying to find some life. Walker, come on, keep pushing him. Keep pushing him. Keep pushing him. Keep him rolling. Keep him rolling, baby. Yeah, a little bit of rugby scrum there for you. And they just kept it going. Stopped at about 3 yards, and they just kept that wheel a-turning there. Walker kept his feet and able to get a nice grinded out 8-yard run. A little dirty, just a dirty run. A Dan-Enda run. It's a Dan-Enda run is what that is. It's not a knife. It's a knife. 2nd down and 2. Run clock. Run, mighty clock, run. Jackson goes in motion. Hand off here to Walker. Walker. Hit. Knock forward. Can't get any bit closer there. Good job by the Buccaneers defense to rally. Walker tried to fight out of that tackle. Couldn't quite do so. 3rd down and 2. What do you got, Coobs? What you got, Coobies? Darnold in shotgun. Pistol look. Cooper Kupp to his left. 3-4 look here from Tampa Bay. That play just didn't work. Tampa Bay able to cut it off there. Zion McCollum able to jump the route there. Take away really any passing lane there for on the out route. You're hoping he goes to Jackson Smith, but he completely collapses on Cooper the whole way by your designs on that play. So 4th and 2. Seattle's going to decide to go for this. Dropping back to throw. They got it. Torrey Horton got it. He got it. I can't believe Sam Darnold just got out of that. He escaped absolute danger at every turn in the pocket. He was collapsing from every direction like a wave coming from 4 different spots upon him. And somehow he slipped away out of it, got outside, kept his feet, kept his head down the field, loops it up over the top to Horton. Horton makes the catch and then finds his way into the end zone. Are you kidding me? What an effing game. How did he get out of that? First, Charles Kloss bros his block. So the linebacker gets through on the blitz, and they both arrive at the same time on Darnold. There's nowhere to go. There's no hole. There's no daylight. He's dead in place. Extra point is up and good. Let's go. Sam Darnold, baby. Sammy D. Yaya Diaby kicked Charles Cross's butt right off the snap. Servassier Dennis gets home on the blitz from the linebacker position. No business getting out of this danger by Darnold. Keeps his feet, but then to have his head down the field to find Horton as all of that is going around him. Imagine having knives swinging at your feet and clubs around your head, and somehow you can keep your eyes down to then go make the pass. Horton Johnny on the spot, wide open. Broken play at that point. Bucs probably thinking it's over. And whoa, what about the big old balls of Mr. Mike McDonald, huh? Whoa. Mike's going to have to take the truck home. He's going to have to put those big things in the back of the truck bed tonight, huh? Huh? Woo! Let's go. Let's go. All right. Ball fielded at the 5-yard line here by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He will be cut down there at about the 30-yard line. Buccaneers are going to start with a lot of time on the clock. 3 timeouts. Baker, still dangerous as ever. 25 of 28, 300 yards passing on the day and a tutty. So you got your work still cut out for you. This is nowhere near where you feel like, oh, well, defense has got this old lock. It's fine. We're good. This is like, all right. Strap in. Strap in. Lock it in. 1st and 10. You know they're going pass heavy on this drive. Baker dropping back to throw. Looking. Wide open, Emeka Egbuka. Seattle decided today they're not covering Emeka. He's making these catches in the opening of these zones, and it is so wide open. Come on, Tayakata, get your head out of your butt. Like, Ty's so worried about staying on top, and they're leaving everything just intermediate open. Emawari blitzing off the edge. Baker flush from the pocket. He's just going to throw that one away. Blitz is working a little bit. The delayed blitz there post-snap to Baker's working just a little bit there. He got uncomfortable the second you did it, and he had a wide open guy to that side of the field where you blitzed from. Buccaneers quickly up around midfield. 2nd down and 10. Defense adjusting prior to the snap. Play clock winding down. Baker dropping back to throw. He's under pressure. He breaks the pocket. Golly, we just can't get to this guy. Big play down the field to Otten. 1st down. Just finally felt like pressure was kind of getting in close around him, but just Uchenna couldn't quite keep his feet to seal it. And Otten wide open over there. Two minutes here. Baker might just wind this down to the 2-minute warning. And that's just what he's going to do. So Tampa Bay at the 20-yard line in Seattle territory here. Needing a touchdown. Emanwari back out on the field for your Seahawks, by the way. So you got a little bit of the return to the ranks there. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation, DJ. This game is really making me miss Cam Chancellor in the backfield. Go Hawks. Yeah, I mean, at least, with Cam back there, you'd get a little bit of some wood laid today. They're so wide open on some of these plays in the middle, in those intermediate routes where they're making the catch and there's not a guy within 3 yards around him. It's going to be very interesting to go back and look at the all 22 of this game, trying to figure out, and again, backups in there, this is what's going to happen. So many backups in there, this is what's going to happen. But holy mackerel, man. Yeah, you're nowhere close on some of these plays. Guys are just wide open and you're blowing coverages left and right in this game. My goodness. Me coming in with $100 donation. Let's go, me. Let's go, me. So very kind of you. Thank you so much. Woo! Let's go, Hawks. Come on, D. Come on, 12s. Reclaim our territory. Hey, reclaim it here, okay? Bad drive. They got it right up the field on you here. Keep him out of the end zone. Find a way. And this day looks beautiful. Find a way. And this day looks glorious. Just reclaim it. Find it. I really appreciate it, though, me. You are awesome. Thank you for the $100 donation. You've dropped that many times before on this channel. You're amazing. I appreciate you for that. And again, just love the sentiment. Let's go. Forget about what's happened today. Forget about what's up at this point. Forget about how tired you are. This game comes down to this. Dial whatever you got in the tank here on that defensive line. Bring out whatever vet pass rushing move that's in the back of your bag to go to get a sack at just the right time. Strip, sack, fumble. Strip, sack, fumble. First and 10 here for Tampa Bay. Ball's going to be at the 20. Me, you're awesome. My hero. I salute you. Thank you for that $100 donation. Let's go Hawks. Shotgun look here for Baker. Dropping back to throw. He's looking underneath. He's got a tunnel screen set up here. And that's completed down to the 12-yard line. MJC Hawk, thank you for the $5 donation. Horton, here's a touchdown. You my boy, Blue. You my boy, Horton. Third touchdown of the year for him. Not a bad start to that rookie's career, huh? Not too shabby a start for him. Appreciate the fiver, man. 2nd and 1, 1:27 to go on the clock. It does continue to roll here. They might go with a handoff here. Oh, drop back to throw. Baker's got just basically all day and a touchdown. All day and a touchdown. No pressure in this game at all here from Seattle, and they will bring this within 1 point now. Nehemiah Pritchett getting attacked on that play. Had initial coverage. Started to get handsy and just lost it on the secondary route. Had him covered initially and then the secondary route because you can't get any pressure on the quarterback. Kick is up and good. 35-35 and one hell of an amazing football game. Best back and forth. Tampa Bay had to be thinking a little bit about going for 2 there. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we have found our quarterback. That's big money. That's a big money play right there. What a cardiac drive. We got this. Hopefully we still do. I love it. Thank you for the donation. Agree with your thoughts. We've got our guy there. No doubt about that part of it. No doubty about that part of it. Hell of a big play there. It doesn't get bigger in that moment there, Wu-Tang. Absolute. And 99-yard drive at that, huh? How about that too from Sam on the last one? Mark, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Sammy D is the MVP. You better believe he is in this one. Let's see if he's got one more drive in that gun. Aste Golator. Go later. I'll just go Aste. Aste, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you for that. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. This is Sam Dargold, baby. Sam Dargold. Dargold in that Pacific Northwest. Them gold in them hills. All right, here's the kickoff return here. Seattle's done pretty good with this so far today. Let's see if Tariq's got one more left. He does not. Taken down at the 22-yard line on that one. All right. Sam Darnold, here we go. Here we go. I'm sweating like you wouldn't believe. First down and 10. Seahawks have all 3 of their timeouts. Sam dropping back to throw. Gets rid of it out to Cooper Kupp. He makes the completion and gets out of bounds for a nice gain there on first down. Just what you like on the first play of the drive with very little time remaining in this way. Get you a 2nd and 2. Darnold back in shotgun. Bucs threatening a blitz here. Cooper. Oh, you threw an interception. You threw an interception. Oh. Blitz was coming. And he just threw. They were two guys on him. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. 3-yard gain for the running back of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. No gain, timeout by the Seahawks. 3rd and 7. Michael Bignell, thank you for the $5 donation. Is how many quarterbacks in the league making that play? Couple. MVP, enough said. Hey, he still has played a great game in this game. This comes down to the defense not getting a stop in the second half. You could do one stop, I guess, is what they got in the second half, but you just couldn't do anything on the day. Oh, 3rd and 7. Handoff here inside, and he's going to go get the first down because of course he is. Because of course he is, right? You can't ask your offense to play this perfect of a brand of football and that you're going to win games. And the defense today at home just got walked up the field, man. I mean, even there, right there, it's 3rd and 7. Just you don't have a stop in you on 3rd and 7 when you know they're going to run the ball. And I can't think of a greater indication of a play today that just better represents the way the defense is played and that you have not been a challenge to this Tampa Bay Buccaneer offense. And have injuries factored in heavily in this game, majorly in this game? Yes. I don't know if I can land on the same component of just saying that, it's cornerback injuries and that's just a wild thing to happen in this one game. And no, I don't know. This was your test a little bit with this team in Tampa Bay, and offense measured up, but boy, the defense just bloody well tough. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's put Limu, I can't say that, Emu on Emeka and see how he does. Hey, the Limu might have worked better than whatever else we threw out there on him today. Jesus, dude. Jordan, thank you for the 5. I don't know what Mike is doing. I get players are not doing well, but blitz or something. Mike McDonald was very disappointing today as a play caller and what he did with his defense, because you can come at me and tell me that the cornerbacks were down and out and that was a big part of this game and factored in hugely. But you also, you did nothing defensively in your play calling to help them out in the least. And the couple of times you did go with the blitz and actually decided to dial up the pressure, it worked. I don't understand the approach defensively. And Mike McDonald's kind of growing and leaning here through this year, and it's worked up into this game, so it's just one game in this respect. But something to watch for as we go forward with him is maybe a little bit of just back to, again, for years of watching him with Coach Carroll, maybe a bit sensitive to it, this conservative play calling, this conservative approach. The Buccaneers caused a turnover there with Sam Darnold at the end by what? Blitzing their linebackers, which they showed a willingness to do through this game. Here's the 39-yard field goal attempt by McLaughlin. The kick is up and the kick is good. Game over. Danny, thank you for subscribing. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. I thought our D was going to rock this year. Yeah, I don't know if you can say that you're going to be an elite defense and you lose your a couple corners there, and then you're like, well, then offenses will be able to just roll up and down the field on us at that point. You lost a couple edges too in Hall and DeMarcus Lawrence in this football game. But again, this was a measuring stick game. Something you're paying attention to. And again, there's going to be a lot of people who go, don't be negative. Don't get to the negative. Well, we're still 3-2. It's like, we are still what we are. We are still where we're at in the season, and there's nothing over with yet. But for those of us that watch this football team very closely and monitor what's going on closely, not just at a sort of surface level as to what they're doing, and go, okay, you've been an average to decent team the past 3 years. There's not a question of that. You are that team. We know that. You can win more games than you lose. So we understand that part of them. But can you get to a place that you actually take that damn next step? And every year we just seem to get right up to that spot. And the second that we get challenged by any teams with any decency, we get dog walked. The 2 losses on this season at home by 2 teams that are, you can talk about our secondary and injuries all you want. They're down 2 offensive linemen in this game. Did you feel that? They were down Bucky Irving in this game. Did you feel that? They got no Mike Evans in this game. Do you feel that? No Kalijah Cansey in this game. Do you feel that? No Jamel Dean. No Benjamin Morrison. It's not like they were walking into this, tip-top shape either to the other side of it. But I feel like defensively they were willing to try to help their crew out a little bit more than our coaches were. Pretty disappointing. I thought our D was going to rock this year too, man. Yeah, this isn't on the OC. I mean, if people want to go to Dan Darnold choked or something, it's such silly stuff. Like, he came back and brought you back in the game last week on Thursday Night Football. Like, he played absolutely amazing brand of football. He's got after that interception today, he still has 135.4 rating. So if you're going to try to come back on this to Darnold or something, again, you're coming in with biased eyes towards being anti-Darnold. This is laid at the feet of the defense. Your defense did absolutely positively nothing today. They did nothing today. You couldn't even hit Baker Mayfield. You made Baker Mayfield look like Michael Vick back there in the pocket. And you had no real plan to deal with, really, it felt like, any of his creativity back there when he wanted to improvise. And Mike just wants to trust his front 4 to get pressure all day. And that'd be great if it's working. But don't you kind of realize about deep into the third quarter, hey, this front 4 thing maybe ain't working. Maybe it's time to start getting press coverage. Maybe start trying to disrupt some things here a little bit. You didn't really do it. You kind of brought it out twice. It worked twice. But other than that, you stayed with the front 4. You tried to just lean into it and didn't work. Very unimpressive. And sad how bad we are at home here. Just so sad how bad we are at home. It used to be an advantage to play at home, and it just feels like it's not there. Michael Ladd, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, at least according to multiple sources, Witherspoon and Love should be practicing this week. Oh, there's some good news. Some hopefulness maybe there with that, possibly. So we need to get back, as we showed today, Michael. If you're rocking out there with what you rocked out today, you can probably expect Jacksonville to hang another 35 burger up on you, or 38 burger, whatever we got to hang up on us today. So you're going to get more of the same of that from Jacksonville next week if you can't bring at least one of those 2 guys back into play. Tyakata was awful in this game. Awful. Nehemiah Pritchett looked like he was completely lost. Rodney Press Show, thank you for the $5 donation. This Mike McDonald defense does not work. The corners got worked all game. Mike did not put us in good positions all game. Not a good game plan on the defense. Overcoming injuries, sure, you got to do that. That's a part of this piece. But to your point, I agree with you. I didn't feel like you did anything to really overcome it in this game from a coaching standpoint of things. You just tried to kind of play it the way you normally play it. Okay, defense has been good here. Defense has been improving. Mike's been doing a good job. This is definitely a major outlier to what we've seen from him. But at the same point in time, this is kind of the bottom line of what my point is on looking at this team right now and trying to understand accurately what they are and where they're going this upcoming year. And what it feels like a little bit as you look at it, you go, okay, you're looking for that step to come forward. So far with the 3-2 record as we stand right now, it feels more of the same of what we've had from the Seahawks team the past 3 years. You're going to get the one step forward and one step back, one and a half step forward, one step back, one step forward, and it's just a little bit of that back and forth feel that you get where they just can't seem to find that final. Everything gets locked into that final cemented place. Certainly the losses of injuries didn't help, but boy, Rodney, it was tough watching the game plan as you're just trotting more of that off coverage, dropping into zone. Nobody's picking up anybody in zone today. You didn't have your guys getting beat in like tight coverage. You had your guys getting beat because they were blowing zones right and left. And you never went to any man-based concepts. You never tried to adjust off of it. You never tried to slide some double teams to a Emeka Egbuka. Just there was nothing. They didn't do anything defensively. He did nothing defensively today. As far as from a tactical standpoint on the way that they approach this. Maddening. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. What a waste for Sam. We can't win at home anymore. No, we've lost that home field advantage in a major way. Crowd impact didn't seem to be there much at all in this one. And Sam goes out there and gives you a day like that. The offense goes out there and gives you a day like that. Walker averaging 8.6 yards per carry. Defense, you just got to do the bare minimum today. Can you do that? No, that's too much, boss. Don't ask us to do that. It's frustrating. Steele, thank you for the $5 donation. I ain't mad. That was fun. And our secondary is decimated with injuries, so I wasn't expecting much from them. It's fair enough. Certainly a factor in this game, brother. That's for sure. Mike A., thank you for the $5 donation. Can't bring myself to say Winers are the best team in the division. It's been a tough week. Make it make sense. I mean, I'm trying on this one. The corner part factors into this a bit, but at the end of the day also with this, Tampa Bay at the very least had the equivalency of injuries onto their side of it. And it shouldn't be that you lose these corners and then your defense just completely collapses. That seems kind of strange for a guy that's supposed to be a defensive mastermind head coach, that's the way that functionality is going to work. Especially because it's not like he's out there playing press man on the outside with these corners anyway. It's zone coverage. It's supposed to be pretty corner friendly, being able to play in a zone coverage, zone system where it's not just you matched up mano a mano. So you can bring in backups and theoretically they can come in and at least hold the line a little bit. But this was tough. It was tough. But you got to give the Niners, Niners overcome injuries. You want to talk about having injury excuses. And this is what it comes down to is like, do you want to look at the team as a good team or are you looking at the team as the hopeful great team? A good team, an average team looks at it and goes, well, we had injuries. We couldn't get that one. A team that's been to a couple Super Bowls recently, like the Niners, they've not stopped with that intensity level with these injuries. They've not said, well, we're an older team. The Super Bowl window's closing. Oh, Brock Purdy's out. That's a team that when I watch them play, they're getting after it still. They're not sitting there looking or leaning into what can be the excuses that they can bring up that allowed it to be okay for them to lose. This team's going to be a good team this year in the Seahawks. So do not take one of my words and twist them into a place of me saying this is a bad team or not a team that can still go get 10 wins and maybe even tickle its way to making it into the playoffs. But it stands out the last 3 years when you actually face a true challenge of a team and you're not just beating up the also-rans and the dregs of the NFL, that when you actually get a challenge faced at you, be it at home or on the road, you can't stand toe-to-toe with those teams. And until they do it, it remains to be seen. Strike, thank you for the $2 donation. I hate Perna's curse wheel. Indeed, Brandon Perna's curse wheel has gotten us every time he's hitting it. Every time it's been a Seattle Seahawk, the wheel has worked. So that, dark art worshiping man can enjoy his win on this one. Vax, Vid, Ent with a $2 donation. It's next man up, period. This is where I find myself at with this too, fact. In that I don't lean as much on this excuse as much I think as some of the other fans will on, well, we're down corners in this one, so everything's just sort of covered up because of that. I think that's a bit simplistic, and I think that if you don't have the cornerback depth that you can rely upon to call on these guys to come out there and even be functional on a football field, then you've not done a good job of getting your depth right. And you need to be a lot more proactive here over the next couple of weeks before the deadline in getting it right. Ty Akata didn't look like he belonged on an NFL field. Nia Pritchett didn't look like he belonged on an NFL field out there today. Now, there's that difference between you don't expect to miss a beat and, hey, just be functional. And I think that when you're going to a backup and saying, hey, at least be functional, don't be a complete sieve out there, I don't think that's a huge request to be made of. And what they were was that throughout that game. Evan, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Folks, please hit that like button, sub on up like Evan has if you can for me. The Online Gemini, thank you for the $5 donation. Frustrating game. I was never fooled by Tampa Bay's injuries. Baker is tough, but good game. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, man. And Baker's legit. You show that today that his resurgence has been real. What he did out there today with a couple of linemen down, no Mike Evans to go to. Godwin looked like he was kind of dinged up. Found a way to make it happen. Tip of the cap to that guy, man. He found the open man all day long. All day. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. Don't like the play call on 2nd and 2 when you have 3 timeouts. At worst, you go to OT. Worst case scenario happened with that interception. Yeah, it was a tough call. The blitz hit at the right time. Tampa Bay, Seattle had been really being able to, with Darnold throughout the day, when Tampa Bay did blitz, he was able to really, make him pay the price on it. This was just one particular play where he got a little bit locked in on Cooper and they got it at the right time. And it's where it just kind of comes down to on that for me, where it's a tough play in that moment. There's some stuff offensively you can definitely maybe unpack here and there today on the day. The going to Jalen Milroe was weird. But, at the end of the day, the offense did plenty in this game to give the defense a chance. I mean, they did everything they could. It's a lot to ask the offense today. We need to go put up 42 today for us to go win this game, or 38 or whatever, Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. We wasted one of the best quarterback performances I've seen from a quarterback. A masterclass by Sam Darnold. Yeah, that's part of the thing that hits me on this too, that just hurts, because he played and performed so well and had to, a lot of the day here kind of carry this through, and there was no room for error in this day, as evidenced by at the end. The one point of error that you did have, they were able to run with it and close out the game on the back of it. And so hell of a performance by Sam Darnold. It's going to be lost definitely with this tough loss, I think, in all of the thing, where especially with them finishing with an interception, it'll be not viewed at as probably as it should have been, but that's about as good as you can see a quarterback play as he did throughout that football game. He was outstanding, Cameron. Agreed. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. This one hurts right now. The defense will be back. The offense answered questions and checked boxes. They did indeed on that side of it, including staying back and even finding balance. You even saw Kubiak go back in that second half, and it would have been very easy for him as an offensive coordinator, I think, to maybe start to go, well, hey, passing game's going, defense can't stop anything, let's just throw. But we saw what part of what makes him a good offensive coordinator is there was always a drawback within him inherently. Maybe it's his father kind of talking in his ears, theoretically in his head, to always go back to the rushing attack. He went back to a Charbonnet and some of the power there near the end of the game. He got back to Walker on the prior drive before, and he was able to bust a couple of those runs out. You found some balance between Walker and Charbonnet in that game on top of what you did in the passing attack. So definitely you feel very good about the offense. You're able to keep the pass protection on point throughout the day well enough, which was good to see. There are some good sides to look at on that. And hopefully the defense will be able to bounce back. I would like to see a good defensive performance against a quality offense to make sure that we can see what we do have in defense when they are a little bit maybe closer to full health. Brandon Michael, thank you for the $5 donation. Defense looks soft. Still can't win at home. Missed field goal. -2 turnover differential. Extremely disappointed. Really happy with Sam and the offense. We're in a progress state. And Brandon, you like me, maybe it's because we're just Brandons, we are super impatient. It's been, well over those 10 years now since we've been to that Super Bowl, the last one. We got teams like the Jacksonville Jaguars who got more playoff wins than us. We've been waiting kind of patiently now through the years here for this thing to kind of turn around. Here we go. Come on, let's get. And we're kind of on the precipice. We're on the precipice of that final step of stepping into being truly a contender and being able to challenge any team in the NFL any given Sunday, truly. But we're not quite there. And as close as we seem to be, as much as our toes seem to be pushing past that precipice, we just seem to have this final last chain around our belly, pulling us back the other direction, holding us back in place, and we just cannot get to the other side. And it just becomes so maddening because you can feel it so close. It'd be one thing if you're far, far away, but when you always feel like it's right there at the edges of your fingertips, boy, it just makes it all that much more frustrating. And yeah, the defense looks soft today. And I would love to hopefully have a reporter ask. I'm sure Mike McDonald will say, well, it's because we got to protect our corners in the back end, so we're dropping everybody in coverage. I think that'd be a pretty weak response if that's what he gives in the presser. Very, to me, silly that you as a defensive coach who's got so much you can call upon in your playbook, you are not Coach Carroll in this way. You're not a guy who doesn't have, you've got blitz packages built in. You've got stack boxes and simulated pressures. You've got counters that you can bring to an offense when on a day your front four is not generating pressure. And he brought out none of those counters today defensively. And I don't know if we're going to get an accurate or a quantitative answer from Mike as to why not, but I don't get it. Why don't you reach at one point or another in the third quarter where you go, what the hell do you got to lose? When you're dropping 7 men into coverage, they're hitting you with the 20-yard plus plays. They had 6 20-plus yard plays on this day. Your Seahawks are still going to come out of this game as probably the 31st highest rate team in blitzing the NFL. Make that make sense. If you're limiting the big plays, if you're making them just dink and dunk their way up the football field, that's one thing. But when you're giving the chunk plays up consistently over and over and over and over and over and over and over while you're dropping all of those guys into coverage, why? For what? Didn't make a lot of sense to me either, Brandon. And I'm trying to turn my head around and figure out what was driving it a little bit. Nitro Hawk, thank you for the $5 donation. Nitro. Can't wait to get the round table and hear the stupid takes that the Buccaneers won because they have Mayfield and we've got Darnold. Yeah, I'm sure that they're going to have those pre-chambered a bit. And part of that is because there's such an anti-Darnold outlook by the folks over there on the round table and how they view him. But this is not down to Darnold. One play, as I always like to say, does not make it a game. It is the collection of the plays that make it the game. And while there can be a play that stands out in your mind more than others, you got to look at the totality of the game to get the accurate representation of what drove the win or drove the loss. And certainly on this one, you cannot even begin to put this on Sam Darnold's table, in my opinion. Robert Charles, thank you for the $5 donation. Robert, proud of our team. Darnold is awesome. Kubiak's decision to put Milroe in the game for a tricky play, terrible judgment. Myers, unreliable again. Yeah, with Myers, it's Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. We are in a Mr. Hyde season. He's had a 10-year career. You can time it like a stopwatch. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. It's we're just going to have to ride this bumpy route throughout the course of the rest of the season, and hopefully we can get back to Dr. Jekyll next year. The Jalen Milroe play on a day where Kubiak was very good, great, awesome. Darnold was awesome, Robert. Agree with everything you say there. On a day where this happened, the big blemish that sits on your board from a Kubiak standpoint and does stand out majorly in this game and probably made a big difference down the line in this game. You have the missed Myers kick, and then you have this play as well as you're driving. Darnold's cooking. Darnold's working. Darnold's in his bag. And because you drafted this guy in the third round in Jalen Milroe, and you just cannot help the fact that you're going to have to potentially punt a third-round pick throughout this whole year for nothing, there's a draw to get him out on the field come hell or high water. And he's been out for 3 plays in this NFL season, and every single effing play has been a GD catastrophe. I was open to the process of it working and being something you can utilize, but he is not ready to be on that football field, and he shows it to you every single time. You could feel it in the Packer game, in the final preseason game. He's not comfortable. He's really nervous. I can practically see Jalen Milroe's hand shaking prior to every snap. Hut. Leave Darnold out there. Stop it. Let him roll. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for all of your support today, Sanchez. How can you be a D guru and get no sacks with a janky O-line? Mike needs to look in the mirror and self-assess himself. This is one where I would like to hear Mike take this a little bit on the chin as much as anybody walking out the end of this, rather than, well, we didn't dial it up. We didn't have the intensity level. Or that we didn't get them ready to play. You didn't have them in a position to succeed today by how you set up the structure of this defensive game plan. You didn't attack, to your point, Sanchez, where they were weak. They have a whole right side of the line that's rebuilt right now. Backup offensive lineman, backup right tackle, backup right guard. You should have been hammering that with blitzes. You should have been challenging them that over and over again throughout this game. Didn't do it. This is a game Mike's got to look himself in the mirror and go, man, this was one where I dropped that ball in this one. And in a major way at that. Major way at that. Michael Bicknell coming up with $50. Sorry, Michael, thank you for the $50 donation. And not your first one today, as you dropped many more before already on this stream today, as you have in the past, as well being a member of the channel. Thank you for that big time $50 drop. Let's go. Very, very, very kind of you, my man. I really, really do appreciate you for that. A loss sucks, no doubt about it. Mike and Clint have dropped one game. If I can offer a light in a dark time, this is a very young team and young play callers. Offense looked like it could take any team. I believe it will get better. Go Hawks. Well, everything that you say on this, Michael, is something that I do believe about this team in the long-term future. And though this loss is a tough one, and a lot of what I'm turning over right now is where this team is at and what is the potential for the 2025 season within that. But that is not a lack of faith then to the head coach. That's not a lack of faith then to the front office. And what you did this offseason is you made some tough calls. You took the one step back to take the two steps forward. And something I said this offseason about taking that two steps forward is that though the potential is there for you to take the two steps forward this year, it might only be one more step back this year with some momentum moving into 2026. That could be the way this goes too. And where we do want to have this happen now, and we are all impatient, and I think that impatience here is actually rightfully so, because you as a Seahawks fan have been waiting for a while now to see this kind of winner come to be. This isn't 2015 on the back to Super Bowls and you're over there snapping your fingers going, anytime. Come on. This is like, okay, it's been a decade now. So the impatience is understandable, but it was one thing that I tried to ask the fan base to consider into this year and something that I'm very well is at the forefront of my mind, Michael, to your point, being that this is one that, can maybe take that extra bit of the year time. This year's not over with yet. This doesn't mean that the season's done necessarily. There's certainly time for the guys to get healthier and come back into the ranks. You don't have any major injuries that are going to cost guys for the whole season as we stand right now. So there is some hope here within this a little bit, even for this upcoming year. But there's also a lot more of the signs, I think, in what we're seeing so far, that it probably be more of likely of that step forward this year. That we're dancing there to try to get in the playoffs at the end of the year, a little bit like last year. But that's not because then we aren't making progress towards the ultimate goal. It's because you had to make some hard decisions into this offseason to get yourself slingshotted to the place where you could really go make that noise in a real major way. So, yeah, we're in a good shape. We seem to have made the right decision with the quarterback, right decision with the OC. The investment in the offensive line is coming along. Yeah, I think you got youngsters developing. AJ Barner, what a game he had. Torrey Horton had a really good game. Arroyo's been out there a little bit here and there where you can give him some touches here and there. But I love the optimism, Michael. And long term, I'm completely with you on this team and that the direction is moving in the right place. The timing of it, I'm hopeful for it to happen faster and sooner than later, but I trust in this thing happening and it's going in the right direction of it. And even like you say, in these dark times, it's worth considering on this and that I just do trust in the faith of what they've done because there's been so many smart decisions that they have stacked up here over the years. Adjustments to be made, things to get fixed and still resolved. Last little bits of this to kind of round off, if you were. But I love it, Michael. I love it, man. And I appreciate the $50 donation. That's very, very kind of you. And offense is looking legit, man. It's looking like it's got a variety of guys you can work in this offense. Cooper still looks like he's got a little bit left to go here. He doesn't look done. JSN doing what he's doing, taking the top off the defense, steady as she goes. Couple tight ends you can throw to, running backs out of the backfield. Really like where it's at right now. You do, don't you? Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Very kind. $50 donation. You guys are unbelievable. I salute you. Salute you, sir. Drew B., thank you for the $5 donation. Every team has injuries, including the one we just played. Very good and great teams overcome them. They don't lay losses at the altar of injuries. I can't agree more, Drew. I can't agree more. And that's where, to me, there's going to be very little of me from my perspective. It maybe exists out there in the fan base on this, and I completely understand it. It's a part of the factor here, but I can't put that away. If you had Tampa Bay a little closer to fuller health as you're sustaining these injuries in this game, you go, oh, what are you going to do? They're at the way better side of it. But us having our injuries brought us down to an equivalency, if anything, with the Bucs. And you were still playing that game at home when it was all said and done. And you bring up a great point within this is part of what I believe too. I know this is a good team. We're not a bad team. I don't think we're an average team. I know we're a good team. The question is, are we a great team? And I think you are right, Drew. I think that great teams can overcome this type of stuff. Watching what the Niners are doing right now, you go, wow, they're overcoming that. Rams last year had a lot of injuries throughout the early part of the year. No Puka, no Cooper Kupp. Found ways to go get wins. Eventually a team that got to the conference championship title game and had the Eagles within this close of going and getting themselves back to the Super Bowl again. Other teams past couple years that have been great have been able to overcome these things. So it's not really just a valid excuse just to kind of like throw that pillow behind your head and go, well, this is it and we're okay. And next week we'll bounce back. It's no problem. Owen Carter, thank you for the $5 donation. Owen, made me respect Woolen more. Difference here is I trust McDonald to not let this slide. I still think the D is amazing, and this O gives me lots of hope. Well, I love the optimism and the confidence out there here in the chat, here in the donos, man. Appreciate you, Owen, for the $5, man. And definitely losing Woolen was a big loss there when you had to go to Nehemiah Pritchett at that point as the next guy up, as it was quite a fall off there to that spot of things. So pretty rough. And you got to think that maybe there's a little bit of an opening here for John to be out there on the open market trying to see if there's maybe some cornerback trade that he can go make, especially if some of these injuries are going to be somewhat serious or long-term problematic issues. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you. Tyler, thank you as well for the $5 donation. He says, I think we need to take a breather and look at this way. Look at it this way. Maybe this pushes us for a trade. Also, you said it yourself. We almost needed JSN as a cornerback. Indeed, it was almost getting to the point where you're going to bring one of your probably receivers, Derek Young or JSN, somebody out there was going to have to go and get the job done. And it's not that this isn't a catastrophe. And that's hopefully Tyler, and we're all emotional after losses like this, especially tough ones like this, where I am trying to definitely find where we get into the nuance of it. And that it's one where it's not to be overstated that this is the team we thought, this team we couldn't do this team that sucks. It's not that to speak it to that. I think this is a team that still is very talented and has not played its best football yet of the year, collectively speaking. I don't think either. Can they get to that best version? We'll see on that. Can this push a trade? It very well might. I would have to think that at least for a cornerback right now, you've got it from John's perspective, think you could use another one. A pass rusher right now, if I think, back to your point on this, Tyler, if you're going to try to trust the front four this heartily, if you're going to blitz at a 31st rate, I said this for years with Coach Carroll, and we never seem to take the steps to quite understand this. And we've done a better job with the defensive line on this, by the way, and how you inherently set this up, having 4 deep edges, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, Byron Murphy, all of that. But you might have to go out there and find another edge rusher at this point. Because to start off this year, and I know Derek Hall got injured in this game too, you're getting nothing from really Hall or Mafe as far as any kind of pressure from those two guys. And you counted on those guys mightily to bring you something this year, to take another step forward in their development. But we are on the right path here, Tyler. Whether we can get there this year or not, I find myself a bit reticent, and that's not just this game talking onto it, but just kind of seeing what we're at with some of the parameters of play of this team as it stands. But long-term, we're on the right road. Long-term, I think we're going to get back to the contending status of things. That's for sure. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 donation. Both losses at home by a total of 7 points. Ugh. Tough to lose. Tough to lose close games at home too. Yeah. Very tight. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I don't think our defensive line is all it's cracked up to be. When is Byron Murphy going to show up? Still have not seen much from him. Yeah, he had a very quiet day today, Glenn. And though he had some good pressure numbers coming into this game, I don't know if you have felt like you've watched him necessarily throughout any portion, well, he's dominating or he's really kicking his guy's butt. Nobody really showed up on that defensive line today. And I know the edges got tired as the game wore along, and that's valid from their approach where it's Uchenna, Boye, and Mike Morris basically having to hold the line out there off the edge and take up all the snaps. So they were going to get wound down, especially with the offense of the Buccaneers on the field so often. But it would have been nice to get some of the defensive tackles to supply some pressure in this game. Just nothing much there. And especially if they're going to lean on it, Glenn, back to your point, if they're going to lean on the defensive line this much not to blitz, you're saying we refuse to blitz, we're going to drop everybody in coverage. They got to get home. You got to have the dogs up front that can get home to do that. It's a strategy. It's the way other teams do it. It can work, but it's only going to work if you actually have guys getting home. And if they're not, what happens is a little bit what happened here in the pocket today, where I reckon to guess there's going to be a lot of moments in this game where Baker's got a lot of time holding the ball, pat, walk here, walk over here. And it's going to be hard to hold up in those moments on the back end, even if they're good in coverage at first. I mean, the touchdown at the end, Nehemiah Pritchett's got good coverage. It's the secondary route and Baker breaking the pocket that opens it up for him to then throw the touchdown. Where's the pressure? Young Bino, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Young, folks, do hit that like button, sub on up if you get a chance. As a note as well, we're going to be going late on into the evening here as we've got the Mariner game up next, so I'll be live streaming that here on my side of it. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. This is B. I go back to that idiotic Milroe play. Sealed it. Yeah, it was that was a backbreaker in the moment. The Bucs are already at 6-0. You're trying to stay pace with them. You've got the offense moving, and you've already had the missed field goal at that point, and you just force it. Every time you bring him out there, it's just, boy, it's like I can't speak just how much of a just feeling of like, what's going on? Who's that? What? And how nervous and out of sync he is then when he comes in there and just, why would you do this now for a third time when it's already looked so badly the other times? And the other thing I've said to this prior to this play is, you know exactly what they're doing when he's coming in there. There is zero chance he's going to throw the ball when he's out there right now. Zero. So the defense just loads up on the run and they get in the backfield, and that play wasn't going anywhere even if he didn't pitch it. Put the Milroe packages away. It's not working. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. I'd rather lose to the Bucs instead of the Titans. Yeah, I guess. That's a good way of putting it. John Naylor, thanks for the $2 donation. A ball deflected off the helmet, not Sam's fault. Oh, yeah, it did look like it got a little bit of the helmet there. And none of this is going to go to Sam. I'm not going to spend any time trying to even begin to do that. He had a great day. That's as good as a quarterback can play in this game. You can't ask your offense to constantly score 24/7. That's not a sustainable way to win. Defense, it's on your back in this one. It's on you. It just is. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation, Thomas. This is why I don't believe they can beat the Rams, let alone the Niners or any elite NFC team. Maybe my mind will change, but it's a long shot. I think it's the place that I find myself right now too, Thomas. I just feel like you're trying to bake this thing up. You've put the proper ingredients in. It's in that oven and it's going. You're waiting for that little golden brown on the top, but it's not the golden brown. You're looking in the oven and you're still seeing that the dough's still kind of rising there. That's how I feel. And I think it is still a long season, and there's more of the NFL season than there's less of it to go. And this thing goes through a lot of ebbs and flows and a lot of swings. But it does feel like more of into that long shot that you stand with those top of the teams in the NFC. It still does kind of feel like you're that year away, that needs that extra time to bake through, to get the golden brown toppings there and to look to be baked perfectly. And I'm not going to be down on the team if that's the case of it. I thought that was a possibility the way that this could go this season if it does go that direction of it. It doesn't make me depressed about the team or down on the team. That's part of a little bit of a possibility of what could have happened here for this season if it goes this way. So I think it's pretty valid of an outlook myself, Thomas. I do. Mickle Cam 10, thank you for the $10 donation. Mickle Cam, very kind of you. I'm really concerned with our lack of pass rush and sacks. Me as well. I think we need to trade for a bona fide pass rusher and maybe use a first and second round pick on one in the draft. Baker had all day. Unacceptable. Great thoughts by you guys here. I haven't had a chance to get over to the chat yet, but the donations are, to me, right on point, right in alignment with my outlook and my view of the team and what's going on here with them. So we are in lockstep, I think, in just about every major way here right now. Something Mike McDonald has talked a lot about is having different answers every week for every different team, and that you don't just play things the same way every week. And what a breath of fresh air this was to me, coming on the heels of a Coach Carroll that would play things every week the same way. And instead, what we've got at times with this defense here is it slides back into being more Carroll-like. Think about the Niners game in the first week that we lost, where you're not bringing pressure, you're front four, you're letting them slowly bleed you up and down the field on drives. You're not getting really, and that was a game where you technically got a lot of pressure, but then Brock Purdy also came out of the game averaging like three seconds for his time to throw. So it was a feast or famine thing a little bit. But the whole point with this would be just about that I thought that the answers within this defense would be that if you have games like this where you go, hey, through the first half, we haven't gotten one quarterback hit. Say nothing of a sack. We haven't gotten one quarterback hit. Baker's breaking the pocket. He's running free. That you have an answer in your playbook to say, hey, dial up the pressure. We got some creative blitzes we can bring to bear. And the proof in the pudding on this is that you had at least two that you ran in the second half, one with Nick Emanwari, which flushed Baker to the left side and caused a throwaway. And then you had D'Anthony Bell come on a delayed blitz, which again ended up causing the sack between D'Anthony Bell, I think, and Uchenna, right? Like your one sack on the day, the 0.5 between the two of them. But then you don't go to it at all through the rest of the second half when it's supposed to be there in the playbook, when you're supposed to have it in your designs. When we go to the trade deadline, there are positions that you tend to be able to find on the trade deadline that you can bring in. A bona fide pass rusher does tend to be one that you can usually find in the market somewhere. We got a Carlos Dunlap a couple of years ago who came in and he was a real boon to that edge group when he came in and cost you like a 7th round pick. When it comes to the edge class, I got to say that I had I had a little bit of a skeptical view with Boye Mafe and Derek Hall coming into this year, where both have had moments here and there, but both still kind of left me wanting a lot for what we're wanting to get off the edge. And I don't think that those guys have done anything so far this year that's made me tremendously felt moved from how I had my outlook of them to begin with. I think that you're definitely going to be potentially looking at needing to kind of replace a couple parts on this edge rush going into this next offseason. Good news is at least Uchenna's looked good. He's still on another year of his deal. But I think that you've got to start to, and hopefully this is a place where with John, he's been very hesitant in the past to bail out on something that he puts a lot of investment into. He doesn't often ascribe to the sunk cost fallacy. He will go to the opposite end of it, the bad end of it, where you go, well, we've already put this much time and effort into this player. We've already invested this much assets into this player. Let's keep dumping some more into it and take it to the bitter end. Take it to the end where it's just coughing and kicking out parts right and left, and then we finally realize it doesn't work, and then we'll move on. I think you got to start getting out ahead of some of these things you've done with some of these picks and some of these players and start to kind of own just a little bit. You're not going to get them all right. And own when you don't get it right and pivot in the right direction. Pivot to what will work then. And I would like to see them do that a little bit more with his pass rush, be before the trade deadline or into this next offseason a little bit. But I think you're right, Michael Cam. These are definitely in play positions in a major way, both at the deadline into this offseason. And then you may even have to hammer two. You may have to stack up a couple here, Michael Cam. Well, Lord knows with Boye, he's going to be a free agent as it stands in this offseason. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Roundtable is going to roundtable. Sam is the real deal. You better believe he is. And you better believe they are. He's not doing this by luck. You don't put a game together like this or this kind of season he's put together just by, again, falling into it. So this is about last year at the Viking season. So, but like they were with Gino, these guys are going to hold on to their takes with him and just find whatever they can on the confirmation bias thing of it. But just all comes back down to, as I've said, the reason I've seen Sam clearly, the reason I saw Gino clearly, the reason I saw the Russell Wilson situation clearly at the end of when that went is because it is clear that when you have the outlook of the quarterback position right now, be it by fans or by pundits or analysts or even front offices, that there's a lot of like broken thinking towards the position and what makes a great quarterback, what can allow for a great quarterback to, succeed. Thomas Cox, thank you for another $5 donation. Says, I'm sorry, letting a team score 38 points against a team who is supposedly a top 3 defense. It was against weak teams. Yeah, that's the thing with this. Come back to it's like, don't get too caught up on that. Well, they came into it as a top 3 defense. Like Pittsburgh Steelers are not a top end offense. The San Francisco 49ers is not a top end offense. The New Orleans Saints is not a top-end offense. The Arizona Cardinals, not a top-end offense. All of these are probably bottom 10 offenses in the sport. And so you feasted on the weak a little bit there. And you've done, and that's why I said, like, this is a little bit of the carryover from past couple of years. Seahawks team has been good. Seahawks team has feasted on the weak. Then when they got to go up against a test, they kind of failed the test, a true test. And that's the part that we're looking forward now is this next moving it forward kind of step here. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, devastating loss. Is the division out of reach? Well, I appreciate the $2 donation, and it's a very good question. I don't think it's out of reach necessarily. You don't have seemingly a team that's going to necessarily, I think, run away from this. I do think that the Niners injury situation eventually does add up here and becomes a bit too much when it's all said and done. But with that said, they've got a super easy schedule moving through the rest of the year, and maybe they just find a way. I mean, who am I to sell them at this point as they're getting the job done? I tend to think right now this is probably a 10-win team right now with the way that they're playing. It's a team that'll win more games than they lose. Maybe 10 wins will be enough to get in the playoffs this year. We've seen the last couple of years, not necessarily the case. So we'll see if that's going to be enough at that point. But I have a hard time of seeing the outlook of this team of being an elite team this year, that it all just needs the time to round into shape to becoming elite by the end of the season. I don't know that I see that right now. I think we're probably going to have to still kind of wait another year out to fully lock it into place. Not giving up on them, not saying I don't hope that we can't be great, not saying that I'm bailing, but just that if I'm trying to be a realist here and look at this with real eyes, not just the fan eyes, it's kind of what it's telling me right now. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation. Good team win at home. Good teams win at home. I don't see it. Certainly, it doesn't feel like if you can't even, if you've lost complete home field advantage where you're basically going to go 1-2 on home games for a season on average, and then 1 win, 2 losses, 1 win, 2 losses, it's hard to see that as being another kind of a signpost as to being whether or not you're really an elite team or not, isn't it, Thomas? Yeah, I feel the same way. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. A friend here, the Hawks played an excellent game. Well, the offense played an excellent game. I don't know if I can go to the defense on that. Special teams did pretty good aside from Myers on the one missed kick. Robert Charles, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Robert. We're going to be getting, please keep an eye on your membership over on your community post. I'll be getting the PFF scores out tomorrow, Monday. We've got Thursday night football. And then, of course, we will be doing a call-in show here as well shortly, Robert. So thank you for becoming a member. And do please keep an eye on your community post as I'll get those membership benefits out to you. Fritz, thank you for the $5 donation. Isn't that kind of a running down 2nd and 2, needing 27 yards and a minute, 3 timeouts? Were they getting a little too cute there? Yeah, probably. I think that there's a very good argument to be made on running the ball there. I think Sam has been throwing the ball throughout the day so well, and you've done such a good job in pass protection. You know, you're just not thinking, I think, from Kubiak's standpoint of that really being as much of the result possibility there and dropping back on 2nd and 2. Probably also maybe just going against what you think that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to try to, counter to you. Maybe load up a little bit from the run on that play a bit. So, yeah, it's one you could kind of hindsight a little bit there. But I can kind of understand going both ways with it. Definitely in retrospect, I think Kubiak would probably tell you, Fritz, that I would have liked to probably gone to like a shotgun run there. Try to catch him with maybe a draw if I can. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $10 donation. Love Darnold's play overall and the grit from our offensive skill guys. Yes, the secondary was decimated, but in a defensive head coach team, there's no excuse for fielding absolute scrubs and not blitzing. Amen, man. If I'm going to go down, I want to go down swinging. Don't go down softly. Don't die softly. Go down emptying the chambers. Go down throwing with every last bit of strength in the fist that you got to throw. Don't just slide back on your heels and let them take it to you. It's as much of the most confusing part of this game for me is as much that part of it is why did Mike you not try to dial some more stuff up for your D? Why didn't you try to help him? Why didn't you recognize a little early on which way the wind was a-blowing? Which way it was a-blowing? And move the sails in the right direction. Doesn't guarantee that then the move of the sails in the right direction would have, and again, this is where don't take for granted me saying, well, If you just would have blitzed, you would have won this game. No, it's not a guarantee of that. Buccaneers were doing a lot of blitzing on their side and weren't having a lot of success with it. But on the game-changing play, what were they doing? Blitzing both of their two linebackers in there. Blitzing two different guys, but one linebacker and one corner, I think, on the play. Trying to overcome what they knew walking in was going to be limited personnel that they were going to have to overcome for. But hell of a game from the offense. Darnold, skill position players were great in this game, to a man. And would have been great to get the dub for him on that. We'd be able to celebrate that a lot more thoroughly if it was the case. Fritz, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm salty. A Sam masterclass will get overlooked now. Completely will get overlooked. We'll get lost in the shuffle. And that's unfortunate. But as much of any silver lining on this one from some of the folks thinking about this season's got, we can reclaim this season. The big silver lining to me is we've got our quarterback. One of the hardest things to have in the National Football League. One of the hardest things to go find in the National Football League. We got him. He's in his prime. This guy here can go win you a Super Bowl. Get the other parts of this team right. Figure this defense out. Get the offensive line on point. This is a Super Bowl ready team. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, let's acknowledge special teams improvement by Coach Jay Harbaugh. Another part of the team working well. And a good omen is, yes, huge props to Jay Harbaugh in this game. The kick return unit for your Seattle Seahawks got multiple kick returns up around the 50-yard line. Multiple. Holani got a nice kick return in this game. Very good job. And then how they defended the kickoffs and putting teams on long fields, how they defended the punts. Jay Harbaugh has been fantastic this year with the crew. He's done some great adjustments this year. And boy, those returns were so big because your offense just has to constantly score, giving him those short fields like you were able to do a couple of different, in that second half especially. Huge to giving you a chance in this football game. And something that looks like it's going to be able to carry forward for us. Just another little bit of a feather in the cap as we look for what is working and where we need to find some improvement. CD Woods, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate that, CD Woods. Not convinced with all the gloom. Love, Spoon, Hall, D-Lob missed basically all the game with Woolen going down midway through. No pass rush and a leaky secondary. I wonder why. Laughing out loud. Need to see injuries. Yeah, I guess, CD, that's just from my standpoint. The part, though, that gets missed here is that do we look at that on the equivalency then to the Tampa Bay side? So, we're looking to our side and we're going, well, injuries. This right here, what are you going to do? But Tampa Bay's got at least an equivalency to me on the other side of this from an injury standpoint. Kalijah Cansey's out for the year. Starting right tackle, top 10 right tackle in this sport, maybe a top 6 right tackle in this sport. Luke Godecki out. Cody Mock, very good right guard in this league, above average, out for them. Bucky Irving, their starting running back, out for them in this game. Mike Evans, a pillar for that wide receiver room, a pillar for Baker Mayfield since he's arrived. Not out in that game. Godwin dinged up in this game, having a hard time at times to get on that football field in addition to that. Cansey, the 3-tech defensive tackle they took in the first round in the top 20 a couple of years ago. Jamel Dean, starting corner. Benjamin Morrison, backup starting corner. Their secondary was also beat up. So I don't know on this one from my perspective, CD, I'm okay with not having the doom and gloom. I have a hard time leaning back to the injury side when we're not also looking at what was on the Tampa Bay side. And going, well, wait, what's good for if we're going to blame this to this, why don't they get a lean on it too on their end of it as well as a valid excuse to still all overcome that and then dominate our defense on the day? That doesn't seem to quite fully, add up, with it. And it's not gloom from my perspective on this. As I've said at least a half a dozen times on this post game, this isn't doom and gloom. It's more of just looking at it with as much of the accurate eyes I can as to where the team is. We all want this team to be great. We all want the team to take another step forward here and become that contending team. But we also want to be, I think, accurate about what we're seeing in the team and not gloss them up, not glam them up more than what they are as well. Or at least that's what I like to do in the outlook of the team. I'm rooting for them, but I don't want to beguile myself into having an outlook of them just to be in the name of positivity. I can't get to that quite range of things myself on it. But that's just hard. That's the hard part for me on it, CD. I appreciate your perspective on it. It's just the tough part for me on my side to lean as much into saying, well, this guy, and this guy. And then that's kind of the, end all be all to the game. Enough said at that point completely explains everything sort of away a little bit. I think there's some bigger things a little bit at play here in this one. JRD 243 and CD, thank you again for the big tenor. JRD, thank you for the $5 donation. Woolen wasn't great today. However, not bad when he went out. You could see the change. Baker was just getting whatever he wanted after Reek went out. Yeah, and it opened up more further once, Woolen went out. Again, I don't know if this speaks to as much of how necessarily good Woolen is, because like you say at the front, he wasn't particularly playing well before that. Missed tackle. I know he had a couple completions that looked like he gave up, but maybe it just more speaks to about where Pritchett's really at as much as it is Reek, because Pritchett has not yet as well proven himself that that's a guy that can be a guy out at the field as a corner and work. From that side of it. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I'm happy that they kept pace with the Buccaneers because last year Seattle would have lost by multiple touchdowns like Green Bay and or Minnesota. Yeah, I think that's valid. I think last year you wouldn't have had the offensive means to stay pace with this kind of game. Grubb would never have gone back to some of the balance that probably would have been required in that second half to keep the offense in the right place of things. And certainly the offense is moving forward. The progress is happening there from where it was last year. The commitment to the runs there. The effectiveness can kind of go up and down a little bit in the run game, but you're seeing kind of the plan. It's varied up. It can attack in multiple different areas. The passing attack has much more of a purposeful approach, more under center stuff, more play action. All the stuff we were kind of promised on that has been delivered. And that is a good omen for the future on that side of the ball. Well said, Thomas. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $10 donation, Glenn. I very, very, very much appreciate it. On a positive note, after watching this game, it looks like our offense is pretty incredible. Our defense needs work, but we have a defensive genius as a head coach, so he ought to be able to fix this. Hopefully there are some adjustments that he can make, especially if you're going to come back next week and still be a bit beat up in that secondary, that you've got some answers to be had, hopefully, somehow or another. But definitely the offense looked pretty incredible today. I think it did help that where you had the Buccaneers team defensively out and down some bodies on that side of it. It helped make you a little better, but they also played a hell of a game on that side of the football. And a lot of different guys got a chance to eat today. It wasn't just you lean on one star or another, but everybody kind of, putting their point in there. Walker running the ball well. Darnold, great decision-making, some big-time throws. JSN just always there when you need him. Cooper Kupp moving the chains on third down. A.J. Barner, how about Barner with his 4th touchdown catch? Guy's looking awesome for you at tight end. So a lot of good stuff there with that. Yeah. Hopefully the defensive genius, as you call them, will have some answers for it coming off the heels of this game. A lot to clean up. Nate Cash, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you doing that, folks. If you can hit that like button, sub on up. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Helps this channel grow, helps me show. Got about 5 minutes away here from the start of the Mariners game, which we'll still talk Hawks, but I'll probably be talking a little bit about Mariners, watching them as well. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. Another season of beating bad teams and losing to good teams. Can't wait to pick 18th overall to miss the playoffs. Yeah, the frustration is real, Joshua. I'm in alignment with you on it. I feel it the same way. And that we are beyond the period a little bit of where, at the end of the Super Bowl runs, you'd hear sometimes people go, oh, Hawk fans are spoiled or whatever. And, it is reaching into more of a place now where I would say it's gone to the other end of the scale on this one, where you as Hawk fans aren't spoiled. You're having to wait now for 10 years. Jacksonville Jaguars have gone through like 5 coaches, yet still have more playoff wins than you since 2017. Nobody looks at Jacksonville and goes, well, there's a winning franchise. So it's been a couple years of this. And that's where I completely understand getting a little fed with how long it's kind of taken to get there. But it is moving in the right direction, and it will get there. And when it gets there, I think it's going to land with a tremendous amount of force. But we're still a little bit stuck in that same cycle at the moment, and it just seems like we can't get ourselves out of that washer. It's kind of in the spin cycle a little bit there, Joshua, to your point. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall says, I take more positive than negative from this loss. I don't think our D will be that bad once we get right. We ran the ball in the number 2 defense. Sam was great, minus that one throw. Indeed, Sam was very good in this game. And I'm not going to knock anything he did. You ran the ball very well. You're able to get both Charbonnet and Walker a little bit loose at the same time. It's kind of been one or the other at times in some of these games up until this point. But you're able to get them both going. And hopefully the defense can bounce back off this one. This has not been where they've been at. I think against teams that aren't a great challenge offensively, once we get back up to health, Randall, I think we can do fine. I think it'll remain to be seen from my perspective on when we got to actually face a true challenge of an offense, whether at that point we'll be fine, whether at that point we're able to stand with those teams toe to toe. That's the little bit that remain to be seen. But love the positivity, man. And hopefully the team can bounce back next week against Jacksonville. 916 49er, thank you for subscribing to the channel. 916, really appreciate you doing that. Very, very kind of you. MJ Seahawk with a big $10 donation. Thank you, MJ. You guys are just unbelievable. So very kind, all of you guys on the donation front of things, and I really appreciate it. Says, I put this loss on 3 things. Myers, every other year curse. What the hell was the call with Milroe? And could we have worse luck with secondary injuries? Certainly maybe only the Cardinals in your division here are the only other team in the NFL as beset, it would seem, by so many secondary injuries. But seemed like every other play just about in this game, you were losing one after the other. Couldn't keep anybody out there on it. And you got down lean, man. You got down lean. Not sure what was going on with the Milroe call. They've been very random when you've done it. I think each time that you've done it, you've been driving and moving the ball, and it's taken the ball out of Sam Darnold's hand to give it to Jalen Milroe. I don't know how this team has watched Sam Darnold since training camp and through what he's done through the first 5 weeks of the season and still said that we need to take the ball out of this guy's hand. You know what we need to do? We need to give less of the decision-making to Sam Darnold here based on what he's showing us. It's not made a lot of sense to me. And with Myers, kickers you rely on kickers. They're not going to make all their kicks, but he's definitely in the middle of one of those curse years. It's a Mr. Hyder. What are you going to do? You get it for all its beauty and for all its worth there, but love the optimism. MJ, along with Randall, feeling a little confident still coming out of this game, able to already flush this one, which is good to see. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. Defense is the low-hanging fruit, even after missing half of their starters. Both losses ended with offenses essing the bed. Facts have no feelings. Yeah, I'm just going to struggle, Henry, coming to this one and looking at the offense at this one and saying, you guys didn't hold up your end of the bargain in this one. And again, the counterback to this is that, Buccaneers had their defensive guys down too. So, they're down at least 3, technically 4 with Morrison in there as well. And they're much more beat up on the offense than we are. We're not down 2 offensive linemen. We're not down our starting running back. We're not down JSN, our number 1 wide receiver. It's kind of hard to play the injuries one-way game here for me. Like you go, okay, I'm going to ignore this whole other injury thing happening over here. Just our team had it, so that's what will happen. You can't ask your offense, Henry, to be perfect on the day. You can't ask them to score every single time they have the ball. Was the offense perfect today? No, they weren't. And it's brutal at the end for an interception, but I don't know how you can come to this game at the end of the day and not look at it squarely landing on the shoulders of really the defense here to the biggest margins. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. I want to be a contender, not a team like the Cowboys. NFC West Roundtable will have a field day. Yeah, indeed. I think that they're going to say that this is a bit of the same old Seahawks in there, and not a lot I can do to counter that at the moment here in that. So, got to take the lumps on this one. That's a bit of the downside. And I want to be a contender too, and I think we're heading towards contending state. And it may be a year to get there, but we're heading there. Can't forget all the dead money you're sitting on this year, and you're not going to be sitting on that next year. You got the 7th most amount of cap space in the books. You'll have your quarterback in the back pocket. Very good team put together. We want it to happen faster. We all do, and I'm hopeful it does. I'm not bailing on where the season is. I'm just being realistic on what I'm seeing and where this thing seems to be heading towards. We are moving in the right direction, though. That part is for sure. Globe Global Hobo, thank you for the $2 donation. Why pay to watch such a heartbreaking loss at home? Well, it's been something that's definitely been mentioned to me a bunch when I've sometimes lamented how much our stadium can kind of be taken over in recent years from the opposition coming in there, and why is this happening? And man, like what's going on, and why aren't we showing up? And to your point, there's been a lot of bad losses in that stadium at home, and it's very expensive walking in that stadium. It is not a cheap day at the office if you're bringing your family to go watch a football game. And I can't push back against it on it. You're 4-8 at home here over the last 3 years or 2 years or whatever. I mean, it's tough. It's inexplicable. I don't have any excuse I can lean back on to point to. It's just kind of like this. It's just weird. You should have a benefit. It's like with the crowd noise somehow should be affecting the opposition. Just doesn't seem to be putting a hitch in their giddy up at all. At all. All right, caught up on the donos. Thank you guys all for that. Global, Thomas, Henry, MJ, Randall, Joshua, Glenn, Thomas again, JRD, ZD Woods, John Naylor. Guys are unbelievable. Let me get the Mariner game up here, and I will be I'll be right back here. 1 second. HG, what's up, man? One got concussed. So we need a new kicker. Myers' leg's dying. Every kick looks like he's about to miss. Definitely was hard to find much confidence staying on those kicks, wasn't it? Seemed to be kind of wildly this way or that way, or he was barely getting it up the upright. Next up, just got done saying we in the cycle. Then it says we moving forward. What, Brandon? Am I being unclear on what I'm saying? So it's a bit of the look here on Klep. It's the outlook of 25 long term. So a lot of times what we do on the channel here is we'll do multiple hats. What's the outlook of what's going on right now? What's the outlook of where things are at long term? Two different viewpoints. Not all those viewpoints always align up, making it simple and easy. A lot of times it's complicated, as this is. But that's a little bit the outlook. I got a bit of two different outlooks from my standpoint of this. What I see for where we're at heading through the rest of this year and where I see this team heading for the long term. I'm not down on the team. I'm not out on the team. I'm just kind of in that general state. Henry says defense carried this team all along. They get injured and the offense can't win one for the team. I think I would push back against this defense has carried the team. I think the defense has performed very well and they've done a very good job. I think the offense has contributed along to these wins, Henry, and I think the special teams has contributed along to these wins. I think these wins have been team efforts. They haven't been that the defense is suddenly just doing all the work and the offense is doing nothing. And now the day you need them to do something. It's also a little bit of a different thing of asking the offense to help win for the team versus saying, hey, we need you to score damn near 40 points on this day to win. Any NFL team that's asking its offense to do that is being ridiculous, in my opinion. You got to do a little bit more than that, D. Even injured. You have 25, give up a 30. We got to score 40. It's hard to come back on the offense and say that's your fault then. I just am not going to understand that standpoint of it myself. Appreciate where you're coming from, though. It's just, that's a tough one. That's a tough sell for me. Strike out here for our man, Luis Castillo, right out the gate, one man out. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, McDonald's inflexibility shows his inexperience. Yeah, I think that there's a little bit something there as far as, to your point, that you have a young head coach like this, still into his second year, first time as a head coach. There are lessons you're going to learn and parts of your experience you're going to grow from within on, given certain situations that you're sometimes facing for the first time. And that's probably a little bit at play here, to your point, Samuel. I think that there's certainly some validity in that. Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation. Mumbles. How are the refs? Were they fair this week or slightly biased towards the Bucs? Was just fast forwarding through plays because I fell asleep and missed the game. Why are we trying Milroe? It's only been bad. In regards to the Milroe one, I think that you're looking at Milroe and Arroyo as these kind of picks that are as much about kind of the future and what you did with those picks. And that there's also a bit of a draw when you pick guys that high to get something from them immediately too. And if you're not, that there's a bit of that drive to do so. I'm not saying that they should be leaning into that drive anymore. I don't know if they need anything more as far as a startling example as to why the Milroe experiment, though a good one on paper, though it sounds great on draft day, is not quite one that I think is making a lot of sense in practicality and how they're trying to use it. The refs initially came out and I thought that they were pretty rough with the Hawks there in the first half. I was not a fan of where the officiating was at. The roughing the passer call on Baker Mayfield, where Byron Murphy basically rolls over a guy in pass protection. The guy falls over, and Murphy lands on top of him. That's not the intention of that rule and how they called that. We had a lineman downfield call that I thought was stupid as well. That really cost us a big play early on in the game. But I have to admit as well that there was probably some calls into the second half that went a little bit more into our favor. The defensive holding call that wiped off the interception factored in pretty heavily on that. So I can't say that I felt like it was necessarily 24/7 on the bad reffing, but it did feel like the first half was pretty not good, pretty not good. So mixed bag, I guess, Mumbles. We got some calls back in our favor on it, but the timing of the ones, especially in that first half, were kind of tough. Endo Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. Brandon, would you call wide receiver U right now? LSU or Ohio State? All right, Henry. So would it be, and Henry, you don't have to put a donation on this. Just put this in the comment section because we want to make sure that to answer your question right. Is this a question of wide receiver U based on, like the last 20 years? So like I can't include Chris Carter, for instance, Ohio State wide receiver, right? Because I could probably put a bit of a trek to Ohio State being wide receiver U if I'm especially bringing in and able to include the hard hit foul there. The background of Ohio State prior, where I can go back and grab some guys that were also really good players into the 80s and 90s. Maybe they weren't all stars. But even right now where you're at with it, where, Marvin Harrison's he maybe not been the greatest of the greats, but he's fine. Emeka going off, Jackson Smith going off. You got Wilson out there with the Jets going off. Olave's been pretty good. I think you got to probably give Ohio State the overall nod. I mean, LSU's got some fire too, though, as far as the top end with Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. But it just feels like maybe they've gotten a little bit more Ohio State. They've got a little bit more done on that side of it. Ohio State's been freaking pumping them out, man. pumping them out. Those you got your 2, and then you got like a Odell. It's a tough question. Let's get the game cast up. I'll get it fixed here. One sec. Yeah. Curtis Samuel, Chris Olave, Marvin Harrison Jr., Mecca Buka, Terry McLaurin, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba. You got to give it to them, Henry. They're holding it down right now. Thomas is okay. Jake says Puka's the best receiver in the NFL. Didn't JSN just go off today and he was double teamed? He did indeed. Off the end of the bat, this will be a fly out to left. Randy Arozarena will gather it in, and that will be 3 out for the Mariners in the top of the first. John, we should definitely get another kicker in the next draft. They might. These drafting the kickers has been a pretty dicey game for NFL teams. See what's gone on with, for instance, Moody with the Niners. It's something that you'd hope would work ideally, but it doesn't quite always roll through. Ornacity, if the Patriots go on a losing streak, think we could make a trade for Harold Landry on a fire sale? I do, Ornacity. That I think is a guy that in the past there has been reportedly some interest from the team in him as a player. So they may have a little bit of a weak spot for him a little bit on that. That would be kind of exactly a little bit more of the kind of guy that I'm talking about, where you just go to find a little bit more stability from the edge, less of the we think it can become this and more of the we know he's that. I think that's a little bit of what I'd say too, and that you can tend to find those guys in the market. Jesus says, why is it when teams score many points, then the defense gives up many points? Why can't it be score many points and defense keeps opponents very low points? Very frustrating. Well, I think today you definitely were having some inadequacies when it came to you having enough guys in the secondary to field something that could work. And just, they weren't ready to go, the backups. They weren't prepared to be in the right spots in zone coverages. They just got beat right and left. And you get decimated in a secondary. You're, I guess, going to have that happen when you play a good quarterback like Baker Mayfield. But it is frustrating. That's for sure. Brandon Janis says, well, I'll certainly be skipping the power rankings this week. Man, I was so confident in a victory too. We'd have been number 5 on every list if we'd won. Long season, I guess. Freaking Effineers. DM Kawa says, Mike did not scheme up the game very well. Man, we need Julian Love for real. No, he did not. You're right. Yeah, it was a very, very simplified game plan, and you were definitely missing Julian Love and Witherspoon in a major way. D-Money didn't have any pressure today. Give even a decent quarterback that much time. It's not going to be fair. Well, true. John Ruiz says, Darnold throwing that interception is also to blame. He has played well, but he can't do that. Fans fried Geno, so Sam is no exception. As I understand it, John, it went off a helmet, so there's maybe a first part of that to consider in that particular equation that you're factoring out. Geno Smith had never played any of a game over the past 3 years to that same high level what Darnold had up until that throw. And if you toss out all that day and not think about what he did in that day up until that point, I think we're missing the forest despite the trees on that one. It's going to be very hard for me to come back to the offense or just to pinpoint this throw he has at the one point when you're needing your offense to score 24/7 through a game. I mean, You can't ask an offense to do that. You're eventually going to have it lead to that. You need an offense to score every single time. You're going to eventually lead to them pressing. You're going to eventually lead to a bad interception. The key is not to get to the point where they're pressing. The key is to play it with a little bit more balance to where you don't have to get to that spot of things. Base hit. Out into right here by Rosarina to start the game off for the Mariners, offensively speaking. You filmed more plays that are designed for K9 to run a pile of grown-ass men 10 yards back. That was pretty cool, this scrum play. Little Iggy, any tips on how to get my first girlfriend? Don't be shy. Accept that you're going to have rejection come your way, because that's the thing that tends to send off any guys when it comes to getting a girlfriend, is that they're worried about rejection. But if you just kind of lay it on the line, try it out, throw it out there, women appreciate that. They like it when you come out and, you're hyper aggressive, but you're willing to be brave. Bravery is rewarded by females in that way. So even if you're not confident, act confident. Catalyst's patience doesn't exist for many franchises, laughing out loud. We have it much better than others. That's true. Very true. Part of the patience that I build within this is that there are places that have things so wrong and so bad and so broken and so far away. And we don't find ourselves on that end of this right now. 1-2 count here to Cal Raleigh. Randy Rosarina on first. Foul back. Jamar, anyone with a brain knew that their player that we needed to hone in on was a Becca. Yeah, agreed. And you didn't hone in on him. There was no sliding of double coverages to him. I mean, half the time he was making catches, he's just sitting in the open spaces in the zone. Nobody's picking him up. Have a good one, SL Hazard. Go Hawks. Jamar says, D-line pissed me off today, man. Made Baker look like Mike Vick out there. Yes, we did. Nasty losses were by 3 and 4 points, I guess, to be positive. That's it. That is very positive. Our plus-minus ratio will still be good. Swing and a miss, 3 and 2. Brandon Jen, I don't know about backups, but backup Pritchett was total hogwash. Got to step up, bud. I don't think Drake Thomas looks solid. No, it's variety guys out there that struggle. Pritchett looked lost in the sauce the second he walked out there. Zilla Hawk, the Terminator, Darnold Schwarzenegger was not the issue today. Facts. Big facts. 12th North Chad, any other option besides Jason Myers? Well, we're stuck for the rest of the year with him at least. But he is still on another year of a contract after this season, Chad. So whether or not they roll with him for another year, I mean, you get back around to Dr. Jekyll next year. So there is that good side of it. Julio quickly 0-2. Vic, did Brandon with Shaq Griffith on the field today? Is he injured in Mike's doghouse? Not on the field today. Don't know if he's looked particularly good for them since coming back into play here. Johnson's not saying it's all in Darnold. The defense shares a lot of the blame for allowing Tampa Bay to score that many points as well. Blame to go around. Yeah, I think it's true there. I just have a hard time on a day where the guy's got a 135 quarterback rating that you're landing on Darnold being any of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the first bits of priority that I would be looking at. I think that it's to try to dice it up and say, well, 50% goes to the offense, and we have 50% to the defense. Like Sam has really none of this. You can't ask your offense to score 38 points. I'm kind of surprised I've got to make this argument to my chat here on this, John, that I got to sell you on the fact that asking your offense to score 38 points, asking your offense to have to score in every possession into that second half in order to win a football game does not then mean it comes back down the offense when they failed to do so at the very end of the game with 1 minute left to go on the clock. It's a representation of your defense's failure on the day, and not just a minor failure at that. Their complete and utter failure on the day. That's what's a representation of. Full stop. Don't have to go to second line, third line, fourth line. It's a one-line situation here on this one. I don't know if I've walked out of a game with a fan base that had their team put up there and a quarterback that put up that kind of performance, and that there was even a couple fans that just didn't immediately go right to the defense. I've got to be honest with you. If you guys are coming to bring up Sam on this one, you're going to have to make my head wrap around this one more than just like, well, that throw, you can't make that throw there. You can't throw that there on the throw there. It went off the helmet. They were being blitzed. You didn't particularly pick up the blitz well on that final play. But it almost seems to me like there's a little bit of a preloaded this towards Sam on that if you're coming out of this game and at the tip of your tongue is Sam is the first thing walking off your lips. That was one of the worst defensive performances we've seen in that stadium in quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of time. There's reasons for it. Injuries are valid. Baker's a tough quarterback. But that's what's the forefront of this. This will be knocked up to third base, and that'll be the final out. Any idea on when Witherspoon will be back? I was told in the chat earlier on this, Glenn, that both Witherspoon and Love are expected to practice this upcoming week. We will see. Moonman Brandon Perna did curse us this week. That is true. That is true. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, Mr. Spammer. We'll take care of you. First one out. First of many today. John says they did fail. I never said 50% was on Sam and the offense, but bad luck he threw a pick. Well, clarify, I guess, then, John, if you can for me, what are you trying to say on this with the blame? How much do you put on the defense? I mean, I'm more referencing the fact that the first thing you kind of referenced that I saw in the chat room was just to the offense. So elaborate if you can. I'm curious as to where you're at on that. In that, I'd like maybe a percentage on this, could you? Dish me out. How much the defense, how much the offense do you put onto it? Look at my Coach Carroll's defense. Is this Jamora? That's a little bit of my feeling of it too. Daniel Bailey says, just tuning in now, thoughts on why our defense collapsed all game. Well, you certainly had a myriad of injuries into your secondary, which appeared to cause your secondary to completely collapse throughout the whole course of this game. Wide open zones every single time Baker pretty much just about dropped back. You were unable to contain Baker in the pocket. When he wanted to escape, he could escape and extend the play. Likewise to that, with those injuries being suffered, you didn't have anything from Mike McDonald's perspective as far as anything you could dial up in the playbook as far as an answer, nor did you try to dial up anything in the playbook. You blitzed at a bare minimum. You stacked the box at a bare minimum. You did no simulated pressures really outside of a couple times here and there throughout the course of the game. You ran not a lot of the press coverage. You just tried to run off coverage and a lot of zone, and Baker was able to go eat. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. We scored 35 points in 31 minutes. Blame is on the defense. That's kind of where I stand on this too. I feel like the offense did its job today to go get you the win. Most on the defense, like 99% of the defense. Okay, so we're in alignment there, John. Then we're in a complete alignment. I'm just thinking it's just there's been a couple people that peppered in on Sam on the first thing that I've seen on them with the comment. I'm kind of going, I need to understand that a little bit better. And I'm truly curious on it. Maybe I'm missing something with it. But when you go to 99%, then we're in alignment. There's certainly some percentage point that's worth throwing to the offense on this side of it. The Milroe call was god-awful. And bringing him out there makes no sense. And it is dumb to the nth degree. But the final interception there, it's why you don't want games coming down to a 2-minute drive constantly. You want to put the hay in the barn up until that point. And you had plenty of different points of putting that hay in that barn throughout the course of this game. You just couldn't do it. And I keep coming back to that defense is what didn't allow you to do it. One stop, one turnover. It's the difference of the game here on it. But Sam on that throw there, I've watched so many football games to where you can see that with these offenses. It's a little bit like, let me give you another representation, John. It's a little bit like a couple of weeks ago. Remember the Russell Wilson game against the Cowboys? Right? And he throws for 450 yards. And it's vintage Russ. And he plays a real amazing game. But then at the end of the game, he throws a pick there. So like from my perspective, I go through that game and I go, look, your defense didn't stop anything through that day. You made him have to go throw for 500 yards to go get the win. I can't come back to Russ and go, well, Russ, it's your fault. You're bad, Russ. To try to show consistency on this point, John, Glenn says, this is probably a good thing we lost this game because it might have left our defense and Mike McDonald off the hook. Maybe so. Maybe so. Go Mariners, man. We got one out here. Runner on first here for Castillo. Let's see if Pierda can get the job done for us here today. Gene says, Darnold kept this game. He's throwing dimes left and right. Amen. And Power Code says, guys, I'm just gutted. That pass rush was anemic. Why didn't we blitz stunt more often? We ruined Darnold's masterclass. Can't get out of our own way. Sometimes that's been the case here for us so far this year. Is just can't seem to sometimes get out of your own way. And don't know. I'm hoping the reporters are going to ask McDonald and he's going to have a good answer as to why you didn't even at least try to do more of dialing up the pressure, more of making the quarterback uncomfortable. Why are you trusting a pass rush that wasn't getting home? To your point, was anemic through a lot of the day. 2-1 pitch here for Luis. Hit foul, 2-2. Irrelevant. Thank you for the $10 donation. Irrelevant. I really appreciate that. And Keon Lund, again, thank you for the $2 dono. Relevant says, Mike is really owning up to his defensive performance, but there is only so much a coach can do. The players need to execute better. Did the D seem dead to you? Well, I'll agree with, let me agree with you first on this one, Irrelevant. Could the defensive perform better and executed better? Certainly. You had guys dropping in zone coverage that were completely lost and seemingly unprepared to play. Is that them playing bad? Is the coaches not having them ready to play? It's one thing if you have a backup corner come in. Let me bring it up like this. I got a backup corner come in. I run press. I got a man lockdown guy out there as a press man corner. Revis-like. I lose that guy. I go to the backup. I go backup, your press, your man. Woo! That's a tall task for a backup corner to come in there and do that. Only so many guys that can press and run with guys out there. Only so many. Okay? So that's where you go, ooh, look, our guy's getting beat. He's running man. The guy's just getting separation. Oh, he was tight in coverage. The guy's just making the catch. You have situations like that where backups come in. What you had with your backups coming in this game in that secondary was guys blowing the ass out of the zone defense. Guys dropping to a spot in space, but not going to a man. Not actually really getting beat on the play. Just kind of, oh, the receiver's right there to my left. And I saw him run right past me. I just didn't react to him at all. So then it gets harder to me to come back down to being like, well, execution. And I think that part of the reason you're hearing a couple other people on this one lament a little bit like I am on this are irrelevant. Where was the blitzing? Where was the stack boxes? Where was the simulated pressures? Where was the more of the press coverage to try to disrupt those routes? Because a lot of the zone coverage was also coming on the back of off coverage into zone, off coverage into zone drops to nowhere. So, okay, it's not working through 3 quarters, let's say irrelevant. Why not get into the depths of the third quarter and the fourth quarter and try to turn this thing into a different direction just to see if you can get some different results from what was happening? They blitzed in 2 key positions in the second half. Nick Emanwari came off the edge on one play, flushed Baker out to the left side of the pocket. Baker threw it away. And then DeAnthony Bell blitzed on the other way, and that's when you got your only sack. But you didn't try to blitz. So I'd have a much more, to me, an ability in this one of looking at the situation and saying, Mike did everything he could. He dialed this up, he dialed that up, he dialed this up. He tried different stuff on the day. He mixed it up. And the players, no matter what he did, failed. But I did not get that sense from Mike today. I think they had a game plan coming into this that was very similar to the game plan coming into the rest of these games this season, which is front 4, not going to blitz. Drop everybody into coverage, squeeze the zones. And if you're getting pressure with the front 4, that all works. If the front 4 can't even get a quarterback hit basically just about on the day, well, then you got to adjust. You got to read what's going on and make an adjustment mid-game to try something, especially when it's that bad, when it's just touchdown drive after touchdown drive after touchdown drive. You eventually go, maybe just something different. Something. So I look, the backups hurt, for sure irrelevant. I don't want to undersell that part. But at the same point in time, I think your defensive, for having a guy that's supposed to be a defensive genius, I didn't see a lot of genius strategy on his part to try to overcome that. I think if I've got a Bill Belichick, for instance, I don't think he just sits back on a front 4 in his defense throughout the game in that way. You know, that's kind of what stands out to me a little bit here. So I feel like bottom line on this irrelevant. Thank you for the donation. I think Mike should own this. I think that there's certainly, he's got a reason to say, okay, yeah, the backups it's in the secondary, but I need to own this as well. And how about we also own the fact that our backup cornerbacks can't even be somewhat stable out for there. If we have to go to cornerback 4 in our rotation, we're cooked. It's not a matter of, well, he can kind of do something out there. He can kind of be somewhat, like he's just going to get eaten up over and over and over again. And that also then speaks a bit how you built up and what the faith you put in the corners that you have on this roster at this point. So there's a little bit more for that for me on this one. It's harder for me to go more simplistic and just be like, well, just didn't execute, We got 2 runners on, second and third here, 1-2 count for Castillo. Top of the second. Thank you for the $10 donation. And you guys, win or loss, are absolutely amazing as always on your support to this channel. I really do appreciate it. Two and two. John says, I agree that you definitely don't want things coming down the last 2 minutes. That's not a good situation to be in. The Russ loss is a good example. Yeah. That's just why I'm trying to show kind of if we have a disagreement on outlook on certain bit, where I just try to show at least I'm consistent in the outlook of the way I view it. And these kind of games are a type of game in the NFL, right? Where it's, you don't see them a lot all the time, but when you see them on that, you kind of know, well, it probably comes down to eventually a defensive interception probably wins it because the offenses can only be perfect for so long. It's hard to play at that level of an offense for a whole game at that too. Power Code on the bright side thought the run and pass pro was much better. AJ Barner and Cup on those seal blocks were money. Yeah, those guys did a great. Both those guys played a really good game. And your pass pro held up today. Part of what allowed Darnold to really flourish in this one was really having time in the pocket to be able to work. Picked up the blitzes really well today, in addition to that, which was cool to see. Power Code on the bright side. Very cool to see.
Run and pass pro was much better. AJ
I just wonder on the
Cup
spam, like,
blocks were money. Yeah,
how does it get you this? All this spamming.
Really good game. And your pass pro held up.
I'm just going to wipe you out the second you drop it. You know what I mean? Daniel Bailey was a painful loss, but a respectable one. Hell of a game against a worthy opponent. It's good to see our offense has the ability to be a strength. Amen. Zilla Hawk, Hustle Russell is a shell of a former Super Bowl self. That will make us so much worse. I wasn't saying move for Rutt. Yeah. Oh, you're responding to Sarah. Tough loss, Josh. Tough loss, man. Robert Jimenez. McDonald didn't adjust accordingly on defense when Tampa Bay started rolling offensively. I would have liked to see a blitz every now and then just to give Tampa a different look. Me too, man. Me too. Relevant, definitely a bummer, bro. Bummer loss on this one. And I just would like to go down. I'm a big guy in this, and for years I said this with Coach Carroll, and I've watched this kind of defensive styling of play. I think that's part of maybe why you're getting a bit of sensitivity with me on this as well. I have seen that this just fails. You can't just sit in front four. You can't just go, hey, it's a four-man rush that's not getting home throughout a whole day and a quarterback cutting you up at every turn and just keep trotting that same strategy out on the course of a day. I've seen it with Carroll so many times over through the years, and you just go, it's not going to work doing that. Try something else. And it's the metaphor I come back to is go down swinging. You know? You want to go down punching because you're trying to avoid punches, or you want to go down with at least you've let a let hook unloaded on the guys, you know? You've taken the action to them rather than get up on your heels. Seahawks defense today was on their heels all day long. All day long. CD says, when they're healthy, I think the defense is elite, but we don't know the status of Hall and Woolen. Love and Spoon seem to have nagging injuries so far this season. I'm less confident if they stay injured. I will be as well. I do not think we have the depth to lean upon if these guys aren't going to be out there rolling. Empower Code, why do we keep letting one player win the game? Given Ibeka's success, why not double him? Why is Okada choosing to help Kobe deep when Ibeka is running loose right there? I don't get it. I don't either. I would have thought that you would have slanted a little bit more of the double teams in this game to Ibuka. Godwin's just coming back. They rock kind of two slots at one time on the field a lot. You have like that Tez Johnson kid with like 170 pounds out there is their other receiver they're trying to roll out, and Sterling Shepard. Those aren't really great challenges at that point. You know, maybe take away Ibeka and be like, all right, Baker, you're going to beat us today. You're going to beat us throwing the ball, and you're going to beat us throwing the ball, not throwing to Ibeka. Good luck. I think that wouldn't have been the worst. On a day with a lot of bad defensive strats, there's just another one that I would have thrown on top of the pile walking into this game and said, I would have put this at the forefront. You're already dropping the 7 guys into coverage anyway. If you're already dropping the 7 into coverage, then you've got the bodies to bracket the coverage up on the guy at that point. I would think. TD Woods, maybe I'm wrong. I did feel like we started blitzing more as the game entered the fourth. I was hoping Mike was saving them in the fourth. Need to see the all 22 to see if we did or didn't. Hard to say for sure with this as far as my outlook on this one, CD, but it did kind of stand out when you blitz because you blitz so infrequently. I think why it stands out in your mind on the blitzes that you're seeing as much as because they were effective. Anthony Hall gets home. Eamon Wari flushes him from the pocket. But I don't think you kept dialing it up. I think it was very much still something very littly used. And remember, coming into this game, CD Woods, 31st in the NFL walking into this game at the blitz rate. I think it's going to be sitting very similar as you walk out of this game, that blitz rate. And that's okay if you're getting stops. That's okay if you're getting pressure with the front four. But if you're not, then it stands out that here's a button you can push to maybe kind of jumpstart this maybe a little bit. Got to see the 22 and the stats on the CD. We'll get a bottom line on that to give us a real true indication of it. But Brian says, yeah, I'm scratching my head about that too. If you're going to drop 7 bodies into coverage, there's no excuse for leaving the middle of the field desolate and no one covering Ibuka. Exactly. It's like not only do you not have him being doubled, you don't have him even singled into the zone just coming off the blocks. You've got guys spot dropping into space to landmarks. And then he's eating up the space in between the landmarks. And it happening all day long. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. Did you guys know how to win? Losers. Brian says Mayfield saw a trend early in the game and he exploited it to the hilt. Boy, did he ever. Big time. 2 outs for the Mariners here in the bottom of the second. 0-2 count here for Mitch Gava. Mitch, the Garv man, Gava. CD says, yeah, that's fair. Could be I was looking for them as well, so it sticks out more. And I can't say for sure, so I know I'm speaking a little bit of confidence. It was more of CD, part of why it sticks in my brain is I was looking for snap in and snap out a bit for like, all right, where's the heat? Where's the heat? And I kept kind of like just feeling this kind of like bothersome note in my brain as I was watching the game in that second half where I was like, 4-man front, 4-man front, 4-man front, 4-man front. And going, oh man. But I can't say for sure until I do get that. I love that we got these stats now that where we can just easily with NFL.com stats, check the blitz rates out, watch the 22, see where they're at with that, just to be assured of it. But I would reckon to guess that you were probably around the same sort of blitz rate you've been at so far coming into the season. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's like something like 17%, somewhere in that neighborhood, something like that, I think, at 31st. But we'll have to watch on the second half to see on that for sure. Sarah still can rise to the top. You never know, Sarah. It's a long NFL season. Anything can happen. It's a weird season. Stuff just goes in different directions, and it can be a little bit hard to track exactly how things are going to turn out. John says, I hope when they watch the vids of this game, they see how the middle was wide open and the scheme to prevent that in the future. I do as well. I think some of this comes from John when you run, well, let's do this. Let me show you a little bit of this. Yeah, we can do it like this. Let's have some fun here a little bit, shall we? Let's have a little bit of fun here with this. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let me paint. There we go. All right. Let me draw something up for you guys here a little bit. Okay. So. And so this is our defensive line. Here's our off-ball linebackers, right? So we got our 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then let's say we got our slot right in here. Okay. And you got wide receiver here. There's your slot. There's your Z. And here's our true X. Okay. So what are you doing? Dropping to depth, dropping to depth, dropping to depth, dropping to depth. So this guy will tend to play a little bit of man, right? So slot guy here, this is going to stay into more of a man experience. A lot of times what you're going to see on the tape. Okay. Okay. So what you get is everything is trying to prevent this deep ball in the back end here initially off the snap and what it presents to the quarterback. Okay. So X receiver comes up, sits down here. He's open. Z comes up, sets down in the landmark right here. He's open. Go watch the Tampa Bay tape. Go watch the highlights right now. And when you see Emeka Egbuka, aside from the big shot down the field, these are the routes he is finding open space in. And why? Because a little bit like the Coach Carroll defenses, you're leaning towards trying to protect initially against that deep ball. You're wanting them to earn their way up the football field. But as we saw, it could sometimes be problematic in the Coach Carroll defense. The very thing that you're trying to prevent, you don't prevent. And once that happens, time for new tactics. To protect initially against that deep ball, you're wanting them to earn their way. Kind of a simplistic little chart there, but I swear that's what you're going to see on the tape when you watch it. You're going to feel guys pulling to depth. You're going to feel a multitude of guys pulling to depth, and then them just sitting in front of those holes because you're not squeezing down the routes. Why? Because you're scared of the deep ball over the top. If you notice with the Seattle Seahawks this year, can you guys remember very often to how many times the top has been taken off of the defense here through the first few weeks? Holy spam. Spammers, come on, get a life.
You're going to feel a multitude of guys pulling to death.
Truly get a life.
In front of those holes because you're not squeezing down the routes. Why? Because you're...
Man, they are coming in hot and heavy today for some reason. Ooh, what a pick there by Jorge Polanco. CD says, yep. And hey, I would have loved to win this game, but my preseason predictions, I thought we'd lose. We would be 3-2 at this point. This was a winnable game, but we ain't out of it yet. No, sir, we're not. And I love the optimism, man. 2 outs here in the top of the third. Castillo working fast. John Weiss says prevent equals prevent you from winning. Yeah, it's one to me where if it works, I get it, but you got to be able to read it in the game and go, oh, it's not working. It's not working. We've got a safety coverage in this game, and we're playing to set depth, but Baker's taking big chunks. 6 plays of 20 yards or more in the passing game from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers today. 6 plays or more with you dropping 7 in coverage, with you dropping to depth. That doesn't just add up then back to, well, backups. It adds up to also like, well, that strat didn't work and you just stayed with it the whole day. And like I say, you end up preventing nothing when you take that approach to it. It ends up not, and that's the great irony of it, is that it the very thing you're trying to stop, you're not preventing. So then you go back to to me, this is the thing that I would love to get a Coach Carroll or Mike McDonald in the room and sit them down and grab them by the ears and pull them in close and go, walk me through this part. It doesn't work for you throughout a game and you keep doing it. Why not adjust a little bit somehow? Why just what is the thing that you see that you think, well, it's breaking. Oh, no, now this one will be the success. Breaking. Okay, that one wasn't. Okay, that one wasn't. Next one will be. Okay, that one wasn't. Next one. Okay, this one will be. And how you get on that place, like we saw for years here, and I got to see it for years covering this team with Carroll on this, just of like, I don't get that blinders these coaches get where they're so scared, they're so frightened at the bottom of their heart for the big play. Like, I can't give up the big play. It will be the worst thing in the world. I go, why? A lot of ways, hey, at least your defense isn't getting worn down to hell. And if they hit a big shot, maybe at least there's a price of doing business on that where, okay, they get a couple big plays down the field then, but maybe you get a turnover. Maybe you get the pick six. Maybe you get a fumble cause. Maybe you get a sack strip. Maybe there's a good side to it too with some of the negative that might come with it as well. And it's within the origins of this defense. The Mike McDonald origins of the defense are not 4-man fronts and zone-centric natures. The origins of this defense are the Buddy Ryan defense, the bare fronts, that we're going to take it to you. We dictate the terms to you. You don't dictate the terms to us. Are we hearing recorded? Oh, you're hearing my recorded voice? Oh, sorry. Megan's back in here. We didn't have any mods in here for a second, so I had to be on mod duty, unfortunately. We're getting a lot of them coming through here today for some reason. Just a little bit of salt in the wound, I suppose, on a loss. Thank you for that spamming. All right, so Castillo's gotten through 3 innings here. Mariners going to try to make something work against the eventual Cy Young Award winner, Skubal, for the Tigers. You're good, Megan. They're throwing a lot. They're throwing a lot out, so it's all good. Hi. Yeah, Drake Thomas is a little undersized, Phoebe. Sean says Hall and Lawrence really helped wear down the tackles with their relentless bull rush. Feel like they just tire the O-lineman out. There might be something to that. Definitely didn't have your rotations as much as you normally do. Yeah, I'm good, Megan. If you got to get some coffee, no worries. I got it. I got it. Two on count here. Low, 3-1. Let's get a runner on base here. Mason, I'm not disappointed by the loss. Yes, much to improve, but it's week 5. I thought 10 games and anything else would be a bonus, so I'm okay, Hawks Nest. There we go. John says, actually, that's a good point. Maybe better to risk the big play than die a death by 1,000 cuts. I'm at that spot. And then maybe just I've got the post-traumatic stress from just years of the Carroll defense of this happening at the end, where this was what would happen. Just long bleeding drives. And then your defense wears out into the second half. I just go, well, if that's ultimately the outcome anyway, and again, it doesn't have to be that you take this approach game by game, a walk drawn here, good eye by Robles. It doesn't have to be that you apply it every game, John, but it's just it's a read the room kind of situation, that if something is skewed to an extreme degree and you find yourself halfway into a second half, that you hit the adjust button. And you hit the adjust button going, I know that this is not a guaranteed answer. You hit the adjust button not saying that this will definitely positively work. You hit the adjust button to try to do something differently than what you're doing almost obsessively so on the other side of it. That's why you go in that other place. Sean S., should we try to get Travion Henderson? Trey Henderson? What do you mean by Trey Henderson? I think I'm spacing on that one a little bit. Ooh. Somebody get hit in the dugout there? Man, School's got the face of a 50-year-old. Somebody took a ball, it looks like, out there in the cage. O2 count here to Crawford. Runner on first. Foul back. So I guess I'm in that spot, John. And maybe it's not an appropriate place to be, or that's the risk isn't worth it and you can't trust the guys in the back end and you just can't do it. I mean, maybe there's some great point as to why you don't. But it does get frustrating being on so often the other side of it, to where you're not, when you have these kind of games like this, where you don't have the adjustment at all. There's nothing you're even trying on an alternative fashion. Oh, he got hit. Did he get hit in the hand? Yikes. Yikes, that looked painful, man. Trey Hendrickson, CD Woods. Sorry, man. Okay, there we go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 to Crawford. Trey Hendrickson. No. I got to say, as I think through this more and more in my stance of things, CD Woods, and again, I hope, because so much of what gets hard to do in this channel, even though I'm talking for 5 hours straight or 6 hours straight, I feel like sometimes the nuance of where I'm trying to drive into and the real micro view of this can really more come to the forefront, and that it doesn't come off with the simplistic outlook of it of being that somehow, I'm negative on the team or anti where the team is at. I'm not. I'm really not. But if I'm going to go be aggressive at the trade deadline and I'm moving future prime draft capital to go be aggressive at the trade deadline, I want to have a little bit more of a firm footing on what I have in this team and know what I have in this team. And I have good signs, but I don't know that I can say the answer of I make the trade for Trey Hendrickson and I become a Super Bowl contending team. Like, well, I hope we can become at that point. And I think if I'm going to go make that move, I want to be more in a place of this cements me to feeling like I can resoundly say that. And I wouldn't be able to say that on the back of that Hendrickson move. I find myself at a place as I turn over this loss in my mind of saying, start with the good, the sugar before we got to get the medicine to go down. Okay. The good is this team is moving in the right direction. Things are ultimately moving and are positive in where this team is at and as they are. You got your quarterback for the future. The hardest thing to go out there and find in this sport, you got it. You should have the defensive talent to long-term be the type of defense we thought they could be. You got the special teams rounding into form in the way that they are. You got your playmakers on the outside that are starting to develop. Everything is moving ultimately in that right direction of things. But for this upcoming season where we stand right now, this does feel like more of a team that's in a position of being still into that just good, not great mode. And one player is not going to make the difference of that one direction or the other. And I'd rather than trying to go make a Leonard Williams-like trade for a second-round pick or third-round pick on that and sacrificing future mortgage to try to tap this year out, I'd rather be more patient in the approach of this. Take the pain that we have to take in this year a little bit to not quite to get to great status, but you ate so much of that dead money. You're going to roll over so much cap space then after this year at that point. You got the full collection of your draft picks, quarterbacks in-house, offensive line, ultimately getting better and better and better. Not really going to lose any major free agents that are going to necessarily make you go, oh, God, that hurts so bad. Oh, we lost Boye. Oh, God. Oh, we lost Woolen. Oh. You feel like you're going to be able to keep making major progress through this offseason, especially again with all of that cap space that you're going to have to work off of on the back of. So I find myself more in a state of saying, and this is going to be popped up into the air into left field for out number 2. I find myself more in the saying is I want to see more of tangible results of being a contender before I kind of go make that trade. Because then it starts to feel like you go make that trade to kind of save the day rather than top off the tank. And I think if it's being pulled that lever, you want to pull it for the other reason, not the first. And Power B, when will we ever break this ceiling of mediocrity? 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, but 4-1? No, we fall back into a familiar place, a place that reeks of settling and falling back into the old ways yet again. This will be lined out for out number 3 for the Mariners. No score through 3 innings. I think it's at this point next year. Next year is probably the spot, but I've ultimately got a lot of confidence in next year being that time that will click into place. But you are probably, unless things really progress and really, really change and really arch in a different direction this year, the potential is there for the year to be this better than mediocrity. I mean, it's not going to be mediocrity when you're 10 wins. You're better than average team, but not quite yet ready to get to great status, in my opinion. CD Woods, the trade deadline's like a month away, or after the Commanders game, I believe. You got time, to your point. You don't have to make a decision on this. But if things fit to serve, if they fit to how they've kind of established as far as the basic rhythm of this season so far, I would lean in the direction of saying be more in a position of let this thing just play out naturally. Don't start getting jumpy with feeling like you got to try to force something to happen here. Brent Yoendo, I'm just depressed. I'm worried the defensive injuries are happening right now when the offense is picking up. In the next game, our defense in the air. And we'll see what they can come up with next week, man. And I'm a bit depressed by it too, man. This was a test of game. This was a signpost kind of game. And you got a chance to kind of test your mettle and see where you stand. And you're not quite standing as strongly as we kind of hoped. Sean says, I just feel like we haven't been able to get much pressure over the last several games, even against offensive linemen that have been injured on opposing teams. The pass rush has been pretty ineffectual by and large. Yes, there are pressure numbers there that can be leaned back upon, but you're not getting a lot of pressure. And again, the big stat that stands out to me is your team that seems to not always be getting that consistent pressure here recently is 31st in blitz rate walking into this game. And this felt more like that. And if you're not going to blitz and you don't have the front four getting home, you're giving offenses a lot of time to sit back there and catch you up. UE2K in the house says there's no reason to give up future assets for this team. Just continue to build. But I'm still driving the fire John Schneider bus. This team is improving, but I just don't trust John Schneider to build it up. Well, it's improving. I love that you're ultimately a little bit of positivity in there with that UE. We are in alignment on this. I think right now it's just there. I don't want to give up future assets for right now what I'm seeing from this team as it stands right now. And it'll remain to be seen on JS if he can, complete the process if you were. He's done a lot of the hard part of this process. He's had a lot of decisions that worked right. Look at what Sam Darnold's doing right now at UE and how he's been on the right end of that versus people that were wanting the Geno bus in the fan base with that and how that looks now in retrospect. So It's a lot of good things he's getting right here, but can he call upon the final bombardment here to get you up over the top into this offseason? We shall see on that part, man. It does remain to be seen. Brandon Jana, I'm definitely hopeful and totally optimistic about this current team's outlook for the year and beyond, but today seriously illuminated some areas of weakness. That secondary depth is nowhere near what I thought it was. I did think that if you at least brought out an Amaya Pritchett out there that, he could at least hold up a little bit. Didn't expect him to go out there and be like a dominant player if you had to call upon him from the bench, but that he would be completely just not give you nothing out there, which is what he did today. Didn't expect that. Exactly. So it definitely has you a little bit, resetting some of the understanding of certain parts on the team with that. Cameron, thank you for the $10 donation, Cameron. I really appreciate it. 1-2 pitch here will be knocked up into the air to center field. Castillo seems to be pretty locked in here for this Mariner ball club. Out number 1 in the top of the 4th inning. He says, I agree with you, Brandon. This is not a go for it year, but a building year. We have our franchise quarterback and number 1 wide receiver, and the O-line has been good. This offseason, we can make some splashy moves. Well, there we go. And it's not easy sometimes to hold the water and waiting and to try to strike while the iron's just most hot and right. But I think that there's a big payoff to doing so on this. And specifically being that you're not going to sacrifice that future for a now that won't come to a culmination of fulfillment towards a Super Bowl championship. And that's really maybe the question you want to ask yourself on that is if you're making sacrifices to that future right now for this team, do you feel that move not only is going to be a contender, that you can get to a realistic place of a Super Bowl champion in 2025? I think that's a hard road to hoe at this point from my perspective. That's a hard sales to me from my perspective. But building it seems the right approach. You've got a lot of good things in place in this building. Is there work to be done? There's work to be done, yeah. But there's so many things that you've got on lock, on point in this team that is really well suited and set up for you here as we go into especially just 2026. I'm not talking 3 years down the line, 4 years. I'm talking 2026. And, you ate $70 million coming into this year. Your DK Metcalfs and your Tyler Lockett's and your Draymond Joneses. You got $400,000 of dead money for the 2026 books, and you don't have a lot of deals you're going to have to cut, a lot of bad money you're going to have to cut off the books, like you're going to be back in the same pickle next offseason. Say nothing of the ability to potentially be able to roll over almost $26 million of cap space into next year's cap if you can kind of hold your water. Like you say, them being in the position to make those splashy moves and really take the team over the top, which is where we're trying to get. Fly ball out into right here on a 1-1 pitch. And that will be out. O-line coming along, Cameron. Go through another offseason. Maybe get that center position a little bit upgraded. Maybe right guard, rest of the parts a little bit more locked in with some of that cohesive chemistry. Got your tight ends working. There's a lot here is here. This is not far away. And we want that to happen this year, but it doesn't mean if it doesn't happen this year that we're not right there knocking on that door. We're not just about to kick down that door. He says Darnold isn't a franchise quarterback. He's been decent, but franchise, I don't know what you're watching, anyway. That's all I can say to that, man. I don't know what you're watching. Brian, he says, I just listened to Mike McDonald's post-game presser, and he took 100% responsibility. It's good. And I love hearing that. Now, the next step of that will be, as we move into the future of this season, let's have some adjustments, okay? This is on me. I got to do this. That's all right. We're all going to have some bad days at the office, every one of us. I'm not above that. And now where's the adjustment come into place? Where's now the change from what you've done, didn't work, moving in the future? That'll be the part to kind of turn off this, but great to hear Mike owning it and, not just pivoting it off to injuries, let's say. That's good to see. Brandon Janet, Ernest Jones is an absolute dog. That is not up for debate. He's a good player. Yeah, I don't know on the Darnold decent thing. He's played tremendous football for us, Huey. I mean, today is a day where he's not just played within the system. He had to carry your team on his back with some of these throws and some of the playmaking he brought. If he's just decent, Huey, he doesn't do that to me. And he can only work with the attempts he's been given. You've now worked off of a high volume passing attack. You've worked on a very conservative nature of an attack. And so it's made it not always his job then easier on that front to have high passing volume attack to be able to get his stats, to get his production. He's had to get on the back of being very efficient through the part of this year. And he's done so at every turn pretty much. Yeah, he's been very impressive. And if we're talking playing like a guy that's a top 10 quarterback, he's been playing much better in a top 10 quarterback state so far this year. But a guy at a top 10 quarterback level of things can go and get you a Super Bowl championship. Absolutely they can. Which would be ironic if you were to say no, Huey, because you were a big Russell Wilson guy, and Russell Wilson was playing like a top 10 quarterback at a time when you won a Super Bowl. So I don't know where the consistency would be on that to where you would think, well, Russell did it, not playing it at that same kind of plays, but this guy can't because why? That's a tough take there, man. That's a tough take. Wu-Tang says, Darnold's been excellent. We have one really good wide receiver, a mid-O-line, and a good running backs. The defense is the reason we lost 1-5 out of 10. Yeah. That's the other part of this, Huey, is that you talk from a system quarterback. You've not run the ball consistently through these first 5 weeks of the season. You have some breakout runs here and there, but overall, you've got the highest stuff rate in the sport. The pressure rate's been partly mitigated by Sam being so smart and quick with his decision-making, getting the ball out of his hands. It's part of what's helped to protect and set up your pass pro. I mean, that's the other part of this. It hasn't been set up to be made easy for him here. Certainly wasn't last week, Huey, when he got you on the 2-minute drive down the field and got you that field goal to go win that game on the road. He's been tremendous. 1-1 count here to Julio, bottom of the fourth, tied up 0-0. All right, ball two. Wu-Tang says, Darnold's been excellent. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that one. Hawks Nest, Titans 22, Cardinals 21. Ooh, shocker. Cards fall. Tough game for them. Julio off the end of the bat. This ball's drifting, and it will fall out of foul. I think to Brandon, what do the Mariners need to be legit contenders in 2026? Since winning 3 to 4 games with 3 in Detroit, I think is going to be impossible. Well, I mean, a lot of what the Mariners have done this past few years is done a great job of really developing in their in-house talent and getting those youngsters in the farm system in every level to really being at kind of bursting at the seams in certain respects. And so there's a bit of a draw to maybe go out there and spend some money to go get some more hitters. I think Josh Naylor's a guy you look to target and see if you can find a way to bring him back into the mix at first base. But I think aside from that, you're going to trust in some of the development you have in-house with these youngsters to be coming up, because you've got a line of them coming. And you've set the stage for this to be the way it's going to go. If there's the right deal that comes down the line for you to make, I'm certainly open to it. I'd love to find more of guys that can hit a little bit more to average, a little bit more to maybe being better base runners, being guys that strike out a little bit less in the stadium. If you could find that out in the open market at a relatively decent price, that'd be great. But those are sometimes hard to find. But you don't have to, I don't think. This team is maturing and moving in the right direction without having to make major moves. Julio, and they're just getting a little bit under Scooble right now, where the Mariner bats. Take to Brandon, center or nose tackle for the Hawks, please. I'll definitely take those probably 2 positions you're going to look to target this offseason. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. The MASH unit had me singing the theme song. Inside playlist. Pritchard and Okada just are special teamers with no right being on a good D. Yeah, they're not looking like guys that should be on an NFL field playing NFL snaps. Certainly as starters. So definitely heard that. They got picked on. Props to Baker for attacking mismatches when he had them. And that was definitely a mash song going on right there. Slow pan. This ball's hit hard, deep. This ball's carrying. This ball's gone. Home run, Jorge Polanco. Puts one out into left field, and the Mariners take the lead. There we go, Jorge. Beautiful swing. Me says, I guess it's a good thing Sam doesn't have to prove anything to E2K. Laughing out loud. Yeah, that's very true. Very true. Hell of a performance from him today. Never give up, Sarah. Never give up. King Bomber says it's the same stories it's been the last 3 years. A little bit. King Bomber beat up on bad teams. Think this is the year, and then lose the game that puts you in a contention status. Yeah, we have been down this road recently, yeah. And it's tough as you're kind of putting I think it's harder if you're further. It's easier if maybe you're a little further away, but when you just feel like you're this close, that's as tough of the part of it as anything else, and the frustration element of this. It is. John says, we need another speedy receiver, nose tackle, edge, center right guard, safety. Though why we are not playing Reed instead of Ocado at safety is beyond me. I am HO. Yeah, I think that they like Ocado a little bit more. I'd always thought that they would maybe favor their a little bit more of Reed in that way, but Ocado's had some good performances, at least in preseason, I suppose, before this game up until this point. But you accurately assess, I think, what they're going to need to look to target this offseason. Might need to throw running back in on that as well. Suarez strikes out. 5th K here for Scooble, depending on what you do with running back. C.D. Woods, on a slightly different note, I feel like at the point, if Ohio State wide receivers on the board in the draft, you've got to take them. His name is Brian Hartline. He's the wide receiver coach out there at Ohio State. He has done a fantastic job getting these guys prepared for the pro game. He develops these guys. Yeah, they get the big, ultra-talented guys in there too as well. But they develop these players and get them ready to be a pro, to your point. Maybe the best wide receiver coach in the country is out there at Ohio State. Sarah, we'll stay positive. Power Donald shouldn't deserve much blame, if at all. Single-handedly kept us in it. Amen. F4 fake. Worst defense I've ever seen. Players literally standing there watching the ball being caught. I'm not exactly sure what this team is teaching in its zone-based concepts, but it doesn't seem to be actually picking up players entering your zone. Or every zone they seem to be establishing seems to have a perimeter that's going to give space to the offensive receiver to be able to sit down and find the soft spot. And you're dropping 7 guys in coverage. There should be squishier windows. There should be tighter holes to be found. But instead, it looked like they were just gaping open at every turn. Pretty bad defense, yeah. Imogen says the defense was not just bad, but horrible. They did nothing on their side of the ball to win the game. Amen. Amen. Mick Furr says, hey, Brandon, did we accidentally clone a bunch of Trey Flowers and throw them in the secondary? That hurt to watch. It was painful. And as I said, some of the folks at the top of the show here, as we were finishing up, were kind of leaning into, well, the injuries. But you go, look, I don't need Tayakata and Nehemiah Pritchett to come out there and play at the same performative level of Witherspoon and Love. That's obviously not going to happen. I do need you to be functional. I do not need you to be blowing it on just about every snap that you're standing out there in the field. I think that there's a bit of a middle ground here to be had on this one. And we were not on that middle ground. They were much more on that bad end of the scale of things. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Hawks Nest, I was very critical of Woolen, as were lots of us, but I think I'm eating crow right now. Defense was definitely worse after he left. Yeah. I mean, the Buccaneers moved the ball throughout the day. They took some early field goals early on, but I mean, they had one punt through 3/4 of this game. Your defense at no point in time was getting stops, really. I think at the end of the day, you got 2 stops on the day, defensively speaking. I think this is where you kind of just go bad to worse a bit. I don't know that Woolen's been good. He hasn't been good this year. I don't know if he was good in this game prior to going out. It's just that you went to completely atrocious the second that you lost him off the field. I think it's more of it's less to me, I guess, is the bottom line this is more of an example of how good Woolen is, as is more of an example of how bad Nehemiah Pritchett is. Exotic, Brandon, more hitters. You passed the test. Let's go. Power code, our cornerback depth is concerning. Not many guys you can trust behind the top three. Indeed. Scooble is nasty. Yeah. Well-earned Cy Young. You can tell he's got a little bit of that thing they say about really pitchers like him too. Not even just power pitchers, but that you say about them, they throw a real heavy ball. It feels like when it hits the bat, it's like got an extra 5 or 6 ounces on the back of it. Cameron, thank you for 37 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate that long-time support. Very, very kind of you. You guys have been amazing as ever today on all of the support. At least we're on the road next week, so that's a win. Indeed, we got 8 straight on the road, something like that, under Mike McDonald. We have been the Road Warriors. We have been Mel Gibson. First pitch swinging here, right out to left field. You love to see that. Nice quick inning here for Castillo would be nice. Top of the 5th, 1 out. Brandon Janis says, low-hanging fruit for blame will always rest with the quarterback and late game happenings in a close game. That might explain folks' silliness in assigning an unjustified amount of blame to Sam and company for this loss. I think so. And look, it's a quarterback-centric sport, so they draw a lot for a lot of the fans' eyes as being the strike, as being the things at the forefront. And look, they carry a lot of the weight of the success. They are a big driver of success and failure. That part is to be sure. Swing and a miss. 1-1. There we go, Huey. Got the homer. Jorge looking all right. Swing and a miss. Beautiful slider there from Castillo. 1-2. Let's go, Luis. King Bomber, you said it well, Brandon. It hurts the most because you think you're there, and when you look back to see how far you've come, you're in the exact same spot. If expectations were low, this was an awesome game. Expectations were high, and all of a sudden it's the same script as it's been for the last 3 damn years. Accurately put, King, and that's the same way I am. It's let me give you a metaphor for it. It's the couple that's lost in the forest, walking, right? And it goes from morning to night, and they're walking, and we're tired, and they go to bed that night on the forest. They lay their head on the forest floor and go, we'll get closer to civilization tomorrow. We'll be right on the edge of civilization tomorrow. We walked all day. We must have covered endless amounts of miles. Ooh, tough call there. Borderline pitch by Castillo. I'll give him the walk. Luis did not like that call. He wanted that one. So then you wake up the next morning. You've walked all day that prior, and you wake up the next morning, you start walking, and then you come face to face with the start of your journey. We just walked in a big damn circle. And there's a bit of that feeling at play here. But I don't think that we are walking in circles. I don't think we're stuck in the mud. I don't think that it's going to be endless purgatory here. I just think that we want this thing probably to reach your fruition faster than it needs to kind of come to be. And that's frustrating. It is. And at the top of this is a rightful feeling of, look, it's been a while here. It's been a hot minute. So yeah, I would just say that I think the frustrations are understandable, but I don't think that this is where we're at. I don't think this is that we're stuck in this for years to come, that there's no light at the end of this tunnel. I think we're getting closer to the light of the tunnel. We'd love it to be here faster. It's probably going to take a year to get there, but you are moving in the right direction, and good decisions are going to come to the fruition here. He says, I'm not hating on Sam. Got a bouncing ball here. Nice job. Throw one. Ooh, almost pulled the double play there, but got the one, which is nice. Good play by Horlanco on the backhanded stab there to flip that back to Crawford to get the one out. 2 down here in the top of the 5th. He says, I'm not hating on Sam. Consistent quarterback play can definitely win a Super Bowl. I think Sam can win a Super Bowl. I just don't consider him a franchise quarterback. But you don't need one to win a Super Bowl. That's fair. I'm certainly not trying to overstate my case that Sam has suddenly extended himself into the area of Josh Allen or where Lamar Jackson's been playing at, or, that he's hit the Patrick Mahomes. I'm not necessarily saying that that's where he is either that side. So I think we're, again, back in a place where we're actually in agreement here, Yui. And it all just comes down to, can he be enough to win the Super Bowl? That's the key, question to me. But he's been playing sensational. I mean, you don't play as like the number one rated quarterback in the sport by PFF through these 4 or 5 weeks unless you're being smart in your decision making and what you're doing, And he, to me, has been very, very impressive, especially for a guy, Yui, walking into this year. A lot of people with a lot of questions about his ability to turn in this kind of performance this year, to replicate what he did last year with Minnesota. And he's showing you that growth within the quarterback of these games, who are really talented, who've had the time in the league to develop, that's a real thing that you can take advantage on. And then you can go get yourself a real market opportunity at the quarterback position where he may not be that franchise guy, but as well with that, Yui, you're not paying him like one of those franchise guys either. He's not making Josh Allen money. He's not making Lamar money. He's not making Burrow money. He's not making Mahomes money. And that then in the savings of that, you can build that greater team. And again, we're basically in alignment on this. But that's where I come back to on this formula being one that can work, one that's worked for you recently here in Seattle, and absolutely can go again. For fake, Montana State guy. Hell yeah. 1-2 pitch here. Swing! Oh, he fouled it off. God, he got a little bit of it. Damn. King, 2022, we lost to the Tampa Bay and Kansas City. 23, destroyed by the Ravens. 24, Lions and Packers. Happened twice in 1 year. Now it's the Bucs. Yeah, and you weren't able to stand up against the Vikings at home last year as well, King Bomber. Another test at home. Oh, man. Runner's going on the pitch. That's tough. First and third base hit, 2 outs. Come on, Luis. Dan's going to make a change. Yeah, he's got Luis at 85 pitches, so. Okay. Going to the bullpen early here a little bit. Let's see if Dan goes out to talk to him and check. Hartline's the OC. Okay, they've elevated him. Give me Carnell Tate next year. He's a beast, too, from Ohio State. I'm going to start busting out some of my scouting here for next draft. I'm about due. OE says, I think if the defense was even mediocre, we win this game. And it wasn't even that. True. Yeah, I see it the same way on that one. CD Woods, they seem to be avoiding Woolen. The only play I think they got him on was the post, but even that, I think he's playing cover 3 and the linebacker needed to drop to depth. That may be accurate. I thought I saw him give up a completion or 2, but I have to go back and rewatch the game to be sure. Mick, I actually hope we pass more like we did in this game. Once we start passing effectively, it's helping the running game open up. Very, very cool to see Kubiak adjust this week. As I predicted, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were going to load up on the run and make that the forefront of what they did in this game, especially early downs on first and second down and run blitzes and all that good stuff. Counter that with early passing on first and second down. Don't keep running your head up into the wall offensively because you have such a commitment to run the ball. And they didn't do that in this game, which was very cool to see. The run-pass disparity went way over to the passing side of it. Not like Tampa Bay was up by a ton in this game at all times. It was relatively close throughout, usually within one score of a game. So you got to give very much, that's the tip of the cap over there to Kubiak on going, hey, nice job, Kubes. That away. Could have been blown coverage in there, CD. That's why it's always good to go back and check and see where the baseline numbers on targets, completions go with that. It was a big downgrade. I mean, that's like John's saying, definitely Pritchett. But I've kind of wondered at this point if Pritchett's just a non-functional corner at that more than anything else. BP says, do we trade for a linebacker or edge? Probably edge or cornerback at this point, BP, if we're going to make a move. That's a little bit of a what if. Not sure that we make a move, though. Because I know the Vikings would bring Darnold back in a heartbeat if they could. You better believe they would. Robert, I think McDonald was great DC in Baltimore because if Harbaugh senses the defense was not performing in the game. Spire in here to face the lefty. And it was great in DC because if Harbaugh senses the defense is not performing in the game, Harbaugh would tell McDonald to change it up. Here, McDonald has total control. Could be. Could be a little bit of that coming into effect here, Robert. Hard to say on that. I think, Brandon, could the Mariners blitz their third baseman to rattle the Tigers hitter? Target too much football. Hey, whatever it takes to get this dub today. 0-1 count here for Gabe Spire. Lefty on lefty, 2 outs, 0-1, and you got runner on first and third. Strike. Nice sinker there by Spire, right at the knees. Gang, great metaphor. I think this team is better in certain aspects, but we're not there yet. 2022 was 1 completion in enemy territory against the Chiefs, 3 points against the Ravens, trash against the Packers, and I guess we made it a game, so progress is progress, but it's still a tough watch. I get you, man. I feel you, and I feel the same way. Roster good, not great. It is. Roster's good. Got to get to great status. That's the next turn here, and how we do that. There are some things that got to be done, including just the development coming forward here fully. A lot of time being taken here between pitches. A little bit of a feeling out here between Spire and the lefty on the got him. Strike 3. That away, Gabe. Nicely done. Great job. Great job with the strikeout. BB says, what's the point of getting Shat Griffin if he's not going to suit up for us and sit on the practice squad? I'm guessing that he just hasn't looked particularly good for the team. Certainly Nehemiah is not exactly setting a standard here that can't be caught. Mixes and the Browns are definitely regretting losing Baker so they could bring in Watson. I would think so. King says, I don't think 10 wins gets you into the playoffs this year. It might not. I can see that being the case, man. We missed out last year on the back of the same thing, so... We've been, like we're talking about on a couple different levels, we've been down this road before. Daniel, I'm not worried about the secondary. They will get healthy and improve. I am worried about our defensive ends. If we want to make a run, we need to swing a trade for a defensive end. I think certainly if that's going to be the intention of the team to believe they can make a run, you're going to probably need to get an upgrade with your edge group. You're getting nothing off of them so far here. You got a couple sacks from Nwosu, and then I don't think you got a whole hell of a lot. A little bit light, a little bit lean. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, thinking about close games, someone has to lose. Hawks, 2 losses go either way. Look around NFC. We as good as any team. Injury is not an excuse, but do explain. I would have a hard time kind of coming to that same conclusion. I mean, I love the optimism, Randall. I really do. But I mean, Tampa Bay beat you at the very minimum equally as injured as you were in your house on the road. That confirms a little bit of them being the team that they are, and that they've been one of those strong teams in the NFC. They've been a playoff team, last couple of years. They've made some noise in the playoffs. I think the Detroit Lions and how they have played have been a better team than what you put out there. The Rams before they fell down the Niners on this Thursday night game, and Thursday night games are weird and division games are weird. They had that Eagles team on the brink. That's up into the last like quarter of that game. So I think that there is a bit, in my opinion, on this, Randall, of a pecking order between who is
right now a better team than us at the top of this and where we stand. And I think it remains to be seen whether or not we can reach up to that level of things. But I don't think that we're there now. And, Niners are dealing with injuries, even to a worse extent than we're dealing with, Randall. They're not leaning on that excuse bus on it saying, well, our injuries, so we're just going to tuck tail and, not be able to do anything. And it's where I really have a hard time with it, where it's like, look, everybody's dealing with that throughout the league, especially this year at this point. We've got to find a way to be resilient and overcome some stuff. It's not always going to be perfect for you to go out there and get a dub. Thank you for the $5, man. I love the optimism. Kind of the same thing too with the either way thing is you got the win last week. It could have gone either way if you don't get that drive either way at the end of the game there too, especially where the defense was finishing up in that football game against the Cardinals. So it's kind of, you can play that game back the other way to that side of it as well. A little bit. BB's not mad at Darnold the last play. I would have ran on 2nd and 1, 2nd and 2. Yeah. I think in retrospect, Kubiak probably comes back to that and he says, man, I probably should have just gone to a handoff there. CD Wood's disagreement is, what do we consider a franchise quarterback? He believes a franchise quarterback's top 5, 10 is more. I think he's more outside the top 10. I think he's top 5 on this, if I could speak for him. Off the end of the bat, 2 outs here quickly in the bottom of the 5th for the Mariners. If I can speak for him on this, I think what he's talking about is those true upper crust quarterbacks. So he's speaking to the Josh Allen, the Mahomes, Burrow, depending on who you would want to check with on that one. Those kind of guys, and then maybe he doesn't see it in that complete spot, which, fine. But he said he's on the top 10, so. Brian, one good piece of news. The Titans beat the Cardinals. That is good news. Bales, the cursed wheel got us. Damn Perna. Leave us alone, Perna. Leave us alone. Stop it. Bunt base hit here from Crawford. How about that? Got to get creative sometimes. Bomber, also, I'm confused as to why we didn't see Kendrick out there. I saw Kendrick out there. Was he not out 24/7? Jose Lopez, what do you think of McDonald? Do you think he gets an extension with his home record? Well, he signed a 5-year contract and he's only in year 2 right now. So it's a little bit early to be thinking about extensions for McDonald on that. I don't know if home record can really affect that on the bottom line of that as much. Is he the right coach or not? And he got 10 wins in his first year as a rookie head coach, as the youngest coach in the NFL. I think you feel overall pretty good about what he's doing and getting done. Right on first, 0-1 count here to Rosarina. Ooh, comes up high there. 1-1. Henry says 58 seconds left, 3 timeouts, defense showing blitz. Why not do a delay run up the gut with K9? Probably would have been the better call there, for sure. Probably would have worked well. Foul, 1-2. Addicted Brandon, today's defense aspires to be mediocre, or at least the secondary. Also, I think everyone had an Nwosu hangover from last week. Now the Hall injury. Could Barner play edge? Teasing. Hey, we might have to, much like I was thinking about JSN coming out to play corner in this game, we might have to go to Barner at the edge here if this holds suit. We'll see where the injuries are at. Obliques do tend to be 4 to 6 weekers there for Hall, so he's probably going to be out for a hot minute here. 2-2 count for Rosarina. Runner on first, 2 outs, bottom of the 5th inning. Mariners up 1-0. Swing and a miss. Kubal's tough. Hit him with the changeup. Bum, bum, bum. CD, I wish draft boards would specify Z receivers. I feel like most only separate the 2 by slot or X archetypes. Yeah. I reckon to guess in future years that it'll develop into that CD with the way that stats are kind of advancing down the line. But right now, there's nothing you can really get for that kind of data. Megan B, think you missed my comment about Sam. Been a fan of his from USC now, but what do I know? Hawks Nest. Hey, looking pretty good on that one, Megan. And he's awesome. I've been very impressed by Sam. I was a pretty good benefactor coming into the year going, I don't buy this whole, we've taken this big step back at the position. But he has far exceeded my expectation for how he's played. I don't think there's any way I would have said with Sam Darnold, you get in a shootout and he's got to go put up 35 in a game on this like this. And I saw that ability to do that. So very impressed by him. Part of the confidence for the future of this team is having the QB in place like we do. No small thing. Misfit, I want the M's to win so bad tonight too. That would definitely help a little bit on the pain. Henry Diesel, AJ Barner's a low-key, young, good tight end. Boy, is he. Some was a little bit annoyed by not seeing more of Arroyo out in this game, and I just was counter. It's like, man, when your number one tight end's getting the work done like this, how do you go to the rook? Misfit, I went to the playoff game too last time in 2001, Warrior 1 versus Cleveland. Back in the good days. Back in the good old days. Mix is Ibuka was definitely playing inspired against his childhood team. You could tell he wanted to put on a show in this one. Well, he did. That's for sure. He's a good player. CD, if we cannot turn the ball over, I think we can win against the Jaguars. Lots of close games, despite the fact that they are +9 in turnovers. Yeah, they're going to be a weird team for you guys to watch next week. It can be a little bit of a just dumb team in how it operates. It shoots itself in the foot a lot. Very talented. Defense takes the ball away so far as on the year here as it stands, but they're definitely a team that's not by any means perfect and that you can certainly take even on the road. King Kendrick was playing the first half, was on the field in the second half outside of when Emanwari briefly left the field. And that may have been part of why Kendrick is an inside slot corner. They wanted to get Emanwari out on the field, so maybe it makes a little bit more sense why he wasn't out there. Ryan says, hard to get too pissed when a couple of playoff teams lost today. Philly's no longer undefeated. They do fall. And football is weird, man. It's a tough-ass sport. Parity everywhere, all that. I think Emanwari played well up around the line of scrimmage, Henry. I'm going to reckon to guess that some of his coverage grades aren't going to be the best coming out of this game. It is a guess, but he definitely made some nice tackles in space and played the bubble screen well, but part of probably a contributing factor on some of those zone drops to nowhere. 1-2 count here for Gabe Spire, starting out the 6th inning here. Love to get through this if we can. CD, imagine 10 years ago telling people we'd be a better road team than a home team. They'd probably answer to you, CD, that we're constantly winning then? Is that what that means? Chargers lost to DC. Not a surprise. Chargers they got some issues there as far as their offensive line goes. 1-2 count here for Gabe. Swing and a miss. Beautiful pitch there. He hit his spot. How am I feeling about the Jags coming up after this performance, HHG? Less than confident. We can beat them, we can win the game, but I'm certainly not predicting a win on the road right now with what I just saw from this team. Brian said the Ravens have absolutely cratered, so I don't think we're in that bad a shape as some of these perennial playoff teams. No, we're in better shape than them right now as it stands for sure. Bomber, Geno's 9 interceptions in 5 games is kind of wild. Yeah, I think that it's not too surprising to me just because you knew he was going to have such an uphill climb there going to the Raiders to make anything happen. And Geno's going to press and try to make something happen. And sometimes when you got the roster they have, there's no wins to be had. There's no guy open to be found. You're just fitting something into a tight window or forcing the ball you shouldn't. 1-2, Spire throwing well here. Yeah, losing Lamar will do that to you. relax. The Mariners loss tonight would be soul crushing for the weekend. It'd be pretty tough. Pretty tough. 1-2 count here, 1 out. Top of the 6th, the Mariners holding on to a 1-run lead. Jordan Love is basically irreplaceable, says Misfit. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Ball bouncing on the ground here. Gathered up by Crawford. He's up with the throw. Nice stretch by Naylor. Out number 2. I think they help teams beat zone as they play a lot of zone, and Z receivers do a lot of motion, which can help you tell if it's man or zone. Yeah. Buccaneers, Jaguars both do a lot of pre-snap motion, and Combe comes from the Buccaneers with this background where it's a lot of the pre-snap motion to give you indicators to the quarterback. We're saying, Brandon, if you need some cheering up, look up some of the highlights from the Cards game later, straight up Benny Hill stuff. They also threw away the ball and a guaranteed touchdown on a premature celebration. Oh, this again. These players just can't stop themselves, can they? Happened last week and it happened again, huh? The need to celebrate before you get in the end zone. It's becoming this like tick for some of these players sometimes. It's like we get 2 or 3 every year. Joe says RD didn't even need turnovers today or even just sacks. If we had just gotten another stop, if we had just forced one more punt, we'd probably win. No offense can be relied upon to score 4 touchdowns in a row. Agreed. The D needs to be better. Full stop. Not, well, and then. The D needs to be better. Well, but, not but. The D needs to be better. You got to be better than that. You want to be considered a great team. You want to be taking that next step. These kind of games you don't put on the books. Especially as a team that's supposed to be led by its defense. I understand the injuries came into play. It's a factor here, but shouldn't be to that extreme of a degree, in my opinion. He says Seahawks just need to get closer to a team that can execute Big Mac's defensive scheme and hunt. This team seems like they're still trying to protect weaknesses instead of aggressively attacking. Beautifully put, man. I would tend to agree with you. All right. Pop up here. Gathered in. Gabe Spire doing the job. Doing the job. And that's a hell of a high leverage situation at that. Hell of a high leverage situation at that. Big props to Mom for coming over and getting us, helping out your boy today. Give me a little bit of food so I can maintain and not be too much of a moody bitch for you guys. CD says, how much are we practicing Milrose packages in practice with a first-year offensive coordinator? If it's not that much, why are we using it in games? If it's a lot, why are we using it that much in practice for one snap a game? I don't get it either. To me, it just reeks of we're trying to validate him as a third-round pick. And the team doesn't know if long-term this is a guy that's going to develop into a starting quarterback in this sport. There's a very real possibility that we get 3 years down the line with Jalen Milroe and we come to find that he inherently has problems in his game that can't be overcome. And if that's, the case, then you're trying to get more out now. And if they've got some instincts a little bit that that's going to become the case down the line, all the more drive of an instinct in the here and now to try to get something off of him now, try to get some valuation from him then. I can't say that I know that's that for sure, CD, but it doesn't make a lot of sense why you keep doing this when it's not working. CD Wood's also unlucky with Geno, more INTs than turnover-worthy plays, though I haven't watched games, so I can't speak too much on that. Yeah, I've watched only a little bit of them too, but Raider team, anybody that's going to be quarterback on that particular Raider squad ain't doing nothing. They need to overhaul that thing and get it right. King Bomber, it might be the last year of Jason Myers as far as the team can, after this season, cut Myers and save $5 million in salary if they do so. But he is still on the hook for one more year of contract in Seattle. Cal swung for the fences on that one. Mariners can play tack on here. 1 and 2. Scooble's still out there for the Tigers. Man says, I had a great long weekend. My favorite rugby team down here for 38 years, the Brisbane Broncos, won the grand finale last night. TheSeahawksNest. Strike 3 there to Raleigh. 8th K here for Kubel. Oh, let's go, Megan. That's good to hear. Joe says, Sam Ball, the worst thing about today is we, the team, didn't give him the win for his play. Seriously. He played well enough to win in this game, and his team let him down, man. Agreed. Julio, hard shot right there at the first base side. Out number 2. Henry Diesel says, well, the Dogs won, so there's a little solace. There we go. The need to celebrate is called the Deshaun Jackson fever. I've got a fever. And only more Deshaun dropping the ball before the line of touchdown will do. Big to Brandon, I was grabbing stuff from the garbage when I heard Crawford bunted. My karma with laughing out loud. Too funny. Maybe both you and I were screaming bunt last game. Maybe they heard us. It's wild to watch the major league game like that. You're in a tight game in the playoffs and you can't even try to bunt. You don't even try like first pitch to bunt. You just totally give up on that aspect of things and then proceed to quickly just blow the chance of having first and second, nobody out without getting a single run. It's an oddity in the modern sport of baseball, and it's hard for me as an older guy watching the game growing up where that used to be so much of a key part of the sport. Just not always kind of understanding the whys. Scoble is just dealing in this game. I mean, he's too much. Thank God Polanco got that home run. Everyone's worst nightmare. The roundtable crew looked like you're all having fun at that Niners game. We were, man. It was a great time. It was just what I would have hoped, and hanging with those guys. And hopefully we might be getting out to Seattle next year, though. The way we're playing at home, maybe I don't want to be doing that. But yeah, it was a great time, man. Really cool. Awesome of the roundtable folks. They did a great job of putting on an awesome show for us. We're all just, having everything set up well for us to have a great time. Hell of a turnout. Godzilla, we should have copyrighted having Dixon punter. After giving some thought, I'm going to give Mike the benefit of the doubt for Coach Mike. Still very young at head coach. Good learning curve for a young coach. This ball hit hard. This ball hit deep. This ball's gone. Jorge Polanco with a second downtown shot of the game. 2-0 Mariners. That thing was a moonshot. Crowd up on their feet. Julio bumped. Let's go. Boy, that's a big run, isn't it? Big old run there. Let's go. Jorge Polanco. Eugenio steps in, swing and a miss. 2 men down, bottom of the 6th. Nothing wrong with giving Mike the benefit of the doubt. This isn't a game that's necessary. I would ever say is some sort of illustration that we have been given fool's gold with Mike or inherent failing within him. I lean like you do, Patrick, into, there's lessons to be learned as a young head coach, as a first-time head coach. And sometimes some lessons have to be learned the hard way. And swing and a miss quickly, 3 strikes, 3 swings, and Eugenio is out. So I think that that's a valid outlook of it, Patrick, and I share much of the same. Doesn't mean I'm not still very frustrated with what Mike brought to lay to bear today, and that I'm not going to let him off the hook and saying, look, you got the blame. I have faith you can fix it, but blame's on your shoulders on this one. I'm not going and this and this. I'm going this. Yeah. Megan, the Hawks Nest. I don't know. I don't like to say I told you about Milroe yet, but here we are, and I did. Well, and you know where I was at with him on it. And a lot of people, even in my chat, blazed me up for the fact that I was anything but less than effusive on Milroe. And going back to, again, just didn't always make a ton of sense in the pick and the time and the moment when we selected him. And maybe you can develop down the line to really bring back some value on this deal with it. But a little bit of an oddity of a pick there, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Myers might get cut. You save $5 million. It's a lot to be spending $7 million on a kicker. You do get the Dr. Jekyll hide. You get the Dr. Jekyll season next year, though, King. CD says, I agree with that take. With having 4 touchdowns and having to play in a shootout. Can't do that. Nope. Especially if you're going to be a defensively run team. Can't end up in these things. There's going to be games where your defense can't hold up and measure up, and offense has got to do and carry a little bit more of the load. But don't take it to an extreme place like we did today. Yeah, Scooble don't like no Polanco. That's a tough matchup for him. Tough little matchup. Huey says John Schneider should have been fired with Pete. He's mired this team in mediocrity. I believe as long as he's in charge, this will remain the Seahawks' fate. This team can beat bad teams, but struggles against good ones. It's the next step of his proving ground, to your point on that, Huey. I will tell you that's valid. And yeah, Murphy has kind of a disappeared since the Pittsburgh game. Didn't get much out of him in Arizona. Nothing out of him really today. Some of this is going to come back to the nose tackle stuff, where the Steelers game, he got to go hunt because he was still a nose tackle, a one tack, but they were doing a lot of singling him up in that game, that it was allowing him to go out there and hunt in Pittsburgh in a way that he's not going to be able to do when you put him on those double teams. And he's just still going to be facing those down because you don't have another nose tackle you can go to. I think that there was a wondering here a little bit coming into this year if Jaron Reed would make that transition back to nose tackle, and he hasn't done it, Jose. How about Jorge? Henry says Mariners win might ease the coming week's pain. It could help. Relax, I still love Mike and think he's good, but man, the strategy of just rushing forward without Hall when the secondary is banged up is pretty bad. Yeah, it's kind of a tough look. You Cy Young this. Misfits says make him pay for his mistakes, and we have. Polanco even got a bad strike calling that a bat. Ball was way inside. Oh yeah, big hits by Jorge. And again, part of Jorge being here, Randy Rosarina getting in here, Naylor, Eugenio back in there. Like you elongate out this lineup. You make it more of a test than it's been. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Jack Maloney says, sorry, Brando. I had to watch my Blue Jays today, and OFC Seahawks were on at the same time. Usually when I watch, we win. Next week, we got this. Hey, we need you back in the ranks next week, Jack. Okay, we felt your lack of presence. I get it. I get the Blue Jay love. They're good this year. Number 1 seed. I got it. We got to get you back next week, though, man. That was tough. It was brutal. 2-2 pitch here. 1 down, top of the 7th. Bouncing ball foul. ZD says, sometimes defensive coaches give up a bunch of points. I remember Skip Bayless trying to go after Saban and listed all the high-scoring games he gave up at Bama. Oh, goodness, Skip. It does happen sometimes. That is for sure, man. Randall, thank you for another $5, man. I appreciate all of your support today, brother. Very kind of you. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 men down. Randall says, I don't think any less of the team after today's loss. Tampa Bay is a top-tier team. Game could go either way. We play with anyone in the NFC. It's a marathon, not a week. It's a marathon, not a week-to-week sport. It is fair enough, man. I agree with you there, Randall. And we will, I love your thoughts on this. We'll see if the team can find some progress here as this year goes along. Like you say, it is a long year. And the NFL season will take a lot of twists and turns. And you'll start to think the theme of a season's going this way, or these are the teams that are going to emerge and head in the direction of the playoffs. And then suddenly things can kind of tilt and wilt and go in a different direction, like a curveball here from Berzatto in a heartbeat. So, yeah, well said on your part. And I hope you are right on that account of things. I do. Appreciate your support, brother. 1-1 count, 2 outs here. Baez, the 8-hole hitter up at the plate. Outside, 2-1. Adam says, defense blew this game. Sam led us down the field for the go-ahead touchdown with 3 minutes left. He couldn't keep the Bucs from a tying touchdown. Pathetic. Pretty pathetic, man. Especially after a game where you couldn't get any stops, really. This ball's looping and drooping, and it'll be a base hit that's going to get down here. Well, Brandon, you had charter seats for the game? Oh no, we were up in the 300 level. we were up in the nosebleeders. Mariners owe you a tip of the cap? Oh, hell yeah. I was just teasing. Your hard work for the Seahawks is amazing. Mariners owe you a tip of the cap. Well, thank you, man. I love what I get to do. Even on days like this, it can be a little bit tough to turn over a tough loss. 1-1 count here. Strike 1-2. Come on, Bizzardo, put this 9-hole hitter to bed. Get us back to the 8th with the top of the order starting it off. Mariner fans up on their feet. 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning. Gosh, dang it. This Detroit lineup does such a good job, hitter after hitter, of staying alive. Just staying alive in counts. Finding a way. Keep Meyer, we should do some kicker scouting in this draft. Keep Myers, and if you got a guy like falls to you, well, see you later. I'm okay with that approach, for sure. Oh, didn't get the call. Bizzardo thought he was going to get it there, 2-2. Tough. That's a tough take. It looks like a good call, though. Gets it underneath this one, popped up into the air. Crawford's on it. Gets it out. 7th. Bottom. Bears up 2-0. Paul Third, thank you for the $10 donation, Paul. Good to see you in the house too, brother. Brando, Megan is understating how crazy the Broncos rugby win was. They came back down by 16 points, and every half quarterback on the team left the game injured. ACL, knocked out cold, all-time great victory. Now on this one, Paul and Megan, maybe you don't have to put a donation to answer this question if you guys just put it in the comments. Was this then with the Bronco rugby team win? Did they have to go up against the All Blacks in that one? I know they're the big dogs in the block, or is it a different league at that point from the All Blacks, or were the All Blacks just out of it this year? Cool. I could see eventually someday getting into a little bit of rugby. I could. It's a fun sport, and those guys are tough as hell. No pads, running full speed, and they're getting legit big. You know, go back to rugby like 30 years ago, and the guys are just normal size guys. And now you got these guys on the weight programs and, you know, just getting super explosive and built. Like it's creating some collisions. Daniel says, John Schneider made a great move with Sam Darnold. Tell you guys that much. Boy, did he ever. I mean, some cheese sticks over here. HHG. I'm freaking starving. But thank you, Paul. I'll try to check it out and see if I can find the highlights on it, man. Sounds interesting. I love rugby. King Bomber says, I don't hate the Milrow pick whatsoever. I think the convo is totally different if Darnold was playing as well as he was and Milrow developed much quicker than expected. True. Yeah. And I'm, for the record, not like ripping it. I would have liked to have gone a different direction with it, but a big part of the selection is on the back of his development eventually into that quarterback, and you're not going to know that in the first year either. That's going to take you the time to see if the development takes root. And it's going to take time for it to take root. Adam says, I saw more bad Woolen than his replacements, seemingly not better. Yeah, others were trying to say that a little bit at the top of my comments here that they felt like Woolen played actually a good game prior to getting injured. And I don't know if I saw that as well. I felt like we were getting kind of more of the same from him. But certainly when you went to his backup, it got even much worse. King says this was one of the possible scenarios where Darnold was really good and Milrow would never see the field for his rookie deal, and he'd potentially be moved for a late round pick at some point. Yeah. This was always a potential item on it. And there's a reason the guy's going in the third round. If he's a no-doubter talent, he goes in the first, especially with the skill set that he brings to bear. So always a bit of the possibility at play here. Adam says Hall going out early did not help us. Are we missing DeMarcus? Yeah, he's got some kind of quad injury going on right now. Everyone's worst nightmare. Bucs-Hawks game. Both quarterbacks threw for 325 yards and 80% completion rate. Sterling quarterback play in this game. Calm Cal, Brando. Yeah, at least we didn't lose like the Cardinals. This is like our Giants loss last year, but Bucs are actually legit. I suppose so. I suppose that's true. I'm definitely trying to find I can appreciate the optimism. And I promise you guys, I'm trying to search for the end of that coming out this game a little bit. Struggling to quite get there myself, in full disclosure. But I hope you guys are right. Ground out here. Schoolball still in the game here in the bottom of the seventh. Out number one, Josh Naylor. Brian says 4 hits off Scooble, 2 by home run by Hope Polanco. Crowd is amazing. Love the Mariners crowd, man. They're into it. Into it. Love to see it. Give that team a little bit of extra juice, you know? We can just play one more add-on here. The third run would make me feel nice and warm and fuzzy and comfy. Garver up here. One man down. Our Garver 0 for 2. Patrick says it's early, but the Elijah Arroyo pick looks kind of Looks like AJ Barner is the better tight end. Little too early to judge, but I have a feeling down the road this pick's, looking back, will be wasted. It's early on this one, and it gets hard, Patrick, when you have receivers holding up there into the bargain. Torrey Horton has emerged. Jackson Smith is being that guy, base hit to center field. Jackson's being the guy we hoped he could be. And I mean, the thing with Barner is that we knew when we took Elijah that Barner is the better blocker. With Elijah Arroyo, you're getting not just a tight end. It's the difference between having an inline guy and a move guy. And if you're talking about snap in and snap out, there being a tendency of which one you're going to have versus the other, the inline guy is always, in most offenses, Patrick, going to get more snaps than the off-ball guy. But Elijah was never to be looked at as an inline guy. I would reference it as like trying to take Jimmy Graham and turning him into an inline type of dude. So he's just got to sort of fill into the role there a little bit, I think, and you can give him that time to develop, and we'll see with time if that's something that does come to fruition to where he can be super dynamic in that element of what he can bring. But I think it's all of these factors at play that are kind of drawing it, and that all of these factors don't really have as much to do with Elijah not adding up or bringing the skills to bear that we thought we could get from him. It's more of, to me, it's just that you're kind of stacked up now ahead of him, and he's still a young guy, he's a rookie, and that give him a little bit of that time on that development side of it. But the key here is really that back type guys, the off ball tight ends versus the inline guys, and what you ask one to do versus the other. CD says, we knew Milroe was going to be a project. Is it worth using a top 100 pick on a project quarterback? I don't know. Yeah, I think the argument can be made for that, and some of it speaks to a little bit, I guess, the confidence level and being able to develop it. If you give that guy time, you have a guy like Milroe and you go, okay, super raw. You're taking a 3rd round flyer pick on him. And then you go, and then 2 years from now is when you're hoping for the fruition of that. Well, then it has to come down to the real ultimate confidence you have that he can reach that place of things. And maybe that's an answer that they couldn't provide. Maybe nobody would have really known on the bottom line of that when it's all said and done, 1-1 here to Victor Robles. He'll swing through that pitch, a change up. Robles got just a nasty change, man. Just cannot pick that thing up. Adams is crazy how bad the defense let this team down today. Boy, was it ever. Very, 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 very poor performance. Two outs lined out there. Tough play here. Gathered up by the shortstop, and he'll make the final play. So 6 outs here for the Mariners. No runs there on that bottom of the 7th. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. He says, injuries are not an excuse, but do explain why secondary got tore apart. Do agree that Mac didn't coach the game correct. Need pass rush with 4th string corners. I struggle on this a bit, Randall. I really do. And I'm not trying to push too hard back on where your point is on this to negate the injuries. The first issue I have with the injuries on this is we start to look at it with the vacuum thing here a little bit. But what about the injuries on the Tampa Bay side? And we start to also come down to Randall. What about the measure of a team that you want to get to a great status of things? Not to be mediocre, not to be good. But we look at the lens of, can this team be a great team? What about the lens of, Teams that can have injuries can overcome that and still go win football games. That they don't need everything to be perfect to go win. And if they do need everything to be kind of perfect to go win, then maybe you're kind of in a good mode as a team, really. Maybe instead of being great, that it's more of you're in kind of a good stage of things. I struggle on the injury side of this to any degree, Randall, because you look at what Tampa Bay had walking into this game on that side of it, and they were at the very least in an equivalent place, if not worse, and they were playing on the road. And you had the extra rest. I really struggle on that one, man, because it sort of just ignores then what's going on with Tampa Bay walking into this, as well as it being a Tampa Bay team that's been more of those teams that's up around the upper crust of the NFC. They are that team that we're trying to get to. And today was that kind of challenge and test to see if you stood with that type of team. And while it was a close game, for that type of team to be decimated by that injuries coming out on the road against you, and you did not have any answers defensively whatsoever. It's one thing to have some injuries and you're giving up a lot of extra points than you normally give up. This wasn't you give up a lot more points than you normally give up. This was you could not stop the Buccaneers offense. And some of it does go back to the coaching staff on this with it when they get in those injuries. And that's the part of this process that's a part that not to be thrown away, Randall, being you didn't make those adjustments. You stayed in zone coverage. You didn't go to press. You didn't go to blitz. You didn't go to stack boxes. You didn't go to simulated pressures. You played it the same way throughout the whole course of the game. And that in itself, I'm hoping is not going to be something inherently seen down the line here with this team. But I will say that in watching Mike through a year and a half, pretty hesitant to blitz at any point in time. Wants to just try to drop 7 corners, 7 defensive backs into coverage every single freaking time. Wants to just sort of play it real conservative, constantly protecting against the deep ball. I've kind of been down this alleyway before. I kind of know how this story goes. I mean, at some point or another, Randall, having a defensive-minded coach is a guy that should be able to kind of elevate his cast of crew, right, Randall? You take a guy like Shanahan as an offensive coach. Oh, no Brock. Oh, no Ayuk. We moved on from Brandon Debo Samuel this offseason. We've got Ricky Pearsall injured. We got Juwan Jennings injured. I can still go out on the road in the Rams' house and beat them. We're a good team, Randall. We're a good team. I'm trying to look for us to where we're going to get to that great team, and it not being one where we have to do a lot of projecting and a lot of imagining to get to that stage of things, but that we actually see the tangible evidence for that. And I think it's where we may be at a bit of disagreement on this, where to me, the tangible evidence has been much more, as we've gone through this year so far, towards this is a team that's probably more into that still good, not quite great. On the right road, going to get to great status, that they will reach that spot of things. But I think that there's some inherently troublesome parts still to this team right now that are holding them back from reaching to the stage of where they're trying to get to go to. And I think that there's a lot of people in your camp on this too. I've certainly seen a lot of different comments today, a lot of different donations today, Randall, that certainly feel still a lot of optimism coming out of this loss and still feel that even in this 2025 year, that this is a year where they go and head to that place of things. I find myself challenged on feeling that way right now. I do. I think it's more of kind of you just still feel kind of in that good phase of things. There still feels too many things you got to solve to get to great this year. And it feels like too much to have to solve mid-season on in order to make that kind of happen. Not to say I'm down on the team, just I can't quite see that vision for greatness this year and what I'm seeing from them here. 3-2 pitch here, nobody out. Ball hit up into the air. You got room? No. Appreciate the donation, Randall. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for the $20 donation, Nolan. Very, very kind of you, my man. I really, really do appreciate that. Says, missing half of their starting D, Baker is playing at an MVP level with a ton of weapons. Let's not get crazy. If both teams had all of their starters, it would have still been a great, close game because they are both great teams. And not what you want here, an opening whack for Brash. Missing half of their starting D. Baker playing MVP level with a ton of weapons. I definitely think Baker's playing at MVP level, Nolan. Agree with you there. You're missing Witherspoon, Woolen, Love. So Hall out, Marcus Lawrence out. So yeah, you're definitely missing a lot of your defense in there. I don't know if Baker had a ton of weapons today, Nolan. Godwin's just coming back. He's not at 100%. He's just not. And Emeka is really nice, but you're also down Bucky Irvin. No Mike Evans out there. Cade Otton is not exactly a game changer at the tight end position. Down 2 offensive linemen on the right tackle and right guard. I love the optimism. I do, guys. I have no issue on optimism, and I hope you guys are 100% right on this front of it, Nolan. I really do. I do think that I walked into this game, and I'm staying consistent with my wording on this, where I said walking into this game, just by my outlook, I appreciate others aren't going to be in alignment on this. It's just my outlook. Take it for what you will. But my outlook on it was this was a measuring test of a game for you to see where you're at. That, as many of others have said on this coming into this season, that you've seen this team be average to good. You've seen them in a spot where this is the modus operandi of how they've run out year after year. You know that they are that. You know they're not a bad team. And it's all about, can they beat a great team? And I think it's more of good teams still, which isn't bad, and it's not the end of the world. But it does adjust a little bit of my outlook for the 2025 season in general terms here when I look at them right now, because it is a struggle for me to see quite the vision I'm hearing from some of you guys on it. And I love the optimism. I'm not trying to shoot down your guys' optimism on this. I just don't, you guys know with me, I'm not going to put optimism if I ain't feeling it. I'm not drumming it up for the sake of being positive. I think that I don't believe in doing that. I got to have something tangible that I base it back upon. If I got a dream up ahead here into the future that we're going to be a dreaming, then I got to understand how that dream comes to fruition rather than it just will because we got, the good vibes for it to be the case. And right now it feels more a little bit like the good vibes for it to be the case rather than we got something tangible to really work off with that. But I hope you guys are right, Nolan. I truly do. And I thank you, Randall, for both being a member of the channel and for so much of your support. I really do. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Is Sam our new franchise quarterback? I do believe he is. Come on, Matt. The reliever last night comes in and walks the opening batter. It's like, dude, make them swing the bat. Oh, what a pitch. What a slider. Paints the outside corner. Strike 3. Yes, HHG. Sam Darnold is definitely our franchise quarterback. He's everything that we'd hope for and more than that, But yeah, I think that's one thing that definitely I can take away that's a positive from this game is that you have your franchise quarterback for both the now and the future. And that's no small thing. No small thing. 0-1 count here to Riley Green. Runner on first, 1 man down. Strike. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. Same record as the Rams, 1 back of San Francisco. Division 1,000% wide open. Eagles not great. Lions probably the class in the NFC. I certainly make a play for Trey and Cincy. I guess I would ask you, Randall, if you're going to be giving up a day 2 pick to go get Trey Hendrickson and you feel confident in making that move, and you don't have to put a donation for this, but I would like to get a little bit of the understanding from your perspective on this, on how you arrive so confidently that this is the missing factor on this a bit. You're going to give up now a day 2 pick, so you're sacrificing future space. You're going to eat up a good amount of cap space on what you got remaining on the base contract for Trey, which means the rollover gets removed down as well into this offseason. Do you ultimately have confidence that Trey Hendrickson comes in here and turns you into a Super Bowl contender? And if the answer is not yes, then why make the move? And if the answer is yes, how do you come to that particular conclusion? I don't think Tariq Woolen, once he gets back healthy, is going to be particularly a better player than what he's been so far. I'm not sure that Trey Hendrickson suddenly makes your pass rush amazing, just him walking in on what he's doing. So I'm a struggle with that one. Context matters on the teams you played. I mean, the Rams losing the Niners this past week, Thursday night on a shortened week like they did, that's an awful loss. It is. And maybe it's open. I think the Niners are setting themselves in a really good stage right now, Randall, when you look at their schedule. And it's very, very easy now as we go down through the rest of this schedule for the Niners. It's well suited up for them, even if they're not at 100% health, to still go out there and take the division at this point, in my opinion. I would offer that in my outlook of it, San Francisco is well suited right now, even the injury setup as it is, to go and win this thing out, to go get the 12, 13 wins to win the division. I don't think that we can go get 12 wins this season right now. I don't see a 12-win team, even with Trey Hendrickson, brought in the house. But I love the confidence, man. And, we'll see if they've got the confidence to go make that move. I find myself a little bit more in a place of saying, Randall, you've made a lot of moves in recent years at times. Because let's factor this one other thing in, Randall, just to think about this. You made a lot of moves in recent years, from Jamal Adams type of moves to the money you spent on the open market. Well, Draymond Jones, missing piece to the pass rush, while making the biggest free agent contract in Seahawks history. We're going to trade a second-round pick for Leonard Williams. Then just go take Byron Murphy after that in the next draft and then stack him up. You made a lot of moves in recent years where you thought that one move would take you up over the top. And it kind of hasn't. And so I guess if maybe you can understand from my perspective, Randall, to this one, it just feels like more of one where you've made a mistake multiple years over. With me and being on this channel for so many years that I'm a big guy about, it ain't about making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. It's about making the same mistakes over and over and over again. And I want to see things drawn in a bit of, it's like today. Oh, man. Oh, Lordy. We can't have good things, can we? Two-run double for the Detroit Lions. Brash, just like last night, you're a relief pitcher, you walk in, you walk the first batter, he's going to score. You got to throw him strikes when you walk in out of the bullpen. And both of the Mariner relievers, back-to-back nights. But what a frustrating day this has been. So I feel like from my standpoint, I'm not trying to as much push back to more elaborate on my thinkings with this, Randall, but just that you've made this mistake multiple times over. Rather than make the same mistake, it's a bit like today. It's a bit like, we're going to keep dropping 7 in coverage, rush the 4, drop the 7 in coverage, rush the 4. It'll eventually change. Let's do a different strat to get the change, to be the change we want to see. If we try the same strat, right? It's the what they call the epitome of insanity, right? The old misquoted Einstein quote. Same thing and it fails. Same thing and it's not. Or if it's not failing, it's not succeeding. The point of Leonard Williams wasn't going to make a trade for him so that you could not make the playoffs. And that's where I would be hesitant on that, where, boy, would it hurt Randall to then go and make a kind of move like that, eat the cap, eat the day 2 pick, and then still come out the other end of that year with a guy in Trey Hendrickson at 31, 32 years old. May or may not be a really good fit for the defense. He gives you pass rush ability, may not be a really great fit there. And then, you're left a little bit harder now the road to go get to that contending stage at a better place to then be a contender, where the team is a little bit more rounded out at that point. Adam says, thanks for your coverage, Brandon. Hopefully the Mariners can help ease the bleeding with a win at least. I don't know, man. This looks like a painful day from start to finish on this one. I'm not as sure, King Bomber, about the hedge thing to Darnold, King. Because I think you're forgetting about the factor in here of Drew Lock. I don't think that there was as much of the hedge factor, maybe as the long-term quarterback thing, but not on the short-term, certainly. Because Drew's your backup to come in if it was, well, he fails, we can go back to this guy here. You're always going to go to, it was more about the long-term development on it with the hopeful part of that with Milroe. I think that the thing would come down to King is I don't think I disagree with you that it would be foolish to go all the way with Jalen or go with all the way with Darnold with what you didn't know coming into it with there. I think just the thing I'd be pushing on top of that a little bit would be just that there were alternative other paths you could have gone rather than blow a third round pick on that. Especially considering you had those 5 picks, you bounced one of the thirds already to go up there and get Nicky Manwari up at the top of the second round. You'd only gotten one offensive lineman. You had signed nobody in the offseason. There were offensive linemen on the board, both of the second and the third round pick there. You know, that's where it's like, okay, there's maybe a methodology to that process, but was it a smart methodology? Was there alternative paths on that methodology that would have made just as much sense to go down a different road, give you some of that warm and fuzzy feeling? And again, it wasn't down to his failure or not in Darnold in this first year. It's more about the long term with him on that one, which does change a little bit of that scope too. David, thank you for the $2 donation. What should the Hawks do at linebacker? Well, potentially inside linebacker, or at least will linebacker is maybe in play, David, in the long-term draft, free agency, or whatever. They've been flipping out Tyrese Knight and Drake Thomas, and that's been kind of odd to see them doing it that way. Doesn't speak to do you feel confident in either of the two guys that you're kind of rolling that method. So you feel good about Ernest Jones, but you need to go get somebody at the will. And as far as the edge, the outside linebackers, your wide 9 guys, David, I think that there's a lot of room there to improve that group. I think Uchenna is looking like he's maybe starting to come back and give you something, but it remains to be seen what you can get from the rest of the group. Lawrence has been a good run stuffer so far, but he doesn't seem to have a lot of pass rush to bring to bear here, as we've seen it here so far. And Hall and Mafe are just not really, in my opinion, really giving you a lot of progress forward. See, Woods, if you're going to draft a center or right guard in this draft, I think there are some noteworthy centers to grab. Lou, Parker, Slaughter, not so sure about right guard. Right guard is supposed to be very weak in this draft, but there might be some decent centers. I've heard some of the centers have kind of fallen back just a little bit through some of the early part of the college season. And Power says, Pumpkin's demeanor's akin to mine. I'm so exhausted and defeated. Yeah, same. Same. Dick to Brandon, how many years until Barner makes everyone forget about Zach Miller? I say 1 to 2. Hey, he's going to start doing it quick here. Even this year, that could happen. 1 and 2 count. Mariners just feel like this whole series so far, every hitter is in a 1 and 2 count. It just feels like you can't get on top of this Detroit staff. Good eye there by Randy. Game Bomber, the premise of the pick makes sense. No matter how bad Miller ends up being, it's still a good pick. Hedge the guy you signed with the highest upside quarterback in the draft. Not a bad choice by any means. Yeah, I would disagree on that. I don't hate the pick necessarily, but I would disagree with it being, there's no way it's just a good pick no matter what, because it's just smart to do that type of thing. That sort of throws out all of the evaluation of the individual player. And it just sort of makes this quarterback A that you're drafting more than it's actually the guy of the mill row and who that player is and the level of confidence you would have in that player eventually developing to the upside that you hope they can reach. So, I mean, there's, like all things with this, I think that there's a little bit of some levels to this on that. I think Seattle got a little cute on day 2 of the draft, King Bomber. And some of their cuteness, I wondered on draft day if it wouldn't maybe come up to bear a little bit down the season a bit, that you went a little bit of a different direction that would have been maybe a bit of a smarter approach. We'll see with it. We'll see. Double down the line here, it looks like, for Raleigh. He's got to get up on his horse. And he gets in. And as you can tell, Brandon's a huge Mariner fan. He's emotionally detached from our Seahawks pitching. I respect it. It's a bit of, yeah, I'm with it. I mean, I'm feeling what you guys are saying on it. It's just a frustrating game. I'm trying to kind of flush it like everybody on that. OE, the optimism is that Sam is legit. That is optimism, Hawksnest. That's valid optimism too. I wouldn't put any dirt over the top of that. And that's been one of the greatest developments for the Seahawks team of this season. Maybe the best development of the Seahawks season so far is him performing like he has. 1-0 count here to Julio. Julio sends it down the line. Let's go. Ball goes into the corner. That's going to score Raleigh. He comes around third, and he is home. Let's go, boy. The big dogs in your lineup holding it down through the first 2 games of this series. Yeah, King, I don't get the whole reverting to Jets self Darnold. And I think if you're looking at giving Darnold that kind of money like the Seattle gave him, because it was a mid-tier market deal, it was pretty good money still. It wasn't just a pens. It wasn't a one-year flyer kind of deal, King. This thinking of that he reverts to his Jet self, this was more to me of a fan outlook of this and less of a league-wide look at Darnold in the view of him. So I don't know on that. That's again back to that sort of simplistic outlook on Sam on this thing of the guy's going to go backwards to what he was 5 years ago after he put together one hell of a year last year and has shown progression in his play even beyond what you saw last year with him in the Minnesota Vikings team. I'm not saying that there isn't some little bit of mystery as to what he was going to be, but the thought process that somehow he was going to fall into this cratered place of what he was as a rookie walking into the sport with the new Jets organization. If I've got a front office that's thinking with that kind of mindset to the making that kind of signing for that kind of money, I don't know that I have a lot of then faith in that front office in their approach at that point. There's certainly a part of going with Milroe where you're looking to stack up the quarterback room. There's a bit of it of, hey, he can develop and maybe be an asset down the line that we can get more back for the 3rd round pick that we gave up for him. But part of this kind of enters in too about where your team was and how maybe a couple extra players, the right positions on this particular team and what that could have done for your team. An extra corner, outside corner, maybe to go look at with Wollins impending free agency. A right guard that you maybe could add to the mix on that who can give you some immediate play. It's also the alternative moves that you can make in regards to that. And again, the fact that it's not a Milroe bust where you couldn't have found a hedge other than Milroe out there at the quarterback position for something long term. It gets a little bit to more of a, I guess, feeling the way you described it, a little bit of a binary choice. I feel like you had more of a variety of choices of directions you could have gone there. If you're that worried that Darnold's going to crater into his Jets day, you don't give him that contract, in my opinion. Have an assessment on a QB and trust in your assessment. Especially a guy like that that's got so much film on tape to then go off of. 2-1 count here on Jorge. Sawed off here. And they're not going to be able to get the throw. Infield hit there for Polanco. I love bunting. Nothing's wrong with bunting me. We were lamenting last night when you had the Mariners with 1st and 2nd and nobody out, and then Josh Naylor comes up and I'm sitting there going, look, it's one more run wins this game. And one more run would have won you that game. And instead of bunting, Josh is up there free swinging and proceeds to just punt the hole at bat, basically. And, a scary moment. That bat went in the crowd. Sirajas, honestly, we probably could trade AR-15 for like a 4th or 5th, and he has the same, if not more potential than Jalen Milroe. Yeah, there we go. You're picking up what I'm putting down. There are alternative paths to make this happen that didn't require it having to be the 3rd round pick to make that go. And that does then affect the decision of that 3rd round pick with Milroe. Okay, it's a pick. It's a place to go with. But my 2 problematic spots, King Bomber, coming out of the draft this last draft were Elijah Arroyo and Jalen Milroe. And as we stand now, 4 months later, my worries coming out of that draft remain Elijah Arroyo and Jalen Milroe. A little bit lesser Elijah Arroyo, but still both parts are equal and true, where I'm still a little bit in a dicey place with those 2 particular players as far as having ultimate confidence that was really the right way to go there ultimately. Eugenio up, outside, good eye by Eugenio. He sometimes gets a little too free swinging on early pitches like that. Stay patient here, buddy. And power code over Abraham Lucas's performance was overlooked today. He straight up manhandled Vita Vea on a few occasions. He can match up versus the best of them. He's a good player, man. I thought he played a really good game. Bradford, I thought, played a pretty good game out there today, too. Low. Ball 2. Yeah, the line played well, King. They played really well. Especially considering all of the dropbacks that you had. Wasn't going to be easy. And Tampa Bay was going to do plenty of blitzing against you. 2-0 pitch here, first and third. Low, ball 3, continues to show a good eye. Finnegan, the pitcher for the Tigers, is not giving in on this at bat for Eugenio. He's not giving him anything juicy. You got to probably feel like you're letting Eugenio free swing here. Tell him here, go from the back of your heels. I'm Eugenio, just look for a spot and let it rip. That's what he does. Swings through a 96-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone. 3-1. Adam says, exactly, Brandon. If anything, coming into this game, I was figuring Tampa was slightly more injured than us. But Hawks D today just could not stop anyone. Secondary's bad, but no pressure hardly on Baker. You just didn't have anything to bear on him, man. You couldn't stop this offense at all. Foul back 3-2. It was really just nothing to hang your hat on today a bit, He says Big Mac doesn't trust his secondary enough to blitz and press man. He's hoping just to bend but don't break. Doesn't have enough of his guys yet. I hope he makes changes wherever he does. Well, I would have liked to have seen him grab some more corners to fit to a system if that's what he needed this offseason. This ball hit on the line, and they're going to go get Julio at home for an out there. King, I guess the one bright spot today is you were almost able to almost win against a contender. Better than getting destroyed, I guess. I suppose so. It's true. Brian needs to Brandon, I agree with you 100%. The good things take care of themselves. I want to know what's bad so we can fix it. Yeah. And it isn't always, it's a bit of, when you turn on the negative a little bit or turn over the negative, it can seem like maybe you're dwelling a little bit on the negative too much here, but it's about the important question for me we're trying to get to contender. We know we are good. We know that's what we are. We understand this. We've done this for the last 3 years. That's the team we have fielded every year for 3 years. Can we get to great? Well, to get to great, you can't have so many damn holes along the line. Not offensive line, but just the team line, so to speak. And it feels like a little bit too many things right now to get up over that hill. Maybe not. And there's certainly optimism in the chat that we're not, that we can get it. But hard for me to quite see that right now with the team I'm seeing on the field here. Ball says, yeah, I wish I could be more in the chats. First baby's arriving in November. Super busy time right now. He's also a big boy, estimated at 12 pounds. There's a little more prep for the big event. Ooh, wee. I hope your wife's okay on that one. That's a big one. That's a big baby. It's a big giant baby right there. But congratulations, Paul. Very, very big congrats. Kings, my optimistic take. The schedule on the season is relatively easy. Offensively, you look good. Defensively, you were missing guys. Get those guys back, win some games. Anything can happen in the playoffs. You never know. Me, Baker is top 3 in the NFL over the last 2 seasons in touchdowns. Baker did Baker things today. I wasn't surprised. He did indeed. New Blacks, Baker has been good and fun to watch last season in this one, but I really don't think he did much of anything special at all today. He was rarely under pressure and wide receivers were wide open all day, laughing out loud. I thought they're very true, man. He had a lot of open guys there standing just wide open in space. Very true there. CD says, isn't Trey going to walk this offseason? We aren't winning Super Bowls this season. But if we can grab him, I feel like he is the final piece. Trey, you mean Trey Hendrickson? Adam, I saw Woolen out of position multiple times today and losing track of receivers with the ball in the air. I'm so done with him. Besides speed, he does not have it. We need more physical instinct. Definitely think we're looking around the roll here to need to get the corner room maybe upgraded a little bit here. Hopefully not a 15 anything tonight. I can't take another extra inning game this evening. No, sir. Josh Naylor up here. Lefty on lefty after the change by the Tigers, 0-1. Nigel, I really hope the Seahawks can turn into a contender in the next few years, but I'm scared we will be saying the same thing next year. I have a lot more confidence moving into next year and where I think the thing will establish itself towards, but I can understand after you kind of running up against the ceiling here the last couple of years that you might feel a little stuck. I don't think we are, but I can understand the feeling that we might be on it. Noob, but what should the Seahawks do about our home field advantage to get it back to where it was? The entire field looked orange. It seems like that every week. I don't think there's a lot that can be done on this. There's a lot of frustration from the fan base. I think that the thing to consider as a fan on this one is that you ask yourself just a very straightforward question on this one. Does the NFL want to take less money for tickets than they can get? Do they want to take less profit? Does the NFL at any point in time ever take less profit? The answer is no. That's a key answer on that first question. The second thing in understanding this is that the only way to do this is either lower the prices and get back more of the normal folks and less of the corporate environment in there. They're not going to do that. So that's not going to happen on that side of it. They're not going to punish people for reselling their tickets because they want to ensure that all of these tickets get sold. And the only way to punish, the only way to ensure you're going to get a house filled up with nothing but Seahawks fans is to risk having the place partially empty on the back of that. The NFL is not going to do this. Seattle's not going to do this. I get the frustration on it, but it's not changing. This is going to continue to go in the direction that this is going, and there's really little that we can do about it, unfortunately. It just kind of is what it is. Pop up here. We'll finish off the inning here in the bottom of the 8th, and the Tigers will get one more chance here against Anthony Munoz with a 1-run lead. UE love the M's, but this lineup is totally not built for this park. Way too many Ks, not enough contact. Yeah, it's been the foundation of the Mariner organization for the last 20 years. Let's go get a bunch of right-handed power hitters, and let's refuse to bring our fences in. I don't get it. You saw 3 balls die on the vine yesterday on the warning track that would have been home runs in any other park. I don't understand why the Mariner organization doesn't look at this and be like, look, if you want to insist on keeping the fences where they are, then you got to start, building a park. Yeah, you got to start building a ballpark or building your ball club and your hitters to a lineup that's going to fit to the ball club and the park you hit in. Not the one that's theoretical. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. I wouldn't be so upset if he just blitzed. No, I wouldn't either. If they got beat on blitzes, if they got beat over the top because they blitzed and one guy got smoked over the top, I wouldn't mind that. At least it would have been something different on this day rather than just getting slowly bled to death, a death by 1,000 cuts. You just tried kind of the same strategy throughout this whole game. And it's been your same strategy throughout the season, which meant it's highly predictable to the Tampa Bay team walking into this. Highly was predictable to the Tampa Bay team throughout this game, and which meant that they were going to have a counter to what you were doing throughout this game, whether you were short of staff or not. And that makes it as much as upsetting to me as anything else, because this is one of those things that you can control. It's like bringing Milrow out here. There's things on a football field I can't control. Bad breaks that are going to go this way. A ball tipped off the helmet at the end for an interception. Things I can't control. There are things you can control. Things you can attempt. Randall, did we lose you, buddy? I was hoping for a response from you, man. Give me some help back on the confidence front here. I need you to bring me along. CJ Brandon, should this team just open up the floodgates and start blitzing more? What's the point of rushing only 4 when Emeka is slicing without defenders remotely near him downfield anyway? I feel the same way. Yes. I've referenced it too. If I'm going to go down swinging. Do you want to go down and a guy's swinging punches at you and you got your hands at your side and you're just trying to do this? Does that feel satisfying? Does that feel like you got a chance? Does that feel like he's taking any heat, any harm? You're just ducking punches? Or get the hands up and throw some freaking hands, right? Go out at least trying to do something aggressively. you know. I would have liked to have seen it. Didn't understand why we didn't do it. Hoping we get a good explanation from Mike McDonald this week as to what exactly was going on. I imagine it's going to come down to I just didn't have any confidence in our corners and safeties on the backside. So without that confidence, I just had to let him go do whatever. 0-2. Oh, 2 count here from Munoz. Strike 3. There we go. Got him. 1 down. See, I will say this as a Bama Milroe fan in college. I would rather like Deion Walker or CJ West instead. I just don't have a lot of confidence right now at the moment. I hope he comes forward. I do, but swing and a miss. Munoz is going to get the 8 and 9 hitter here. Power says, after 24 years, we are on the precipice of a home playoff victory. Come on. Knocked up into the air. Rivas has got it. 2 outs. Mariners up 3-2, trying to even this series up to get this back to Detroit. Munoz comes set, takes a deep breath, looking in. Outside, ball 1. New Lax, going to the last week of the season last year, Darnold was 35 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Gino was 18 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. People thought Darnold would be a massive downgrade. Just hilarious to me. Indeed, they did. Megan B, to answer your cool rugby question, the All Blacks Rugby Union. Swing and a miss, 1-1. The All Blacks play Rugby Union, and the Brisbane Broncos play Rugby League. Okay. 2 different games, and they do not play each other. Interesting. Okay. Swing and a miss. Boy, dirty swing there, man. That thing was in the dirt. 2-2. Fans get on their feet, cheering their Mariners on. Can you close this one down? Steele went away from the Cy Young Award winner. Off the end of the bat, staying alive. Daniel W. says, 3rd round pick for Jalen Milroe is some crybaby-ish. I agree on Arroyo. When we had Noah Fant and tons of cap space, we could have used another corner or defensive end. Quarterback development takes time. Ask Darnold. Okay. I don't know how disagreement becomes crybaby-ish, but I mean, okay, Daniel. I think, again, the part that gets thrown out of this becomes a little bit of the confidence in the level of Milroe to go reach this development upside. A guy in Sam Darnold was taken as a guy with a lot of rough road ahead of him, and that was acknowledged by NFL organizations across the sport in their outlook of him. Like him, it's going to take some time. Foul back here. Jalen Milroe did not have that same outlook on him coming into this, or that same level of confidence that there was an upside that was going to be reached. And so the evaluation of Milroe, I think, kind of matters on this a little bit. And individually, Daniel and you and others may have a much higher upside of an outlook of Milroe and what his ability is and where he's going and what he can do. And that our difference of opinion may be just inherently on that one, center field on that. But you had 5 picks there in the top 100 walking into this draft. And what you walked away from in totality of that could have been more. Could have been more to help out this team to get to a contending status this year. That's part of the process too. But you got other players to help you out right now to take you a little bit closer to the mark that you're trying to reach versus the theoretical 3 years down the line. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not crying. I'm not calling your side of it crybaby-ish. we start getting to a little bit into that realm of things. We're not really debating the topic at that point, Daniel. We're starting to touch our toes on the grounds of insulting the person we disagree with. And I'm not insulting the side of the people that look and feel that way about Milroe. I get where you're coming from. It just happens to be a disagreement on my side of my outlook of it, and especially when it's baked within in my outlook of Milroe and his ability to develop to that upside and whether or not he will actually reach that upside. And that part is a part that does matter. Mariners able to get this win. Nice job on their part. Even this series up 1-1. Addison Brandon, what's up? Highly disappointed. This game proves that we are once again just a mediocre team that can beat the bottom dwellers. When it comes time to be the best, we fail. I think it remains to be seen if we can get to that place of things. That's the next deal on this, for sure. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation, Henry. Brandon, for a 5th overall pick, are you satisfied with Spoon? One of my favorite players, but some hard questions need to be had. I think that when it comes down to Spoon with the 5th overall pick, one thing to consider with that is the nature of that draft at the top of the first round. And that was a draft that did not have exactly a lot of prime players there, Henry, sitting at the top of that draft. You weren't going to really look at taking the running back, Bijan Robinson. Tyree Wilson was one of your options there who went to the Raiders after your pick, a couple picks afterwards. Tyree Wilson hasn't been a particularly good player for the Raiders. You have a Gibbs win. You weren't going to go with the Jahmyr Gibbs. I think the fact that you see 2 running backs taken in the top 15 in that draft kind of illustrates a little bit of where that draft was at from a talent standpoint. And I felt like it was really as much as anything. And I was consistent in saying this at the time when you're picking at number 5 overall. This is just not necessarily the greatest of years to be picking in the top 5. That you don't have those ice cold blue chip prospects that are no doubters, no brainers all day long. You jump on this guy with 2 feet. You don't even have to think about it. And considering that you had to be creative then in that 5th spot, I think they did as good as you could hope for them to really do in grabbing Spoon there. Could we probably, in retrospect, find some guy down the line that's played better? Perhaps, that in retrospect you can kind of cherry pick a bit on and going, okay, well, what if we grab this guy instead? So, I mean, Tyree Wilson, Bijan Robinson, no. You weren't going to take Jalen Carter. Darnell Wright's been all right for Tennessee, maybe an offensive lineman, but it's not like he's lit the world on fire. Skronsky at 11 hasn't lit the world on fire. You weren't going to take Jahmyr Gibbs. Lucas Van Ness for the Packers. This is part of the reason that they're moving for Micah Parsons. They've not been happy with his development. Broderick Jones has been poor for the Steelers at left tackle. Will McDonald has been okay for the Jets. Emmanuel Forbes is already with the Rams, the number 16th pick. Christian Campbell's torn his ACL. He's played all right at times for New England, but certainly not lighting the world on fire. Jack Campbell's an okay inside linebacker. Kalijah Cansey missing the year this year. He's been an okay player. You can get after him a little bit in the run game. He's more of an attacker. And then you got Jackson Smith, who we took at 20. So I think that draft, there just wasn't really one where, you looked at it and you said that there's some other pick there that makes so much more sense than the direction that you went with Spoon on that one. And I don't think that there was really a way for you to be able to trade back in that draft to try to pick up extra capital because teams knew there wasn't a real prime player up there to go be taken. So you did the best with kind of what you had in the basket to pick from. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $10 donation. Wu-Tang. Appreciate that, man. He says, Senior Smoke. We beat their ace. A little joy to clear up the bad taste of the Seahawks game. Thanks for the long day of good coverage, brother. It's my pleasure, man. I love what I get to do here. And good to see the Mariners come back in the best of 5 series to tie this thing up and give themselves a chance. Really, really, really cool to see. And hopefully now they can get a couple out there in Detroit. I know they don't play the best on the road. Another big stadium out there. Another one where swinging the fourth fence isn't the greatest thing out there in that way. But you found a way on this one. You got it done. And how about the guys at the top line up here at the first 2 games of the series, both Cal and Julio, holding it down in their own way. Only 1 hit for those guys in this game, but 2 very big hits at a very big time of the baseball game, huh, Wu-Tang? My pleasure, man. Thank you for hanging out with us here all day on that. Appreciate you. Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation. The Bills in trouble? Nike rival jersey curse? I don't think so. They've been pretty good this year so far. Maybe a little bit of a letdown today in the way it's set up for them. I have been tracking as much what's kind of happened. It sounds like the officials were kind of giving them a hard time, and they still got 7:37 to go in that football game. So there's still time there for them, Nolan, on that side of it. CD, I liked Harold Fannin and would have rather had him, but I'll be happy if the Royal proves me wrong. I think Fannin is proving me right so far. Yeah, I felt the similar. Relax, without Arroyo, our tight end room would be Barner, Saubert, and Callerup. Yeah, I'm not as big of an issue with the Arroyo thing, New Blacks. I'm really not. It's more of just that when you go to that kind of like wild cardish pick in the second round to an Arroyo, then when you come back to that third round pick after you've already burned a third round pick to move up in the second round, it then just makes, if you kind of air out on that last third round pick, it just makes it stand out that much more. And it does make it reflect then back to the Arroyo pick, especially with where you were standing at from a depth standpoint in the tight end room. But I think you'll be fine. I don't know if it'll be a game changer. We'll see on that side of it. But it was a little bit like with, I guess, if I was to try to kind of encapsulate this in kind of a bottom line and an outlook of Arroyo and Milroe, it felt like kind of bonus picks for a franchise. Felt like a franchise that's like, it's like a, Eagles riding high. We can kind of just we have everything already topped off. All the positions are really good. We can just kind of make these picks. We just like these guys. And it almost felt a little more bonusy when I don't know if I felt like organizationally we were quite at a place of feeling like we could just use those picks as bonus picks a little bit. Strike says, just clean my kitchen for the last 3 hours. It helps to accomplish something. Laughing out loud. We all grieve in our different ways. Hey, man, we do. We do, brother. A little cleaning, good for the soul. Adam says, why the heck did Julio run home with the ball hit the third baseman? In the league, you learn to pause in the ball to the left side. We saw it with Julio yesterday. He's going to put the pedal down after the ball's on the ground. He kind of had that same thing yesterday, running into the second baseman. Brandon, wow, I think the Patriots might be tied with us at 3-2. Not sure how to feel about that. I do like the notion of having no unbeaten teams at this point. It's a league of parity. A league of parity. New Blacks, honestly, at this point, I don't blame anyone that sells tickets. This team sucks at home. 4-8 over your last 12 games at home, to your point. That's a spicy meatball. Brandon, the Mafia and the Teamsters are preventing the change of the fences, not the owners. Tony Soprano told me. They're moving the fence up. We'll move the fence when we're going to move the fence. Johnny says, give a like to the stream. What a warrior. Salute. Thank you for that, Johnny. Please do if you guys can for me. I know I do a lot of bitching and moaning here, but if you could for me, hit that like button. Helps me out. Helps me show. Helps me grow. Shower and a grower. Yep, Paulie, there is nowhere to go up for the defense here. Nowhere but up. CD says, I'll try to answer for Randall. Maybe without Love and Spoon, we didn't have the extra blitzers, and Mike would rather save those reps for players who are good blitzers. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Valid. Definitely valid as a possibility there. Jody says, can we take a second to appreciate Barner? He's cracking heads and scoring touchdowns. Yeah, boy, when he catches the ball, he runs with a little bit of violence, doesn't he, Johnny? Knocking people over like a pinball a little bit. But Barner's been sensational. Top-notch blocker in the run game and what he brings on that. You knew that with him coming out of Michigan. That was the claim to fame. Michigan didn't throw the ball. So you just didn't know what you got him as a pass catcher. And then remember with that, too, he had Loveland there side by side with him. So Loveland as the H-back tight end was going to get a lot of the touches in the few times that they were going to throw it. But you could see on him in college that there was some athleticism there. There was some pass catching ability. There was some soft hands. There was maybe a little bit of ability after the catch there in what he could bring. That he hadn't been topped out to what he could offer at the table. And he's proven that so far. He is progressing his game forward in the second season. And boy, he's he's partly what's, keeping Arroyo off from getting more targets and touches here a little bit. Brandon says for sure, but I'm not entirely sure Mike will adjust his dynamics in future games. He seems like that kind of guy that learns his lessons the first time. Very calculated SOB. I would agree with that. I expect him to learn from this performance and build upon it. And he says, Mariners are road dogs just like their neighbors. All right, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Hawks Nest, a rugby league, broke away from their rugby union back in the day, but now are two different leagues in competition. Ah, I see. It's like the old AFL, NFL days. I see. CD, I wish we could have gotten Will Anderson. That would have been a hell of a get. I would have loved to have traded up for him. As we know, though, with John, he don't trade up in the first round. New Black says, yeah, Will Anderson would have been so nice. He says, you got to take Carter. Build inside out. Corner matters little and defensive line gets no push. Potential game record, defensive tackle don't fall off trees. Off-field stuff was blown out of proportion, IMO. I don't know if it's blown out of proportion. That wasn't the basically what we heard on that one. I think it was pretty valid. Remembering with that, there were 9 other teams that passed on him there, Huey. Not just us to back to 6, but 7, 8, 9. And then partially the only reason the Eagles were willing to take him is because they had 2 first-round picks and kind of were playing with house money. Traveling Rider says, sure would have been good to have Spoon today. He still is the best. He still is their best corner nickel. Definitely does look like that. Joshua, John is bad at picking second round interior offensive lineman. Miss Creed Humphrey and now Tate Ratledge. Does appear to be a bit of his blind spot. He is a guy that just is kicking and screaming when it comes to the investment in this offensive line. And no matter what he gets as far as confirmation when he actually takes guys high, as far as this being a smart approach, he's just not going to lean into it. And I don't know what he needs as far as a come to Jesus moment to recognize it a little bit more. But he just has an endless fascination for every other position in the football field, it would seem, except for offensive line sometimes. Remember the time, at least the Mariners won? Not as big of a blow for the region. Had they lost, that would have been a tough one. Go Hawks, Huey. Brandon Jana. Kendrick was looking particularly soft today. Pretty sure he was one of the ones Mike was chewing out after the third Bucs touchdown. I could see it being the case. Certainly not as impressive as he has been up until this point. Wonder if you were trying to make him play a little bit on the outside with Emanwari out there, but I have to go back and check the tape. The Blacks come into this game. Arroyo and Barner both had 9 targets, and Arroyo had 1 more yard. Funny enough, just 2 less touchdowns. They're finding a little bit of chance here and there with Arroyo too. I'm not as bitter about that guy with it. I think he'll be fine. Hawks Nest will teach you about both AFL next time we talk. Sounds good, Megan. Bet. Adam Mike is willing to make adjustments, strategy or personnel. Just look at last year, the changes he made a handful of games in. Let's get back healthier. Let's go, Mike. Get this D back. Let's get it back. Love the thoughts, Adam. Daniel said Pritchett has looked awful anytime he stepped onto the field. Preseason, regular season, where's the accountability for still having him? Worthless. Bum. Agreed. He's not showing you a whole hell of a lot here to feel like this is the way to go. Now, Joshua, well, Hawks Nest wanted us to double down with him, and I agree. No road pick was 100% good to me, but road pick when we had Fant was kind of bad, IMO. Just the weird combination of that 2 picks there. And just how you successively did that, especially with some of what was still sitting on the table for the offensive line improvements or a different direction you could have gone. If it was outside corner, there's plenty of outside corners worthy being selected in that spot too. Tell me that wouldn't have benefited us much better today. Maybe that makes the difference in this type of game. I'm just saying. Yeah, good to see Julio and Cal shine tonight. Guys are holding it down early part of this series, and let's hope the rest of the lineup can come around here now into the... Polanco did a good job today, 2 home runs, give him some credit as well, but see if the rest of the lineup can come around here the rest of this series and get us through. Joshua says, John's got to start scouting them soccer players. Kickers nowadays are easily making 50-yarders. maybe at a point after the season of moving on from the Myers train. We'll see how it goes. He does have one more year of contract, but admittedly speaking, of course, too, you could save a good amount of money by moving off of him. Yeah, Trey Elmos. He was there in the second round, CD. Boom. Exactly. And I didn't have an ardent way where it had to be like, well, just Tate Ravlich is the only guy I want to get. It's like there was a bevy of players in there that could have made a lot of sense to helping out this team immediately. You took more of players that you're looking at a little bit down the line of where they can be in year 2 or even into year 3, which, okay, that's you can take that price a little bit, right? But we have to acknowledge then you've cut off the short term. You've cut off what you could have had as far as quicker returns to help your ball club out right now. Ball club that is right there on that precipice of getting into that sort of contender sort of state of things. So there were a couple of those guys there that would have been a bit of the different directions there you could have taken on that one. I'm just saying. All right, let's start putting a bit of a wrap up on this old sucker. We're deep in today. I think it's as good a time as any. I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of the show here today. And that sponsor is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is a #1 sports fantasy app rolling right now. You can get 100% of your first deposit matched up to $100. So $100 from me to you. And you support the channel at the same point in time. This has been restricted in the state of Washington, these kind of apps in the past. But now you can get into it. I'm told it's now being opened up in full. So get into your daily fantasy, mix and match baseball and football, get your overs and your unders. Just get into a weekly fantasy. If you find your fantasy football team's not working, go out there, win yourself some money. You can see I had my picks here from Thursday night, put down $5, had a big old little collection of entries in here that I put together here to make this happen. I was able to win that out for a $62 victory on that side on just a $5 drop. So go win some money today. Again, support the channel at the same point in time. A big shout out to Sleeper for sponsoring us here through this season, as we've been wanting to nail down some good sponsorship, and we have done so here. Very proud of that. I thank you guys for a great stream today, especially for hanging in with me when we do have to tear over some negative items. And when, again, I know there's a draw for people that want to watch the channel at times on this to see me move into a place where I can be overly positive and or generally positive. Wherever we might find ourselves from the conclusion. And I think in general terms, I do try to stay in a positive place in this channel and lean into that direction of things. But ultimately what I'm going to trust in with you guys as an audience as you watch me is that I want to lean into mostly being honest. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right 100% of the time. It means that I'm going to, in fact, risk being wrong a lot of the time by just trying to be honest with you guys. But I don't like artificial fluff. And I'm not going to artificially fluff you guys. I'm not going to be in a position of just waving the pom-poms. I'm going to look at it with as realistic eyes as I can. Not skeptical eyes, realistic eyes. And what that means with that is that this is a good football team. It is not a bad football team. It's not a bad defense suddenly. Injuries certainly mounted up in this game. But when we look to 25, there's a bit of a question of a difference to me from where we look at in 26. I know in 26, this team with Sam Darnold's development can become a contender. I have no questions in my mind about that. None. Questions really on 25 right now. What is this team right now as it currently stands? What do they have as far as their true potential for this season as it currently stands? And that's the part that I'm less certain about as we move through this year. I'm hopeful. I'm as optimistic as the rest of you on that this can turn in that right direction. But I also would be lying to you if I told you guys that there weren't some pretty big concerns still coming from this football team that seem to speak to me of being a team that still finds itself a little bit more in that alignment of being good rather than quite being great. And that's not then meaning that there's been some great failure at play. That does not mean that somebody needs to be fired and let out of their job. It just means that this building of a football team, this building of a great football team is damn hard and takes time. And that we can't hope for things to be microwaved or shortcutted. Sometimes you gotta give it the time that it needs to get where you're trying to go. And this was the case with our first team back 10 years ago with the Legion of Boom days. Coach Carroll didn't just walk in 2009, light the world on fire, and you never looked back. You got 9, you got 10, you got 11, just kind of muddling your way through, and then 12 clicked into place. So my proof of this is just look back at the last regime itself and understand that that patience is required, and that even as we might be a little bit skeptical to this upcoming season, a bit on the upside of the team, they're a good team, and I do truly believe they are moving in the proper right direction long term. But this will be a team making noise, Super Bowl-like noise here in the next couple of years, and that ultimately should make us feel very good about the direction that they're headed. And Power Code, you have yourself a great night, man. I appreciate you hanging in. Remember the time. Thank you as well. Megan, appreciate you for all of the modding. Sorry about so much of the clutter in here with all of the spammings. Just kind of is what happens. It's what happens. CD, assuming we knew we would get Horde in the 5th, and thin edge or another interior offensive line would have been the move there. Though I wanted Trey Harris at that time. Yep, I would have leaned into that interior offensive line heavily there. Edge could have made some sense too. Addicted Brandon agreed. JS doesn't want to invest draft capital on interior offensive line, but weird he picked Cross number 1 and Lucas number 3, then does the empty pockets look about future picks. Teasing. No, it's kind of true. I mean, when you came to Charles Cross, it had been since Russell Okung since you had drafted a left tackle, and long had been the days that Russell Okung had moved on. And you sort of gave up a second, third round pick for a late stage Dwayne Brown, I think it was, right? Dwayne Brown, yeah. At that time. So you had a lot of work to be done when you pick Cross. You're basically starting the offensive line from zero, which meant that there was going to be in the next corresponding years more of the need to put more of the essence into it. And I think with him, you sort of get the once a year thing outside of that Cross Lucas situation. He's really a guy that'll be like, I'll give you 1 a year, but that's all I'm going to give you in those first 2 days. And maybe that's going to be enough. Maybe that'll be enough to get us there long term eventually. Yui says Arroyo was a reach, but not because of Fant. He's cheeks, but could have had Jatavian Sanders last year. But once again, the Hawks were focused on making previous decisions look good instead of improving. Dig to Brandon, any news on when Robbie Oots will make it back? I miss your Oots. Let's give you a little Oots action here. I'll give you a little Oots. It's going to be a little bit of a long trail to get him back on the field, unfortunately. We're going to have to wait a little bit of time. Time is not on his side right now, so we'll see if he can get back, but I think that there's still a question on that. Peter says, crybaby-ish is a crazy thing to say. Milroe is a hell of an athlete, but he was garbage in college. Not loving the use of our 3rd round pick on him is pretty reasonable. That's kind of where I feel on this. I certainly understand the other side of the stage, especially for the folks that value the quarterback play and the potential of having an investment like this, a stock investment like this, as we do have in Milroe. But the evaluation of him as a player coming out of college matters on this. And it's not just sort of, well, you have a third of the people that looked at him like this and a third of the people looked at him. It's like there's a pretty hard-lined outlook on Milroe, pretty succinct as far as NFL circles and the outlook of him as a player and the reasonability in him reaching the upside. I think Seattle looked past that reasonability, looked past the fact that there was really not as much reason, even if you give him the 2 years, to think he's going to quite get there because he's got the work ethic. And maybe that work ethic gets him there. It might just do. Like certainly in Sam Darnold's case, it's eventually gotten him there, certainly. But it is far from anywhere close to, anything in the neighborhood of certain that he's going to go up to becoming a starting quarterback in this sport. Dazilla says, thanks for all the coverage today, Brando. Don't forget to hit that like, y'all. Please do hit that like button on the way out the door today. I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Dazilla. Kind of you say. Megan, the Hawks Nest, not actually. Rugby comes from Commonwealth countries and not the world. No down but tackles, which are similar. 6 in the league until the advantage is over in Newton, to be correct. Okay. I'll have to learn this sport someday on that. Dick Docs, Brandon with our marathon stream. Take care. Go Hawks, brother. Sean S., what are your early predictions next week's game against the Jaguars? I'll give you a prediction, Sean, but I don't feel the least bit, confident in what I'm exactly knowing I'm going to see next week. Don't know where the injury situation is lying right now. But I don't ultimately have a lot of confidence going into next year. Next week, I'd probably say it's probably a 3-point loss right now on the road is how I'd see it. I'm certainly more than willing to give Mig Mac the time he needs to build his team, but we'll continue to insist Seattle should have cleaned house when Pete was let go. JS Stink is still on this team. Well, he's going to be here in the near future, Huey. They got the contract extension, so I can understand your frustration with it, but he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Adam, one exciting thing, this Hawks offense looked explosive in the second half. We figured the D would be the sure thing, and new O scheme would take time. They're showing flashes of clear improvement. Very true. Very true. Brandon Jana, totally BC. Good stuff. Let's take this should have been L into the W next week against our Florida foe. This team could easily be 5-0. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Brandon. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you watching today. CD says, I don't think there was any reason to hold on to Fant for as long as we did. Every tight end up into the gunner helm, I thought would immediately be better than Fant. I suppose that's true. I sort of don't understand a little bit in Fant the willingness to put him on the contract, his 2-year contract extension, then come back a year later and be like, yeah, we're done. It's like, again, come back to like, why do we do the contract extension then too, though? Because now when you do cut him away this year, he's part of the contributing factor, that $70 million in dead money space that you're sitting on in the books, because you had to sort of correct that mistake a little bit. Scatterbo would have been a hell of a pullback, in my opinion. Think either of you or B. Nelson had the same idea? Yeah, I definitely could see that. I think he's going to be used more into that tailback role when it's all said and done here by league circles. So maybe there's something to that a little bit as well, that every other team he might have gone to, he would have been a tailback, but here you would have maybe tried to do the fullback thing. I don't know what he would have given you as a lead blocker necessarily versus what you get from Oots as well to that side of things. CD says, I'm still confident we win next week, depending on the injury report. Jags offense has been mid. If we turn it over, that defense can be beat. Let's hope so. I love the confidence. Love the confidence. Go Cougs, Pac-12. Cougs, go Huskies, man. Go Cougs and go Huskies. All right. Well, we will be back. I don't know when we got the next. Let's see what we got the next. Excuse me. Okay, so it looks like we got Tuesday, 1:00 game here on Tuesday with the Mariners taking on Detroit Tigers here. So we'll do the next stream up here probably on Tuesday on that side of things. So be tuning in on that. We'll keep the Mariner playoff coverage going, as you guys have been liking that pretty well. So back on Tuesday, we should be getting behind enemy lines. Hopefully, I'm still trying to lock down a Jaguar content creator. The East Coast folks can be a little bit tough to pin down, but we will try to get something like that nailed in here as well for this upcoming week and get a little bit of a preview. Appreciate you, Megan, on all you've done for me today on the moderation. Thank you so much. Adam Smith, Sean S., you guys have yourself a great evening. CD Woods, I appreciate all of the great discussion. When I say, just as I always like to fill up on this, we may have disagreement, and you're hearing heartily a lot of disagreement from some of the folks in the chat with me today, but it's really welcome. And it's a disagreement that's hopefully in the discourse of it back and forth between me and the chat gets more of the audience to a closer place of truth, or where they feel like the truth is at. Doesn't mean you got to go with my way of it or go to the chatter's way with it, but that hopefully in that sort of dissemination that you get to a little bit of a place that's maybe a little bit closer to the bottom line truth about this ball club, where we're going and what is happening with them. So I really appreciate sometimes being able, not sometimes, you guys always being able to have tough discussions here, to have the disagreement here that can go back and forth, and that we don't always have to agree in this place, that it's not an echo chamber where my opinion is the end all be all on this. I'm strongly opinioned, but I certainly will admit that I get my share of stuff wrong too. And I certainly will when I'm looking at this team any given week in an outlook of things. But appreciate all of where you guys are coming from. Love the positivity and the overall, what I would call optimism, even coming off a tough loss like this from the Seahawks fandom and faithful, which is cool. Mariners going and getting themselves a win here and tying the series up and giving themselves a chance here in this series to still go make some hay in this Major League playoffs. So things are ultimately looking pretty positive when it's all said and done. But boy, that was a tough loss. Feels like just a lost opportunity, and still just quite feels like you're waiting to see when this Seahawks team can stand toe-to-toe with some of the true better teams in the NFL. They can beat on the bad teams. They can beat on the middle-of-the-road teams. But can you beat the good teams in the NFL? That's the part that remains to be seen. That's the part that I'm going to be watching for in the development of this team as we go forward into the future of this season. Things are still looking bright. We're on the right road. May take a little bit more time than some people are hoping, but we are going to arrive at our destination when it's all said and done. I appreciate you watching. Please, if you can, hit that like button, sub on up as we're trying to get over 30,000 subscribers this year, and you can help it. Well, not this year, but just in the long term. You can help us get a little close to that mark by subbing on up today. I really appreciate, again, all of the great discourse and an unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable amount of donations into the chat as ever on this, from $100, $50, endless fives, just tons of support to this channel. You guys are amazing every time I go live, no matter what. I really thank you guys all the way around. You are tremendous in the support of this channel in every single way. We'll bounce back, Seahawks fans. It's a long NFL season. You never know how it's going to end. You just got to ride with the up and downs and hope you can get to the other side of it with an elite team ready to rock in the playoffs. We will be back in soon. But until next time, please don't you forget, even after a tough loss, don't give up. Don't forget, keep the faith, stay locked in. Let's see how this thing rolls out. So don't you ever forget. Don't let it happen. Don't you dare let it happen. I'm talking to you in the back. You. Don't you let it happen. Go Hawks.